Back to full. Back to the 1v3. Trying to crawl across, but not going to find the opening there. And I mean, that's near impossible to 1v3. We saw a lot of 1v3s, but on B, no. Dude, yeah.
Unless they intentionally jump off the map.
Yeah, someone's got to do something real stupid.
No, but yeah, just great plays there. And then 0-4, just the timing works out, right? Just there's a, I mean, millisecond difference where maybe Sib gets behind the gun. He doesn't get spotted. Maybe it's a first blood. It's a little bit tougher to win that round and work that site. But instead, he spots him. They're able to reposition. It's good stuff there from Surge.
Yeah, I mean, some maps you're able to play straight up, like watch every angle, and it's kind of what happens after the first blood. This is just, where are people when the first blood comes? Like, you can't watch everything. There's going to be timings where people get through. Trying to deal with all that, and then maybe bounce back and around. But Surge slowly start to pull away in this one.
Just setting up Neptune, but yeah, they're going to check this corner. Max seen that spot, so you lock down A. You try to set up Neptune there to get a freebie. Instead, it's going to be a bomb plant. But Abusa out of the car just takes down Mac. And Nasty finds the second. Oh, okay, so you get the first blood, you get bomb planted. It may not matter.
Hold up a second. 1 versus 1 now. Sib, maybe for the 1 versus 3. Nasty's just going to hit it, knows he's weak, pushes it out. Don't let him clutch up. And it's 4-1 now to Surge. I told you, dude. Surge are better than this map. Told you.
I mean, I believe you. I know it.
That was funny, though. I can't remember who was having a combo in the green room. They were just like going off about like Cloud9's protocol. I was like, I don't know. It's pretty good, but Surge is way better. Some close rounds, though. Obviously, maybe a chance to pull off a 1v3 there for Sib. But right now, I mean, your only round wins, what, the 2 versus 4? I mean, this should be 5-0. And remember when, I think that was a Sunday I worked and you didn't or whatever. I told you, I was like, dude, it was bad. Like, they blew them out. It's looking like that again. Like, this might be a quick one. Oh, well, we were on a forced POV for a second as he was holding it, and that's going to be a first blood 4-0-4.
Really, all you've relied on is, like, some timings from Kremp. And since the first couple of rounds, he just hasn't found any. And Surge are dominating.
Absolutely dominating. Last guy up is attached. Last guy is no one because they're all dead. Surge now up 5-1. And just in cruise control here on the Protocol Search and Destroy. And yeah, this series feels a whole hell of a lot like the last time they played. A battle until it wasn't.
Yeah, you and I were just chatting, like, I mean, next week, Major, I don't know who we have.
No,
like,
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
No,
just like everyone's shown some, I don't know, slip-ups, but like
I could have a long convo about this because like I feel like it's insane not to pick FaZe because they've won 3 events in a row. They haven't lost on LAN in 6 months or something. But like I don't know. I don't feel good about that at all.
Yeah, it feels like maybe like Ultra Thieves. I guess you'd throw a Surge in there because they're 4-1. But again, they've had 2 close series.
We'll see. FaZe still have 2 series to play. What? Vegas and Optimus, we'll see how they look in the final 2, but it hasn't looked great for the first 3. It's an interesting one, though. I'm excited for it, because sometimes it's like so straightforward.
No, it feels
I feel like we deserve a banger after last major, which we
we do. We do.
Oh,
that was Thieves and Ultra fault, though. They both lost in winners round 1. They just fried the losers bracket.
Yeah, so take back your prediction of those 2 being the top, because they fried our whole tournament. Okay, well, you got a first blood. Mac did, and from that point forward, you find nothing. Neptune's doing 360s. It goes to 5. The last time they play, it was a 6-1 on Proto Search. It goes to 5 this time when they play. It's a 6-1 Proto Search. Vancouver Surge dominated there against, a team that statistically is pretty solid. Like they're 4-2 on the year. They've like 6-0 people on it. 2 of their 3 losses, though, are 6-1 losses to Surge. So there are levels to this. And Surge are a level above when it comes to Protocol Search.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, Surge is right here now is only 6-4, but some of those losses are to FaZe. Like, so.
Yeah. No, they are good. That's what's interesting too. We talk a lot about like, overall map record, but it's interesting sometimes with like the top teams. They're making runs, and your losses are just to like the other giants. Sib had enough. He was out of there early, apparently. Statistically, obviously, he had a solid series. Individual stats aren't everything, but I'm sure he's frustrated because he was shooting in that one, and they fall short again to this Surge roster. And Cloud9, I mean, you showed signs of life, but...
Yeah, one round away from 3-0 in this.
Yeah.
And on the other side for Surge, you kind of handled business. I think you didn't play. You're not playing your best squad from what we've seen.
That's how it feels for so many teams, though.
Well, I think we're.
Well, okay, so many. I mean,
Ultra.
mostly for like them and FaZe, like just because they were in the final, and it still feels like I don't know.
Like throw up.
Maybe not throw up. I don't know why I did that, but it doesn't feel good.
Okay.
Throwing up doesn't feel good.
Maybe like a nasty burp. Exactly. Back to the desk.
What are you guys talking about?
Don't worry about us.
I don't know, man.
Worry about yourselves.
Yeah, worry about yourself.
I'm worried about C9's B push.
It went to a game 5. None of us saw that coming, but did we see the result? Yes, Vancouver gets it done. Honestly, I first heard a rumor that we were going to dealership for game 5. I believe that rumor. I had excitement in my body. Then I realized we were actually playing Protocol, and I was like, oh, this one's locked up for Vancouver.
Yeah, Danny lied to us.
Vancouver is good at dealership, too. So, I mean, the result might have been incredibly similar should we have gotten it anyway. But this Game 5 was just rough from the side of C9. Nothing creative out of them. They played it incredibly one-dimensional, and they felt the pain for it. I don't know how many times we can go to B until we realize it's not working.
Well, they try to, like, so many times. Like, one round you have Crimp pushing all through, just dies by himself. There's no trade inside. Yeah. And then afterwards, Max just in hell. Like, he's near the bomb. He's getting pushed by a couple of people. This was like 3 different rounds they tried doing that, and like, you got Sib at the chopper, guys. Just stay alive, finesse time, and went from there. Yeah, I mean, just getting dipped on this map. Surge, they love it. Continue. We'll go back to it. You give them the.
Find the other one.
Find the other one is diabolical.
Let's split the difference here. But yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna keep going back to it. Sib's a shooter, man. They got to figure something out. I still think they need to make a roster change.
Krebs not happy. You saw the emotion from the players at the end. There's frustration felt by the players, but on the other side, there's joy. The pit bull is smiling right now. He joins us live. What is up, 04? How we doing?
Good, bro. Good. Decided to get a win, bro. I ain't gonna lie, they made us work for that.
Yeah, why'd you scare us like that? We all were thinking we had the wrong prediction after map 3.
Nah, you know, man, just try to get some extra maps in. Honestly, to be honest, the map 1 was just, I mean, we drove. Yeah, we was guaranteed map 2, and we was trying out map 3, the Hossie, trying to get in our map pool, so.
Yeah. That's what I was going to pick your brain about, is kind of you guys sitting 2-2 on the year. Typically, you veto it more than half of the time, trying to test out in this series. Why do you think you guys struggle in Hacienda so much? Because I almost feel like it should fit your play style.
Yeah, for sure. I think it just comes down to teamwork,
Yeah.
to be honest, and our comms. But we're just improving on that every day, so we're going to get it.
You know, 04, you guys have just been progressing throughout the season, continuously getting better and better, and you're able to beat the top teams. But in the finals, we've seen it in the minor, we've seen it at a major now. What's the edge you think you need? Like, where's the breakthrough need to happen?
Just our map pool, because honestly, when we played FaZe, I think our map pool was kind of similar, and we didn't have an edge on Skyline. We didn't play it, so I think just improving our map pool, our teamwork, and yeah, that's about it.
Sounds good.
You guys finished 4-1. Congrats on the win tonight, 04.
Thank you, boss. Thank you.
5 matches, they done. It's got to feel good if you're a Vancouver fan. You're like, we are guaranteed top 4, cannot drop out of there. And we're going to have more fun moving forward. Let's take a look at where we're at, Allie, because you look down below, 4 other teams are sitting at that 3-1. Some of them in action today, including Miami Heretics coming up soon.
Yeah, Miami Heretics is in a great spot right now because obviously they're heading into their home majors, so they're going to want to try and jump maybe Boston Breach. It might be tough looking at that LA Thieves there, but the bubble heading into the major looks really close, which is ironic because our standings on the season don't look remotely similar.
With Cloud9 out of the mix, it's looking more and more possible to get a top 8 spot with a 2-3 record. It's going to get weird between now and the end of Sunday when we come back. Heretics take it on Kenny's new lineup. It's Minnesota Rockers.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Arcade Wiz Tracer Pack is available now. Hit the map in retro glory with the Star Player Operator, pixel-inspired emblems, and more.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. It's more than a game. It's for all who dare to compete. It's more than a team. It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now.
Unforgettable. That's what you are. Unforgettable, though near or far. That's why, darling, it's incredible that someone so unforgettable thinks that I am unforgettable too.
The 2025 Miami Heretics Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray. Vamos, 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 vamos! Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Let's go.
With fame, comes off from the backside of Palace Wall, lost the delayed hit from Escriel.
Check the scoreboard, I'm running up sacks. Numbers don't lie, that's facts. Yeah, they can't stop.
Oh my God, Gio, my God, is his hard point.
Check the numbers, I'm running it up. Yeah, I got it.
Oh, Nero gets a double over the middle of the map. Has more. Oh, Nero, hello. How about the full team wipe from Nero?
Nossa, mentira, velho.
The party continues with just 7 matches to go before we head to Boca Raton. It's Miami Heretics, the home Major 3. Will they be able to showcase their skills in the winners bracket? It's looking likely, Allie. Question is, what seed?
Miami's been looking unreal, mainly in the fact that they did not only get better in one game mode they were struggling in control, they also got better at search and destroy. We're talking bottom 4 of the league, jumping up to like top
Number
5,
one
top
this
4,
split.
number 1.
It's going to be fun.
They're that good at search.
Are they the best? Is Super the best player in the game? We'll have to find out. On the other side, we have a Minnesota squad that, if you're looking at the standings, they are the team on the bubble. Outside of champs currently, looking in. How far behind? 3-match victories. That's 30 points. A win against Miami today brings you within 20 out.
Look, it's been really awkward for Minnesota Rocker, right? Because you talk about series, they're 1-3 right now, but if you get into the numbers, the hard points they have lost to Cloud9 and Carolina were within 10 points. Their search and destroys that they lost were literally round 10s, round 11.
Yeah.
So they've been right there. We were talking about in the pre-show with Ant. They just need a closer. They need somebody to add like a rock to this system when it comes to the later half of these games.
But this isn't a new problem, Ant. We are going into Major 3, and this was the story week 2 of Major 1.
Yeah, they just look better doing it now, right?
Yeah.
But yes, they were losing a lot of game 5s before as well. You know, with these guys, Estrio lately hasn't been the same, especially in Search and Destroy. I mean, he's got 0.6 in the game mode throughout this split. He's going to have to improve there, also in the control. But yeah, with these guys, I really have no huge quarrel with how they've been playing. Like, the hard point's been solid, control's been good. It's just the game 5s. Like, even the game 2 searches have been pretty solid. It's just the game 5s. You're 1-3 in that.
I feel like Kenny and I are on the same sleep schedule. The man was yawning, stretching. Vibe check not passed yet. On the other side of this matchup, Miami is always hungry. These guys wake up at 11 a.m. They have their banana smoothie. They take the stage in the facility, and they are ready to game. 3-2 against the Falcons, 3-1 against Optic, 3-1 against Atlanta. Faced the most impressive, but they ran out of gas against Toronto.
If you look at this split, you'd be like, this is a gauntlet split, right?
Yeah.
And they have done incredibly well. I mean, Ali was talking about their jump in Search and Destroy. I mean, they're 5-0 in the game mode. Now, given that's across 2 maps, Dealership and Hasi, that terrifies you going into the veto process, right? If you have an auto veto, it's going to be tough if you have to play either of those maps against them. And then in Hardpoint, I mean, they've been good on the season in that game mode. Started off slow here, but they have found their way, and they can get it done in a multitude of ways in the respawn. Like, the ARs can take over, or Royale can just have a stupid pop-off game where you can't keep pace, right? So they're just a tough team to beat right now.
But this is a good matchup for them, I feel like, in the sense of they are the closing version of Minnesota Rocker. They've also gone to 3 round 11s in their past 5 search and destroys. They've kept all of their respawns within 50 points. So they just have players like Rencor, like Super, who can call game near these later halves. So now it's the question of if Minnesota Rocker can match that.
I would take everybody's over in this series.
Yeah?
This is an absolute bang-up.
Game 5, round 11?
Yeah, I'm taking their overs.
Let's go all the way. Let's find out who is going to be on top across these 5 maps. It's Hacienda Rewind Vault for your first 3 hardpoint search and control. Ali, let's look at those first 3 individually.
Yeah, I love this for Minnesota Rocker, actually. When I look at this layout, I look at that Rewind in that map number 2. They're 4-1 going into that.
Okay.
And Vault is best case scenario. They hate playing Protocol, and Hacienda Control is kind of their auto video. So the fact that they get to square up on Vault versus Miami, which they echo them in that 6-3 category, at least gives them their best chance.
Something interesting to point out here is Miami and now back-to-back series have gotten rid of Skyline. I get with Super your own want it, but like on the season, that's your best hardpoint map, Skyline HP. Like 8-4 there, and you would think with the pace that he brings, that's a map that they would love to play. But I guess in scrims just hasn't been going their way. So that's an interesting dynamic to their hardpoint pool. I'll be curious to see when they decide to bring it back.
Or is it just big brain?
Could be.
Methods, the coach over in Spain, saying, you know what? We'll just throw everybody off, and then once we get to the tournament, we'll roll them on Skyline too. Minnesota Rocker with Kenny in the mix today, just waiting for their 4th to take a seat. As soon as he does, we will get this matchup started. What's up?
Want to know something cool?
Hit me.
Estriel is just realist.
Is that real?
Yeah, EST, real.
And then, so like Hazard was backwards, and he's like, watch this, I'm just gonna move letters.
Yeah, I'm the realist.
Boom.
Look at that.
Oh, wow.
That's kind of tough.
Wait, now we have to ask him if that's intentional.
Ain't that tough?
That is tough. Did you just come up with that, or did you think of that like 20 minutes ago?
No, I saw it on the timeline.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, shout out to Twitter. Let's take a look here at the last meeting between these 2 teams. It was without Kenny in the mix, and even without Ken, it was a 3-1. After a 2-point difference on Skyline, Minnesota gets the round 11.
It was a Nero tweak series. He was 1.27 overall. You go in that control, he had a 1.62.
Okay.
6-2, by the way. We get mind blown when we see a 1.3.
Why though? The person in that same role on the other side was out sick. Metals was gone.
That's
Super was the
true.
fill-in on an SMG for that series. So good luck replicating those numbers against my man Metals.
Yeah, and Metals is having a way better split, at least in terms of search and destroy, right?
Yeah,
So,
other than
like I
that
said-
one map, but we're not going to talk about it.
It's time for Scuff Pick'ems. Metals or Nero. That's what it comes down to today for me. siding with Metals. It's his home major. They're going to go 4-1. They're going to have a top 3 seed at home.
Yeah, this one's actually really 50-50. You could coin flip. I'm going to go Miami, but I wouldn't be shocked if Minnesota gets their win here.
Let's
go Mini, bro.
I got Minnesota. I got
yeah.
Rocker. It's not first game of the day. You know, Euro fried them last time. I got Rocker.
And looking for his 96th victory.
Loki coming back, actually.
Miles Study, does he have a chance of getting my gold scuff at the end of the year?
Gold scuff? Wait, what?
Yeah, that's the win for the bet.
I didn't know that this was on the line. I'm
locked in now.
I'm actually locked.
No, Wheeler's he's locked in now. Yeah, he's locked in now. I've seen the old trading shots trophy. Like, no, and it's now gonna have like a golden headset and a golden scuff if he walks away with this one. Can't give the man everything, folks. But what we can give you at home, boys and girls, is Heretics taking on Rocker. Jay, big implications on this series. We want that winners bracket.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Nah, if you're Minnesota Rocker, you've been blessed with at least going Game 5 in every series. So you have a lot of maps underneath your belt, but you can't have a 1-4 record if you still want to have a chance at making it through the winners bracket here at Major 3 in just a couple days. You need this W here. You have went the distance with every single series. You have had a couple weeks now to tighten up your gameplay. Their hard point has definitely shown a lot of improvements. Their Search and Destroy is what needs to show improvements in this series because Miami, on the other end, undefeated, like the Death touched on it.
Undefeated is incredible, and again, an exciting thing to throw into the mix here at their own major is that they're definitely a contender. I think this series for me is a big one. You've played great teams, now you play a team that's potentially really hot. Walk away with a dub here. I'm looking at the Heretics in a very, very dangerous way. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Hacienda, start off this series. Nice bit of rewind thrown in there as well, Jane. If we have to go the distance, that dealership, licking my lips for that one. Here we go.
Yeah, if we get to the game number 5, we're most likely going to go into a round 11. But into the map number 1 we go, where Minnesota Rocker just have to be the team ahead of the game. Because you saw yesterday in Miami's series versus Toronto, when they were losing majority of rotations, they found not really a lot of success working on those breaks. So Minnesota need to put a lot of focus on their rotations. And already off the rip, like Miami are defending every kill. We need to slow down and find an opening.
Oh, we're finding anything. I'll be happy with a contest. But you're getting nothing. Oh, my. This is unheard of. This is a lot. Nero, can you end it? Finally. Breaks the chain. I mean, this is a fantastic P1 hold, Jay. Finally now, with 12 seconds to go, Rock can get on time.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better than that, but at least Rock can get aggressive with those kills once they find them. But Royale makes up for it with a double, so you're still able to contest for these back spawns. A big one-on-one in towards P2. Rancor is able to win it. Spawns in for Heretics. They are securing towards the back, but the pressure's already here from Rock.
Yeah, great time. And that's going to be enough time to get the reinforcements in there for the Heretics. So wonderful start to this map for those boys. Rancor off of spawn, right back to his duty. Watching the backline there, damaging a one-man, kills another. Metals on the side door, gets the stick. A dangerous opportunity though for a little bit of friendly fire there, but good job out of everyone on the Heretics. Again, endless flow of kills, and now another 30 to go on P2.
Yeah, fantastically played. When you talk about the trade fights, always having the one-up advantage, and now 25 seconds still to fight for here at P2. Minnesota know that they had to try to contest this. Thankfully, they're able to win all the gunfights, go 4-for-1, so that final 20 is going to be theirs. But now if you're Miami, let's just back on up, because dying off the rotation is a no-no.
Oh, it's a no-no indeed. That's it. Great timing on the spawns them, and good timing on the kills. Royale goes down. Rotation over to Nu is on, and Royale will not be involved in that fight for a moment, folks. So good stuff again at the Heretics. Rocker now with an opportunity to get the break. They have the numbers over towards the next hard point. Nero on the clear out. Can he find anything? Rancor in the back line. You have to finish this kill. He's still a danger, and Nero does put him down. 6 spree for the young Emperor now. Turns it into a 0 after that one. Good shots out. Super. New hard point at the ready, folks. Here we go.
Yeah, they're making this very scrappy, at least so far. Because if you're Miami, at least you stabilize in that moment, win the clutch one-on-ones, secure the back spawn. You don't have any top plat control, but you're still winning gunfights. That's another 3-for-1. Back spawn secured. All your focus is on the front. And if you're Rocker, 25 seconds, we can't give up this time, even though we know next hill's a money one.
Oh, here we go. Still trying to make a big old route. Rancor spotted Stim, and yeah, it was good until it wasn't. Lovely work again. I can't stop saying it. Singing the praise of the Heretics, as this is a brilliant hard point for them so far. 4 spree for Rancor, 2 there for Super as well. And they're looking at Rock hard point with very open eyes.
Yeah, they can close the game out right here if they want it. If they soak up a lot of time here and don't allow Minnesota Rocket to find early success, then they can blow the game wide open. But Gio finds a double. The AR starting to get activated on the side of Rocker. The break comes in quick, and now you just need a great hold to get back in the game.
Dios mío, what a turn. Okay, Rocker's in. Gio living over there by Rock. What a piece of cover that is to work with as the Miami Heretics now trying to get themselves a break over towards this hard point. Not an easy thing to do. Let's go for a listen in.
Son 2 segundos, me aguanta el medio. Voy al medio, voy a flancar por dentro. Me estoy mirando el medio.
No estoy el lambo yo,
Blanco, muerto.
Tengo de frente. En la roca, el punto. En la outer, me has echado bien. Solo uno. Vale, te hacen de frente de embarcadero. Vale, pues sí. Sí, son 2 metal. Te van los 2 las metal. Es una por arriba.
Otra más.
Arriba.
Un tiro Gio.
Vale, apunta.
En open.
Sí, son 2. Está muerto. Un tiro que no tiro
Arriba azul y rojo.
Vale, y en el blanco está un tiro que doble, vale. Puede ser que no cachapa,
Vale, derecha, derecha, muerto. Buena.
Vale, escúchame, estoy pichado plan, nacen embarcadero, sí, nacen embarcadero.
Esa línea de
Solo uno, bro. Puntos no lo veis antes de arte, solo nada. Vale, blanco no veo. Van a ser split, sumo yo. Nacen facturado, blanco. Me tengo hasta abajo desde el punto, bro. Me tengo hasta abajo desde el punto. Vale, sí, dale, escucha. Vale, hasta abajo cuchillo. Muerto, Dale, me estoy viendo siguiente, bro. Dale. No, el siguiente es uno, falta uno. Sí, jolete más capital. Es solo uno siguiente, de hecho, los real. Los estaban siguientes gineados. Escucha, voy de frente, nace como clean. Vas a tomarnos tiempo, vas a... Sí, estoy yendo por el lobby, sí.
Vale, vais con vosotros.
Sí, pega piña yo. ¿Quieres caracol meta? No, quiero pillar tanto, vas a echar a la izquierda, caracol, dame un segundo.
Otra más acá, fondo.
Fondo derecha, si quieres muerto. Súper. Estoy tiro, dale.
Al fondo ya.
Has hecho esa win, fuera. Fondo 1 y otro punto.
Vale.
Han nacido in.
Tira piña. Voy a ir solo.
Senor Study, your Spanish is much better than mine. How's the listening?
It was good, man. It just came down to like the very end of that listening where Rencor yells in Spanish, obviously, that everyone has died. But then by the time Royale, when he's rotating over towards P2, and then he gets shot in the back from Estriel, una falta. That means that they were missing one, and Estriel made such a big play winning that second gunfight through the front door to allow his team to dominate this entire P2, and Minnesota are right back in it. It was so tough because you're looking for one guy, and the one guy made the big time play.
Big time play and big time for the Rocker Boys. Now, full control of the hard point goes towards the Heretics, and we have a counterattack on our hands. And Estriel starting to make moves. This is a good look for the Heretics to get back into this one, but you're not giving up any space right now. Through the back line, we now send it, Rocker. Estriel through the front. Contest is on, and they've got the numbers here to break this, but they don't have the pinches. There's a massive opportunity for Royale to find some damage here, and he's going to get it. And Kenny from behind. What a win, Ken! He started to turn it around as well. So this hard point is still in the hands of Heretics.
Yeah, but thankfully Royale was able to draw the attention of multiple players there to have them weak, and then Rancor flies on in to find the last 3. So this potential 20 is going to go their way. Minnesota going to cut their losses early, and think about that rotation, but already dropping off the rotation is not ideal. Now you're going to spawn all the way over towards Well. You're going to be late over towards New. You're going to need a break again here at the Money Hill.
Oh, big time Money Hill. Oh, nice one there from Nero. Doesn't let it happen. So here we go. Rocker with the hard point in their hands. Can they hold it? Heretics now are making their way across map. Another pitch from Royale. Another wild spawn. Errant this time, but he has been identified. A red dot on the minimap, and he has got the kill. Now the 2 remaining members of Rocker there on time. Super's in. Here's the contest. Kill number 1. Oh, nearly on the second, but the trade's going to be there. Rocker reinforcements are here on the doorstep immediately, and the battle continues. No one's still able to get the contest over. It is non-stop, and it is Royale. It is Estriel, and it is Nero in the feed. Super with 2. What a bang out.
Oh my God, it's just trade after trade. An absolute pinstripe kill feed. Minnesota last team standing, but still, the pressure is already in your face. Miami trying to rally everyone from Lambeau's side, and Kenny with the SMG is able to line up 3. So Rocker take the lead again. Final 10 seconds are going to go their way. As they're going into the third set of these hard points, Miles.
Oh, what a start to this one, boys and girls. Can we get 2 out of here for Ken? No, we can't. Rencor, massive win. Couple of love taps there to his boys. Lead for Rocker. Estriel getting into the fight. Here we go. This could be a big set of cleanup kills for Royale. Good moves. And even better, Gunny. That is unbelievable. Hard point in the hands of Heretics once again.
And that's insane. The fact that Real's able to finesse in that engagement of line up 2, and now Miami take the lead by a slim margin. They're still dominating the kill feed, and now they're going to start to flip those spawns. If you are Minnesota, more specifically Estriel, you have to try to make another big-time play on this side of the map.
He's making it happen. On the move. Another. Beautiful shots into the second. Geo picks up. Here we go. Hard point. Rocker. Heretics on the quick counterattack. Trying to maintain the P2 spawns as well. 20 seconds to go before that is a factor. But for now, you're still trying to battle for mid and get this scrap time. Rencor on the spawn out.
Rencor spawns all the way across the map. So if you're Minnesota, you want to try to at least work your way through the front side, and Estriel is in the same position to make that same exact play. The only difference is Miami have 2 players off the rotation, effective on the trade. Spawns have been secured, but Minnesota contesting from well.
And now you've got a little bit of intel on the backline. Super trying to stay alive here. Gets the stun onto Nero. And what a run from Mel's. This is another massive Heretics pinch. It could cut the whole map out here. This could be game. Metals might call it. Final man gone. The Heretics slam. The spawns are still there at well. The game will be won here. You must commit to this Rocker.
Yeah, good thing for Rockers that they get those close spawns. They're not going to waste a lot of time to still get back into the play, but they got to get past the pre-aims of the super duper sub that just came into the lineup. Welcome to the squad. Big time players making big time plays, and with that 3, you can still win it here at P2.
We thought it was Metals, and we thought wrong. Super, what a moment. Through the front now, Rocker trying to get it. Again, you've got to get some time out of this. You've got to contest. You've got to cause a problem. There is a single opportunity to do so, and under a freaking hail of Heretics gunfire, no one is getting close. No one is even going to get a lick of that time. Miami Heretics, what a fantastic hard point to start the series.
Oh man, what a hard point from Miami. We're talking about dominating a majority of the rotations. Obviously, Sling was treating them very well in that map number 1 after the slow start from Rocker. But without those insane breaks and all those mixing moments at the P4, Rocker would have got blown out there. Like, you can't have slow starts out of your ARs. Your SMGs really couldn't find any consistency in their game. And then when you're not winning or putting a lot of focus off the rotations, especially on a map like Hacienda, you're consistently playing from the back foot. Miami Heretics always on the front end, take the power spots, set up their ARs. Everyone is basically positive. That's an easy hard point there for Miami.
Real good on there, man. Again, I was impressed by the comeback we saw from Rocker during the Miami Heretics listening. That was a very, very nice turn for them, and a good sign of life again for a team like Heretics who are on Hacienda. Very, very competent team. Very, very good at what they're doing here. But they certainly pushed them a bit, Jay. But what were some of the real deciding moments for you, man? I mean, the P2s were obviously very, very strong. The rock hard points were bang out, start to finish, man. Really impressive stuff. But again, anything for you that was really decisive there?
I love how Miami is set up around their P1s. We're talking about how usually they are so chaotic. It's dead center of the map, so many lanes you need to watch, but they're able to micromanage that so damn well to where they're realizing, okay, we're dominating top hallway, we have rock control, they have to try to overextend and try to flip these spawns through well side, so let's just put someone there. And as long as we're dominating the kill feed, we're staying alive on the proper side of the map, it's going to make our rotations a whole lot easier towards the Bunny Hill at P2. The only opportunity that Minnesota made this somewhat of a game is when Estriel made that individual play at that Money Hill over towards Lambeau. If that doesn't happen, they don't breach 100 points. Miami was just so good when you talk about the power position domination and the sling. Everything was just clicking right there for Miami.
The Frymen, and again, the highlights were all there. But this is the moment we thought Metals was going to win the game for his boys. And little did we know, it was Super. Spawns up, picks up an insane set of kills.
Over
this
towards
is perfect
Lambeau. If that
example of how
doesn't
to
happen,
isolate
they don't
gunfights.
breach
He only
100
fights one player at a time, given his positioning, given those angles. Keeps that play going there. Great moment and a
Finding the consistency in their
fantastic
game.
highlight reel there for the Miami Heretics going into their main starting this one off strong.
What a fantastic hard point to start the series.
Squad they cannot take lightly.
Man, what a hard point from Miami. We're talking about dominating a majority of the rotations. Obviously, Sling was treated them very well in that match number 1 after the slow start from Rocker.
Super.
But without those insane chain breaks and all those mixing moments at the P4.
Doesn't necessarily
Rocket
tell the
would have got
story
blown
was,
out there. Like, you can't have slow starts out of your ARs, your SMGs. Really couldn't find any consistency in their game. Going from 82 to 119. When you're not winning or putting a lot of once they get focus on the rotation, especially on a map like Hacienda, you're consistently playing from the back foot. And you could even tell, like, that best play was on the front end. Like, the power spot between Lucky and Super. You put Lucky in that position, he's most likely walking away with an easy hard point there. But Super is able to put himself in the right position to walk away with all three. And that's what makes the rest of Miami Heretics more confident in holding their cuts. We know we got a guy that's a safety net that's going to value his life so well towards the back end. And this is why it's so scary with this roster, because you just never know. They got the Slayers, they got the teamwork, and any given day it could be their day.
What was some of the real
Today feels pretty good. How do you feel about that dealership getting fired from Rock Hard? You too, I know you're listening, but
after seeing a hard point like that, you got to win a couple of big ones there. So we'll see if that was really decisive there.
I love how Miami is set up around their P1s. We're talking about how usually they are so chaotic. Dead center of the map, so many lanes you need to watch, but they're able to micromanage that so damn well to where they're realizing, okay, we're dominating top hallway. The crazy thing is we have rock control. When you look at Super stats, put these spawns to well side. So let's just put some on the search story. As long as we're dominating the kill feed, we're staying alive. So majority of these rounds, he's just finding so much success. Guarantees at least one kill per round. The arrow on the other side is always going to be able to set that pace. With a 1.17, but there was the only guy on the side of Rocker that's actually over towards search and destroy. Everybody else is around a 0.9. And you heard the desk touch on it. Name specifically, he keeps calling out Astro sitting at a 0.6, and he is truly going to be the X factor for me ever since this lineup was formed. Because Astro in stage 1 was a 1.1. Astro in stage 2 was a 0.9. Astro in stage 3 is a 0.6. And I understand when you have a new roster, it's always the last load that you put a lot of focus on, or the ones that you are going to get the latest results in. But it's just right now, Astro is their play. You need this guy to have consistency in his SD gameplay, and only having about a 20% opening duel rate in that first blood, he needs to turn it around.
What a hard turn around now. We're talking about dominating a majority of the course. It's obviously slaying. Was treated very well in that match number 1 as like this, especially against top tier teams. But without those insane breaks and all those mixing moments at the P4, doesn't necessarily tell would have got blown out. Like, you can't have slow starts out of your ARs, your SMGs. Really couldn't find any consistency in their game. From 82 to 1 when you're not winning or putting a lot of once they get all of the rotation, especially on a map like Hacienda, you're consistently playing from the back. You could even tell Heretics as always on the front end, like the power spots and play like now the fluff in position. He's also walking early on to dominate over towards to put himself in the right position to walk with all three. And that's what makes the rest of Miami Heretics more confident in holding those guys. Metal strikes on the first one, and he already finds the second. His life so well towards the back end, and this is why it's so scary with this roster, because you just never know. They got the Slayers, they got the teamwork, and any given day it could be their day.
Today feels pretty good. How do you feel about that dealership?
Highlight reel. Round 1. Miami Heretics. Seeing a hard point like that, very, very easy. Right there. We'll see if you can win. All right. This one's going to attack us to the mid side of the street. So let's just run jump. We have so many different angles of approach to work our way towards CBD. It's usually the lane moves childs that are at least gains the info early on for Rocker. But they decided to stay over towards the right side. The crazy thing is, Metal just gets aggressive. Finds the first blood already on the second player. So that's pretty simple search story. As long as we're dominating the kill feed, we're staying alive. So majority of these rounds, he's just finding so much success. Guarantees at least one kill per round. The arrow on the other side is also going to be able to set that pace with a 1.17. There was the only guy on the side of Rocker that's actually over towards the round. Everybody else is around a 0.9. And you heard the desk touch on it. They just simply keeps calling out Astro sitting at a 0.6. And he is truly going to be the X factor for me ever since this lineup was formed, because Astro in stage 1 was a 1.1. Astro in stage 2 was a 0.9. Unfortunately, he does stage 3 is a 0.6. And I understand when you have a first blood again in favor of always the last load that you put a lot of the isolated or the ones that you're trying to get the defense, but as he does, you just want to make your red short, so there's more information on this guy without consistency in his SD gameplay, and only having about a 20% opening duel rate in that first blood. He needs to turn that around. He's definitely no summons on this. Talking about dominating a majority of the course. He's obviously slaying to get up to losing series like this. He's in a 1v2 without those insane breaks and all those mixing moments at the P4.
Numbers heavily in favor of Miami. From 82 to 100. This ain't something we're going to already cleared up. They lost the right to at least have 3 or 5 kills more than Miami quickly up to us. As close to the right side of the which is now the 4th position. This is why it's so scary, this roster, because you just never know. They got the Slayers, they got the team, and any given day, falling deeper into the circuit, we know when one's going to attack us. So many different approach forward, so way back to the side. You're going to have a couple players only get info on that last zero, but it's a battle between the other two and towards the end, and now we're over toward the right side. The great thing is, lock control, you want to over the first blood, or you want to play the lead. There is the only guy that's actually 2v2 on both sides. Everybody else is about to play this team trying to make this simple. You keep calling out scenarios. Someone got someone to stop this play. Only be the first blood, but everything is lined up with more. Because Esther is getting rushed over to DVD. You pop this door open. Unfortunately, he does get caught 5 medals. He said 94 is the first blood again. He's always the last of this man. Right side of the board. Trying to convert their net, but as he does, if you're ready for it, there's more information like you can see on the consistency everything that's being played and only having about a 20% open delivery in that first play. Overextending a little bit on first blood as they roll over and Minnesota taking that stuff to play. To 35 seconds, Esther's got a lot of falling. So much success in that early first blood. Success in so far this stage. So much success in that early first one. So much success in that early first one.
Able to successfully counter the retake. First look at the favorite rocker. It does that. That's unbelievable. You can't allow that to happen if you're
You wearing shades all day. Let's get it, bro. All right, so Jay, we're going back to Vault. Obviously, very good for the Heretics early on. For Rocker, how we feel dealership, let alone the 4-point map.
They got 1 rep on it with this squad versus Carolina. It went all the way to around 5, and one thing that stood out was just their defensive dominance. They were able to outslay every single defensive round by more than almost 10 kills. And if you can do that, then you're going to stand a pretty good chance of taking down Miami, because you saw it yesterday versus Toronto on their end. They struggled in the slaying. Meadows didn't have a good performance. Super sort of had a slow start. But the thing with Miami is this used to be their best control map. It's just sometimes when you don't play it, every time it's getting vetoed against you, you tend to fall back a little bit. But yesterday might have been a wake-up call. You need to be able to slay with them if you are Minnesota here.
Bring the kills. At the very least, get a chance at holding more hills. We'll talk about dealership later. I'm with it though, Pucky. You know I'm with it. However, this is a very dangerous team right now. The Heretics are on a delightful run on their way towards their own major. Next week, friends. Next week. Chris leaves in 48 hours. Here we go, Jay, in towards 8.
Yeah, Miami, at least also versus Toronto yesterday, they struggled when people started to value their life so good. Like when you're forcing Miami to look for you and then try to find clutch situations in those one-on-one gunfights, that's when they were losing those situations. And already off to a great start is going to be Narrow. Wins a double through the middle of the map. First segment should be guaranteed. Actually, every segment should be guaranteed because no one from Miami is in a position to contest early on.
They got no idea. They think the B play might be happening now, but it's not. And what, you had a nice stack extra with a sweet 2-piece there by the double doors, and now you're going to go back onto the time. There we go. 1 segment to play, ladies and gentlemen, and the Miami Heretics say goodbye to A. Say hello to 2 minutes and 5 on the game clock.
Yeah, and now they're playing for exit kills. Thankfully, Super's already taking a lot of space. Finds one-on-one versus Geo. Now he puts himself in towards ammo to make their respawn routes a little bit more difficult, but Minnesota aren't going to waste any time. They're trying to isolate onto him while Estrio's working the pinch.
Oh, that's good stuff. Estrio picks up the pinch there. He doesn't get stabbed. Slamish nearly as Royale lives. Trophies now in play. This should be a nice opportunity to get some space back, but yeah, Metals is still chewing away the supply lines of Rocker. Estrio with the wins, but it's not going to amount to a thing. Another life off the tally count, but now Kenny doing what he can to be a problem on this side of the map.
Yeah, so all he wants to do is be a nuisance. Thankfully, you got an arrow who's able to strike for 2 out of your spawn. So you have all this pressure in their base. It should allow some segments to be guaranteed. The other AR on the other side, Geo is starting to line up a couple freebies. Everyone pulls out an extra AR. They have all the map control. Miami, you better hit a nade or something.
Something. There's no trophies left. Just throw it, boys. Throw your rifles. I don't care. You got to get in there right now. The contest is on point, but that's it. Cleaned up. Last man gone. No one nearly able to get it done. Minnesota. Take round 1. Good stuff, boys. That was gross.
Yeah, that is as good as it gets there for Rocker. You get the initial push, it works in your favor. You're guaranteeing segments. Miami didn't even have an opportunity to contest that A point. And then with all that time to work with, you give yourself a lot of opportunities. Thankfully, Narrow made the most of it, wrapping back towards ammo, finding the opening double while Kenny's already contesting in their spawn. Miami were just forced under a defensive look to have so many split looks instead of a team look. And they could not clutch up in the one-on-one gunfights, and Rocker come out swinging out the gates.
So, what you want, boys? That's what you want. You want to get that protocol hardpoint? You better give us 2 more rounds just like that. Well, Heretics do not want the protocol hardpoint. They will be quite happy to end the series here. It was a nice start. At least got bodies on A. 2 bodies now in the capture.
Yeah, just guarantee some early segments. Players in positions watching the power spots, but Renko dying first now allows these trade scenario to go down. It's a one-on-one between Royale and Gio. Gio's just gonna hold strong on his position, and I thought Royale played that to perfection with the timing, but he clutches up, stops that initial push, and now the teammates are here.
The smooth movements right now. I mean, everyone's doing what they can. Nero 2-piece there on A, but over to B we go for the Heretics. Just for a moment there, Nero, he is hungry for the kills. He's not gonna get it though. Rencor keeps this life alive. Just over a minute to rock. You've got a segment in A, you've got a tiny bit of work done by B. You're starting to draw the Rocket players all over the map. Back to A.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. You can already see 2 players committing over towards the B street, but Renkor's not able to win that one-on-one. So now you're simply going to be outnumbered in this situation because it's another one-on-one, and Nero's able to fly on in for the double. Keep on trading if you're Rocker. Time's going to keep on ticking down.
Yeah, halfway through A. This is not a lot of progress. They want to get a little bit more going, and Royale with a nice route taken here. He's stunned, identified. Oh, but he lives to fight another day. On to A once again. Looking at the second segment, but Gio, once again, a clean sweep of time. They haven't accounted for Royale yet, though. He's still at large.
Yeah, he's just trying to finesse. He wants to get lost, but eventually he's going to have to make a play, and he gets caught by Kenny. Initial kill is going in favor of Rocker. Final 25 seconds. Metal towards Top Cat is in a powerful position. He finds an opening kill. Your teammate is there for the trade. You can still work on segments here today.
This could be it, yeah, and I feel like you've got the pressure on now. There's a sense of just get this thing captured, but wait, super off time. 2 players by Ruggs, good shots. Insane shots, good teamwork. We'll take it. You've still got time, boys. Get on it. There we go. 8.2. Kenny finds himself 2. The trade's there. Metal's last man alive on time. You've got to bring it down. Do not let that extra minute go their way. Heretics contest. Oh, what a win! There's 7 lives either side. Metals is a demon.
And they already have a lot of space. You're now banking on this pinch from Ezreal. Thankfully, he's able to find a kill, and Kenny is able to find one off the respawn. Now, no more respawns in favor of Miami, but Royale can make a big-time play.
He's trying. Oh, that's a good start. Take that. A bit of names in hand, yeah, and now he is cooking. 2v5, not over yet. Nero finds a nice corner. Should be good for a freebie here. Just that. Nice work. Rocket, you have stabilized a very, very dangerous moment there. Heretics go down 2-0 in control.
Yeah, that's so good out of Rocker, man. Just consistently finding those traces in the middle of the map. Always being the last one standing. And then even when you find yourself in 1v2s, Gio had a moment from Top Cat, and then Nero had his moment from Top Cat. It's all about the gunfight sometimes, and just being the last one in the power spots. Win a majority of your kills. Be able to not give them a lot of opportunities once they capture that A point. And then map control was just like, all right, we're there, we're not there. All right, if I die, someone's going to instantly fill it. Beautiful teamwork there out of Rocker.
That's the system, man. And Jay, you called it perfectly at the start. The kills, man, it is absolutely there for Rocker. Everyone is starting to pump him. We're getting some much more, impressive damage up there. That was something that has been hurting them in the series so far. The stats you're looking for are, in fact, on the player cams, not on the board right now. 16 and 7, excuse me, for Ezreal. And Nero, 16 and 11. On to the capture we go.
Yeah, it's an early 3-day, so a couple segments are going to be guaranteed. Royale trying to find an opening. Hopefully his teammates off the respawn able to get out for free, but he's going to get caught on the pinch, so second segment is going to be locked on in. Time, again, might be early extended if Miami don't give it one last push.
Oh, that was the push they had. Ezreal picks up that pinch, and once again, the A zone has evaporated. Ladies and gentlemen, where did it go? Did it even start with a referee? Can we get a hand check in? God, it's absolute pandemonium. Over to B we go. Nero wins a big fight, and he's going to have bottom arc control as well. This is unreal. The kills, the positioning, that certain je ne sais quoi from Minnesota Rocker right now.
Yeah, this is just way too easy. You got 2 minutes to work with. You're up by a couple lives as well. And you got to have all the map control and all the power positions in your favor. Can Nero try to stay alive? He is going to get isolated. Now you're just banking on your teammates to find some success off the respawn, but they're already up the map.
Yeah, they're way up the map. They got the kill lead as well. Ken is now well and truly under the armor of the Heretics. An annoying position to be in. His teammates are getting dropped around him, but there we go. Shots at range. Royale double dips for it. Usually terrible manners, but this time around he keeps Kenny away. So watch out for this one, folks. It's going to be defense in the bag for Rocket if we have to go the distance, but the boy's not going to want it. That's halfway through B now. The stack is on. Metal's on the pinch. Dead and red. A 1v1 now to keep it going, and Gio's holding them back.
Yeah, Gio's just putting down shots into Super. He knows he's the only one here still trying to fight for his life, but now the teammates are here. Trade. Minnesota, you just got to end that on top.
They're trying. Nero's got the contest going. A 1v1 win for Rancor. Another one in the bag. Another notch on his belt. Saves this third and final segment and saves the map for them. We go again, 1:30 on the clock.
Oh, and Esther might be able to sneak on by, but he's just going to play real slow around the car and Metals off the rewrap. So to find that one-on-one. Now Miami only down by 2 lives, is still banking on this very tight setup in towards their spawn, but now with 3 kills going their way, you take all the space to the middle of the map, all tied up in lives now.
Yeah, you push that phase line forward, you push it forward at the Heretics. They're starting to get closer to your spawn. Royale on a pinch, able to maybe get one out of this. No, he's all he's got is shot at, so now the opportunity to fly forward still with decent numbers. Oh, nice shots out of Gio. A 2-life lead, still in a minute to play.
Yeah, you can't really afford to trade though if you're Miami. You're down by 2 lives. You're only 1 life away from not having any more respawns. And you know that they're going to be in a position already up the street. Now no more respawns. You got to go.
Oh, what a shot from Estral. That's 3 dead. That's going to be game. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Minnesota Rocker right back into this series. We're going to see a protocol hardpoint.
Dude, like Astrio Nero just set the tone. We're talking about multi-time. Every single time, just finding an opening double, putting themselves in a clutch position, just being a nuisance with that SMG. And that was what was the issue yesterday for Miami versus Toronto. Kleenex got lost, Joe Steves got lost, even Benjamin Beans was getting lost over towards ammo. You just can never account for these guys or trade them out effectively. And what used to be a really strong map for the Heretics, definitely got to go back and do your homework on it, get some more practice, because you need this vault to be a part of your map pool, and right now it isn't.
It's a glaring weakness. Highlights a lot of Rocker love in this one. A very, very purple show they put on for us. If they let that purple rain all over the Heretics, they certainly ruined their time here on Vorjay. That was disgusting work.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better than that. We're talking about every single bake-off. You're winning a majority of the gunfights. You're putting yourself in the early numbers advantage. And then I don't really like the approach from Miami on their defense is to try to retake their way in towards A. Once that initial play call gets shut down, it's like they gave it up for free. You're allowing them so much time to find one opportunity at that B point. And then when you have them put so much focus on the front because teammates aren't clutching up in one-on-one gunfights. And now when you're putting all the focus on the front, there's players on the pinch that are already shooting us in the back. It was just way too much to handle there with Minnesota slaying the way that they did. So they're able to extend this series. Rocker desperately need this W if they want to have a chance at having that open bracket at Major 3. But that's a good start right there to build some momentum.
Let's get that. I mean, the protocol we go, see how this fight goes down, but man, a very, very fun game of control there for Rocker. I also love the way they play that B zone. Not just if they've got numbers on it or if they've got space around it. They do not let anyone get into a position to really contest. Trophies or not, man, that was a very, very good look. Protocol hardpoint, here we go, ladies and germs, from the blistering heat of Vault now to the rainy gloom of Protocol. But for some, we're starting to look up, Jay. We're really starting to look up if we're Rocker. We've got some momentum, got a dub under our belt. How are you feeling about this hardpoint?
It's insane because I feel like every time we talk about Rocker, regardless of whatever the roster is going to be, you can never, ever count them out of a series. Now that they show some fight in that control, going into this Protocol HP, this is another map that they choked in that map 4 scenario. This is where they need to show improvements. I know Nameless is saying that game 5s haven't been too icy, but the fact that they are so different from the map 1 HPs to the map 4 is crazy to me because you usually find yourself up by a hefty margin. Versus Optic Texas, you played this map, you were up by like 80 points and then started losing every single rotation. Just like it did in map number 1 of this series, you need to make sure that you're winning rotations because you cannot allow Miami to dictate the way the game is going to be played. Ross here, am I the only one here? All right, I'm the only one here. Okay, Royale and Red Core went absolutely crazy in map number 1. Just 29 and 18, 30 and 16, both over 1.5 KD. If you got guys that are going to put up these numbers, you're most likely going to find a lot of success in the hard points, and it only just helps. It keeps on emphasizing how impactful Super's pickup to this lineup has been, because the guys who you were usually always relying on have putting up the numbers that they do, but when he's on the team and they can take a little bit of weight off his back, they can just more focus on their sling, and they showed it there in map 1. Miles is still not back. All right, just me. Miami Heretics, you're looking to close this one out. Yesterday versus Toronto, you were consistently playing from the back foot. A couple times you were able to win some rotations towards some of the money hills, but your setups were easily getting broken into. That needs to be better today, because the way that Minnesota Rocker just played in that control, you can tell that their guns are hot. Estrew is feeling himself. Nero's feeling himself. Gio and Kenny found themselves in a lot of opportunistic situations, and they took advantage of them. But now if you're a Rocker, desperately trying to fight for this dub, desperately trying to fight for these 10 points to give you somewhat of some separation in the standings to work your way towards champs. Just the map 4s, they have no ice in them recently, even if they're up by 80. So the start off is going to be big. Miami looking to bounce back. I don't know if Ross is here with me yet. The protocol hardpoint, here we go.
I am back. So sorry, mate. Discord absolutely exploded on me, but we have returned, and in the right time, because we're in the game. Yay!
I thought you were about to pull the Astro on me. You know, Astro's always down to, you know, pass a single series by himself, but
I couldn't
do that to me, brother. I don't know if I'm ready for that.
I don't mean to do it to any of you. I don't mean it. I swear. Well, I tell you who means it. Right now, the Heretics, they're like, game 5, no thank you. No mas. We'd like to end this series here, please. Super with a couple of good ones there on time, but this spree's going to continue for a moment, Jay. We're going to still battling hard for this one if we're Rocker. We've got ourselves out of trouble and into the good.
Yeah, Rocker just consistently flooding over towards Heli, treading effectively, and now they're back into the time. Soaking up a majority of this P1. Pin tries kill feed, spawn start to flip, and this is not ideal if you're Miami if the kills don't go with it, but they find the initial 2. They're going to win the rotation and have an opportunity to trap Rocker towards the back.
Get him trapped. Find those kills. Rocker with the perfect looking minimap right now, and if not for Super, who is literally doing it all with shots, this would look a lot better there for the Minnesota boys, but now doing absolutely everything they can. Here comes a massive hit from the Heretics up through the stairs. They've eaten a nade or 2. Here comes a stun for your troubles, lads, and a couple of shots in there from Estrew is going to keep them at bay, and this is lovely time and good positioning. Rancor opens the window. Nero and Gio close it. No thank you.
Oh man, that is a perfect hold there for Rockers. I was thinking, all right, Miami have some somewhat top middle control. They already pressure over towards the Sep, so Rocker on their tight setup make it work out to perfection to dominate there at the P2. Now you're contesting off the rotation over towards New. You're finding the initial 2 kills to go your way. 2 players already across the map. What else can Estrew do? Absolutely nothing, but you still got Kenny in the right position.
Gustav Ken is going to get spawns for the team right now. Heretics trying to hunt him down. Super, the first man on his victim list, as we are doing a great job maintaining control of the map, but not the hard point just yet. Gio now in a power position to dive into the fight, get the members of the Heretics off time. And here comes the pitch through the back. Heretics now with the pressure. Heretics the numbers and the kills. That's their break.
That's massive right there for Miami to get yourself back into this game. You know how effective that P3 to P4 chain can be, but Astro already strikes for the first kill. Now you got top trips control. You can continue to be a nuisance from this angle, hoping your teammates can find success through the front.
Here we go. Astro guns him, stays alive. A 2 would have been unbelievable, but that's going to be Metals there. Nero fills the gap immediately. Brought down again. Rocker still fighting hard here for the 20 seconds on P3. The drop to 4 is now on the menu. You have to get over there, and that's exactly where the Heretics have already started to send it. So win these fights all you want, boys. But the next one, that is cash.
Yeah, they already won the initial gunfight towards down low, so they're going to have the rotation over towards New. They were able to still make it mixy to close out the ending of that P3, but this is how the Heretics bounce back in the game. But that is a big, massive first kill for Minnesota. Now you got the numbers.
Can they get the time over the beach? Royale on the left, Super on the right. And now in the middle, Gio trying to find an entry alone. This is good damage. No teammates. That's Rancor on the drop and a perfect hold once again from the Heretics, looking to take back the lead.
Yeah, that's so icy right there because Miami were simply going to be outnumbered, but everybody from Rocker decided to go through big door. No different angle of approach, not a pinch on the horizon, so Miami would have just able to stack it into 3v3 and watch all three angles and clutch up on the fight. So lead chain on the cards, unless you get ripped off the heady. So Minnesota's still trying to make it mixy, but Miami is still here.
But we're keeping it mixy for sure. But the Miami mixer, oh man, we are shaking hands and some all down. Rocker back to the drawing board here. Not been a money hill. They have lost the lead. Oh my word, Super is looking to pad them stats, ladies and gentlemen, keeping the boys on their toes. On the way back to P1 we go, and there's nobody home upstairs except for Royale, and he's dead now as well. So a nice 3 dead in the feed, and Rocker should be able to soak a bit of this.
Yeah, rotations won by Rocker. You already had the indication when Snaro spawns up that the pressure's going to be toward the backside of Trips. But Rencor on the pinch takes care of both of those players. So now if you're Estrio, you're thinking, I have to fight these gunfights. Thankfully, you win the first one. You don't allow Miami to get closer. Your teammate's able to reinforce right behind you.
What a win from Royale. You will take that. And a good job here from the Rocker. Maintaining this P1 control. Lead change once again. Not a lot of love towards P2 just yet, but for now, you'll take it. Royale keeping the fight alive there at 13-9. Not letting anyone get too close to this time. Good shots again. The 5 spree's over. Back on a P1 we go, and Rocker maintaining the right-hand side of the map.
And if you're Miami this time around, you just need the kills to go your way and the rotation to go your way. It was Estro who was able to sneak out last go around through bottom comms, find that opening kill onto the player sitting in the hard point, and then they can never contest after that. But already 3 dominated in the feed by Miami. Win the rotation over towards Noah. Now Rocker going to have a really long route to even try to contest this.
Yeah, really tough. Couple of kills on the side helps. Royale, though, where he wants to be for this fight. Yeah, and he gets it. Nice, too. That's the backline secure. No streaks to play with at this point in time, and lovely shots on the Kenny, not enough for the kill. He's still maintaining this lead, Heretics. And Metals is on the hunt for a player who he just lost sight of. It was Estrio. Thankfully, Renkor's their team. And an awkward gunfight there that Ken somehow walks away with Jay. And we've got 30 seconds to go here on P2, and Heretics is back in.
Oh my god. And Metals just made a magnificent double kill over towards the boat side. And now he can get aggressive with the space. You know your teammates are going to be free to soak up potentially that final time, but every kill that you get is going to spawn them behind you, but your life is a lot more valuable. Just back on down, wait for the next push.
Nice hold. 3 dead. Last man Royale gone. Excellent work, Rocker. They've got full control now of P3. This should be a good 15 to 20 seconds. They can really hold on to without too much trouble. Estrio, the frontline man, goes down, and here comes a fast hit. And Gio, unfortunately, he doesn't get the engagement first, so he's been pressured back. Rocker in a bit of trouble here. Let's go for a listen in.
I'm going there with you.
Uno mío.
He's not back, man. Back. I'm going to far. I'm going to I'm with you. Elevator. They're not. I'm one shot. Come here. Watch out. I got naded. Name of the door. I beat his I'm on my left, Joe. One's on me, P2. 2v2. They're close. They're close. I bet that. I'm close. One shot close. There's 2. I got. We gotta go beat her. Metal's one shot back that time. He goes Zib. One can be top mid too. Yeah, it can be top mid. Yeah. I'll say top mid. I stunned it. Reflect right to 10. Alright, back right. Weak. Where's the stairs? One shot. I'm down. I'm mid. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm 2 time. I'm down. I'm rapping. There's 1 P2 still. What's in here? Yeah, we saw a D. Yeah. He went back to low P2 stairs. Yeah, Real's low P2 stairs. Get that guy, bro. He's there. Still there, Rio. Man, is that my man? Bro. No, we coming. He's there. That's it. Weak. I got Eddie. We're good. Hey, 2. We're out. Get there. Good. Give me back. Okay. I'm down there. I'm trying to get a granny, bro. There's 2 right now.
What a break from the Heretics, Jay. Money hard point, big sprees across the board, and they are looking at the 3-1 win soon.
they have blown the game wide open. If you're Minnesota, that setup just needed to be a lot better. They just really didn't have an opportunity. Once that initial nade that doesn't get a kill forces Nero out of that position over towards Spiral, and then you're forced to play super stack in towards comms. Miami just flood their way through big doors. They soak up all the time there. Now only need 20 seconds to close out this series.
Speaking of super, here comes a Hellstorm from Mel's. 21-15, he's looking to get a couple more here. His teammates finding those kills. Nero and Ezreal, run boys! They manage to stay alive as the slow hit towards the spawners. Protection there on the Geo is going to keep him alive, but right now the time's ticking away. And Miami Heretics, look at this. 5 seconds for the win. No one close to contest. You are going into your major with a big smile on your face. Taking on all comers with super, and the form is looking good.
Too much firepower, man. Too much firepower on the side of Miami Heretics. Ever since the addition of Super on the side of Rocker, they continue to struggle in map 4s. They continue to struggle in their search and destroy. That has been the epitome of their demise. They are now 1-4. A couple map wins. Every single series went the distance to go all the way to a map 5, but for them, you're going to be starting in loser bracket at Major 3, and that only gives you one shot. You got a lot to fix before you get there. Hopefully, you make up some time.
You got a little bit of time. Well, a very, very tough map there for Nero. He was unable to get anything going, quite frankly. Competent time, though, 129 from him, but for the Heretics, it is just all green over there, man. Really nice assists, lovely non-traded work. Jay, they had the map on lock. They had everything going the way they wanted to, and they got to test their holds and their breaks, and in particular, their breaks against a squad like Rocker were looking fantastic, certainly helping out there. A very, very smooth and relatively stable climb to that 250 mark. GG's in the chat. Rocker, a little bit of work to do before we fly out to the major, boys.
Dude, when you can find that initial first kill or initial break on every single money hill, you're going to stand a pretty good chance of winning a majority of your series. Rocker need to work on their setups because that cannot be allowed to happen. Kenny strikes for the first kill, but then everybody just so tight. No one has different angles, and then you just get swarmed out. Miami, way too much to handle, and they're going into their major very, very confident.
Stud, I think it was you. It could have been Chance. I forget because you're both so brilliant at your jobs. But were you saying that every single P4, nearly every P4 in this game is a money hill? I think that's fair to say.
Every single one.
Every single
P4. If you
P4.
are the first one to die at any P4, you're scamming, and you're costing your team.
Speaking of scamming, take it away, Desk.
And
what do you mean?
Go ahead.
All right. Jay does in rotation a lot. But he also just stopped playing 8s in his server because he was getting bullied. So
really?
Yeah, he's
Jay backed down from all challenges recently?
Yeah, he talked to me, Bose, Mike, doesn't matter.
He dipped out of fantasy football when it got hard. Not his first time. Allie, let's turn this back to successful champions, though. Miami Heretics, champions in this fight against Minnesota. We saw it coming. A little bit scary, though, in the second half. Minnesota was rolling in that control.
Yeah.
And at the start here, it was close to one rotation.
I mean, you could take some positives away on the side of Minnesota Rocker. I mean, they were already a good vault team, so they haven't been allowed to play it that much recently. So the fact they're able to take that control is good for that side of things. But for Miami Heretics, it's just kind of getting the repetitions in heading into the major. They now expand their map pool with that big protocol win in this hardpoint. They were 2-3 sitting at that. They just got handed a loss, a pretty bad one to Toronto Ultras. So trying to get that kind of into their wheelhouse, but also just the closing. It's kind of what I've touched on the entirety of this series. Same thing happened map 4. We're getting really close, and then we get to these last couple of hills. It's an insane computers hold from the side of Miami Heretics. The entire team went on like an 11 streak at one point, and then you got Super. He goes on a 6 to break that P1 and end up closing it out. It's just what Minnesota's missing. It's a closer.
I mean, yeah, I agree with that. And I also really like the conversation that Miles and Jay were having about like them just dying first in their setups, right? Like, we're pretty late into the title here, and I get you just got Kenny, but that's kind of what he was brought in for, is to smooth out those situations, right? So until that gets better, they're going to be in a world of pain. And right now, they're looking at loser brackets. They have to make a run.
Still Looney up there in Minnesota, yeah?
Yeah, he's doing it, doing his best.
Lamar, we're gonna have a talk, lads. It's getting late in the game, but plays like this keep us entertained. It's Metals opening round. Give him the bomb and watch him fry.
Metals started off this game with 5-0, just an incredible start. Gets through, finds 2 by the bomb, finds another one at hole in the wall, and then he's like, please just give me the final kill. I'm hunting, I'm looking for it. Ends up finding him at blue for the ace in the round. Metals, man, the step up in search and destroy, it's been paramount to their success, and they've been Surging now.
Welcome to the stream in the winner circles. We have Metals once again. Metals, how we feeling tonight after the win over Minnesota? You are now 40 points ahead of 9th place.
We're feeling great after this win, you know. I mean, it was a chance decision match, so it was great for us beating them.
For sure. Metals, I want to ask you a little bit about you as a player, because I feel like you have these really good series and it's just kind of we're missing maybe the consistency and kind of what you plan to do for that moving forward, and also maybe what your role is on the team, because the other three are really fast. The entirety team in Miami is really fast, and sometimes maybe it feels like you're kind of the guy stuck going first.
I mean, yeah, I've been inconsistent this year. I'm trying to fix it. I think I've located my problem and I'm trying to work for it. But I think the game has a lot to do with it. So yeah, I'm trying to fix it. Yeah.
Metals, talk to me about the improvement in Search and Destroy. I mean, that was like the bane of your guys' existence all year long. You bring in Super, obviously he's insane in the game mode, but I feel like not enough people are talking about your improvement in that game mode as well. So talk me through what you guys talked about or fixed.
He's just Super. He's the brain of the team on Search and Destroy. He call outs everything, and also our coaches have been putting a lot of work on S&D and they help us a lot. It's not even just myself, you know?
Yeah. Well, you guys are looking good, man. Congrats.
So
Metals, you guys finished 4-1. You are guaranteed a top 4 seed. Is there anyone in particular you want to play at your home major?
Toronto Ultra. I want a rematch from yesterday. I played shit yesterday. I want a rematch.
We would love that. All right, best of luck, Metals. We'll see you down south.
Thank you.
Metals and crew will be hosting Boca Raton. It kicks off on April 24th. But after this, we have 6 more matches in the CDL Major 3 qualifiers. Number 6 loaded up. It could be good.
5 more.
LAG, Toronto Ultra.
Inside course game.
Come on, baby!
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Can you even believe this place?
Sit your slimy ass down. The sizzle sells itself. Someone give me a 10-gallon hat. I'm going full cowboy on these bastards.
You're not sure you have the right floor?
It is so nice to meet you face to face, Plate.
me, fine. But you cannot trust her.
The 2025 LAG Team Pack is available right now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon camo to assert your royal will in the lobby. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Yesterday, they looked like the best team in the game. Guess which talent said that comment about Toronto Ultra, Allie?
Did I say it?
Nope, it was Ant. Yeah,
I don't think I said it.
He was loving this squad. Ant, let's start with you. Why is Toronto Ultra looking like the best team in the game?
I mean, even though they haven't had the greatest split in search and destroy, I still trust them in the game mode because of the players that they have. And their hardpoint improvements have been ridiculous. I mean, you're 6-1 in the game mode. This team, you're seeing like the best version of Kleenex that we've seen all year long. And with Beans and Joe Deceives being so consistent in the slaying department, like they can beat anybody. You see their schedule so far. They've beaten Atlanta FaZe, they've beaten LA Thieves, so they like answer the question if you can beat top teams. And they not only did that online, like they beat LA on LAN as well, right? So we know like matchup-wise, at least if they have to play LA on a Sunday, that they feel comfortable in that scenario. So Toronto right now looking like one of the teams to beat, if not the team to beat going into Major 3.
Well, to the point that you just made about their search and destroy, the reason why it's so bad this split is because they're trying really hard to add dealership to their map pool. They've played it 3 times, some of the most that we've seen out of all the teams, and they're sitting at 1 and 2 right now. They've taken a huge dip when it comes to the defensive side of things for search and destroy. They're the 10th overall retake team in the league right now, so they are really struggling on these new maps when it comes to search and destroy.
And this is the series to test everything. Right. You're playing LAG, like try a rewind, like maybe play some Hasi hardpoint. Like this is where you throw everything in the series that you have been struggling on or want to play at the major.
Are you saying because you're 3-1 and it doesn't matter you're guaranteed winners bracket, or LAG that bad?
Both.
We'll talk about Los Angeles that just got wrecked 3-0 by LA Thieves yesterday. The Gorilla Mates have been searching for answers. They bring in some fresh faces, still the same results.
For LAG, it's hard because they've kind of had a harder schedule too. Like you go up against LA Thieves, talking that's top 2 team. Go up against the Boston Breach, they're looking top 6. Go up against Vancouver Surge, they're looking top 4. So it's been gauntlet after gauntlet match for LA Gorilla Mates, but like you're not finding success across any category.
Yeah, I mean they're 4-19 on season, like match count. Like it doesn't matter how hard the schedule was, regardless. Like this team has just been getting smoked. I mean they're 11 loss streak and hardpoint. You just got C1 go through the hoop. You know, for these guys though, I mean, you got nothing to lose. Like, you're just trying to play spoiler at this point, right? Like, you're starting in the loser's bracket, just trying to beat these teams and get some confidence because an upset would be a huge dub for them.
Guess what their last win was?
Yeah, actually, can you tell me?
It was against Vegas on March 9th. That was the only win in their last 10 matches. LAG not only struggling in overall 4-19 match count, you look at the maps, they used to be over 50%. Yeah. It's now 30 wins to 59 losses.
I think at this point, if you're LAG and like you're Gataga, you're trying to evaluate what talent you have left on this roster to see like what you can build around. I mean, we're kind of seeing it like with Vegas, what they have done in their camp is like they've overhauled it, and now you're putting some vets around Exit to see what he's made of, see if Pred can be a leader. And like I feel like for LAG, you got to be doing the same thing in terms of Kismet. Does he have a place on this roster going forward in the rest of the season or into next year, right? So a lot of evaluation will be happening. These players will be playing for their futures.
Our production team would like to go home tonight, so they're forcing me to tell you about the maps and modes.
Forcing?
And there you have it.
Hacienda Rewind, Protocol Vault. Hacienda, believe it or not, Allie, this is my sponsored segment where I give a shout out to the best controller maker in the game, Scuff.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I use the Scuff. I love Scott.
We get to see Rewind. We haven't seen Toronto Ultra play it yet. I think this will be great, just seeing kind of where their map pool is at, search and destroy wise, heading into Major 3. I think a lot of the opposition will probably be watching the series for that alone. But side of LA Gorilla Mates, you don't have a lot to work with. Hacienda 2-5, Rewind 0-2, Protocol 5. Like, you don't got a lot to go off of. I'm sorry.
That's a lot of numbers. Were they good?
No.
No? None of them were good. Were they good enough for you to go LAG like I did yesterday?
Oh my God.
You won't?
I got tagged in the saddest fan edit I've ever seen in my life. And you know what? LAG?
Do it again.
Fine. This is your last chance. I'm going with LAG in this series.
Baby!
Do not get mad at me if it doesn't pan out and I don't pick you again after this if you don't win.
So was that like a sympathy pick or I'm allowed to be mad at you?
I'm allowed to be mad at you, and I'm putting my trust in you one more time.
Okay. Toronto Ultra for me. You said they were the best team in the game yesterday. I will take it.
Yeah, I'm going to go Toronto Ultra. I don't think I've ever picked LAG all year.
That's
legitimately.
Howie, you were so close to catching up, and then you went rogue.
It's okay. I'm not going to change it.
Gataga's my boy,
I'm not
too.
going to
I
change
feel
it.
so
Did I
bad.
just get a whisper in my ear to tell it?
Like, your team is kind of buns, dude.
Maven, Merc.
Okay, let's do it. You guys are having fun. We're going to have fun, too. About Ultra being the best team in the game. Listen, we've cast a lot of them this stage. I feel like we've had some we didn't. This one we've cast like 4 out of 5 of their matches. They have looked really strong. You and I have had multiple dialogues about things are kind of all up in the air right now.
But just about who's going to win the next major?
Yeah, who's going to win the next major? But it's like interesting for Ultra because, yeah, like Ant said, like their search has been lacking a little bit, but he's not too worried about it.
Right.
I asked you, like, how many times in the past, like, have we had 2 search maps go out and 2 come in at the same time? It can't be that many times. I feel like it's usually 1.
It's usually 1 like per stage
or something like that, but not like this where it's
that to it at a time.
It's 40% of your map pool out. Yeah.
So I guess, yeah, it's one of those stages where I guess if you're going to be a little bit poorer and search and destroy, let it be this one.
Yeah, no, let it be this one. Especially they're the team that hit the hardest by it, like, right?
I mean, record-wise, yeah, they didn't have like a ton of reps on both, but I think they were like undefeated.
I guess that's what I was thinking.
It was like 4-0 or something.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about, the fact they were like undefeated. But it's interesting because like they've been doing so well in the respawn search, not as great. And then like Miami, another like top team right now, their search has been awesome. The respawn's been kind of hit or miss. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'm excited for the major. It's going to be awesome to see how these teams perform once we get to the LAN. Lots of teams working on prep, especially when it comes to the search and destroy, working different maps into their map pool. For Ultra, man, they have been looking so good, especially their hardpoint has been remarkable as of late. This is gonna already my brain's breaking.
Why? The purples?
Yes, like Ultra should just, listen, I'm gonna make a rule. FaZe is always red, Optic is always green, Ultra is always purple.
Well, not in this one.
I'm making that rule going forward.
I don't know who controls that,
yeah.
So you're screwed, buddy. So if we say the wrong team a number of times, that's what it is.
Good team gets their main color. Bad team does it. Okay?
I mean, you're telling the wrong person.
I know. I saw purple. I saw purple and it wasn't Ultra. I was like, oh. But no, they do have a lot of white in their jerseys and stuff, so maybe I'll be okay. But you know, these befuddle me sometimes in my old age. Johnny is befuddling them. I thought he was about to get 3 from the hard point. That would have been naughty work out of him. But now with the P2 popping, early control, I had to pause for a second. It's going to be the LAG.
Oh boy.
I'm screwed. I am screwed.
Yeah, we apologize for whatever is about to happen over this match. But LAG, a great start. Nice time. Johnny able to find that 5 spree on P1 and makes it an easy rotation. Well, now you're going to get pushed on forward. You go 2 for 2, but you have the close spawns or closer spawns, and Lunars is going to win the gunfight.
Lunars will win it. Now, Johnny, maybe taking a route to disrupt stuff. Nearly, okay, I would say nearly awkward. It was awkward. Kismet, 4 in a row, 5 in a row, 6 in a row. Just taking down everybody. Players tagged up, and then he's just going to sprint out with his knife and get gunned.
That's pure bait right there.
Yeah, pure bait, but maybe it should be the other way around, as he was on 6 in a row.
Yeah, he's just not thinking about that, I suppose.
That's Kismet, though. He does it all.
He does do it all. And now you see Johnny maybe finding a route, trying to get behind enemy lines, and Lunars continues to win it. When we watched LAG yesterday, the best game mode versus LADs, where they looked competitive, was the hard point. Right now, they are in control of the map.
Yeah. No, the others were not good, but the hard point was solid. You and I've gone back and forth about that with new teams. Sometimes that'll be where you'll click will be the hard point. And, well, clicking so far in this, maybe going to catch Ultra sleeping. Lunars continues to fry. Now up to 7-3. Kismet first to double digits. Fellow next up into a gunfight. And, well, he can't deal with both players. Still inside the hard point and battling, though, will be LAG. So far, so good. Build up this lead as much as they can as the wall bang rings true.
Yeah, they're able to find 3. Still 23 seconds here. And then look at number 3, Fellow. Does he want to rotate? No, he's going to try to pinch this maybe one more time to secure this from balcony. I lied.
You did lie, Joe. That's okay.
It wasn't my fault, though.
No, that's true. Still a liar.
Yeah, Rock got smoked out.
Rock about to pop, and early on the rotation again is going to be LAG. They've got numbers there early.
Good job with the purples, Maeve. Locked it in.
Yeah, no, I'm trying. I really have to. Woo! No wonder. I got to turn the air on too, Joe. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay. It does you very
I wonder why I'm sweating already. Okay. I always rely on the desk talent to turn the air on as they head out. Our little portable AC. They let me down this time, Joe. I'm going to blame
Ant.
I'm going to blame Ant. Yeah. Probably couldn't see it because he's half blind. Chipping away at this 70-point lead. Ultra trying to get back into the fight. Joe Deceives been the multi-kill warrior these past couple of weeks, but he's going to step on Kismet's head and not be able to locate the kill. Kiz and Co. in and battling, and Kiz might have just brought 99 Kiz into this because he's 15-6, basically triple positive. Him and the boys are frying. It's just, can you keep this tempo? Can you hold on to this lead? Because you have to imagine, as good as Ultra have been, at some point, they're going to make a run.
And Ultra have been susceptible to this at times, right?
Slow starts.
These slow starts.
Yeah.
Especially in matches, I think, where, I mean, they are expected to win. Sometimes they play below their level. But LAG, again, they played good hardpoint yesterday. Just not able to close it out versus Thieves. This time, though, they are in control. They have the side of the map that they want for P1 and P2.
They haven't really been susceptible to that as of late because those are losses against top teams. But like, it was enough that like Ali asked Kleenex that question in the interview, like with their win the other day, and he was just sort of like racking his brain for what the loss was. I think he ended up saying Seattle. He got a little confused, but Surge was just a loss they had at the major. But yeah, I think during stage 1 and stage 2 qualifiers, definitely played down to the competition sometimes. Lately, not really been a thing, but right out here, dude, we are getting deeper into this, into our second set of hard points. You've got 35 total points.
And I mean, we've wanted to kind of see this from Lunars, from Johnny. You're seeing a great map here, but maybe the chance for Ultra. They're going to find some kills. It's in a secure rotation for P2. Still 10 seconds before this pops, so that will allow LAG to start to work up the map. You'll have a very quick first push to see Kids start to swim.
And this could be everything in this sense. You get the 60 for Ultra, you're right back in this game. An early break, and wow, you might be getting mollywopped. Ultra in trouble. Kismet gets 2 on the route, and the instant break, 100-point advantage and growing. And that certainly wasn't the 60-second hold-in dream I was trying to sell for Ultra.
Yeah, still break in. You have the close spawns. You dealt with Johnny on the pitch, but Lunars is piecing up. Fellow with the headshots. That's going to be all 4 dead. You know where they're spawning. And Johnny's going to push on through, able to find those kills. Know they're spawning well side, and now you can already start thinking about P3. The way this is playing out, what a fantastic game from all 4 members of LAG.
Oh, yeah. Full-on team effort. Fellow gets buried by Joe Deceives. It's not really going to matter too much in the scheme of things, but they'll get these 10 seconds. Well, it could if they get those seconds and win rotation, but they're not going to have any numbers now. The only person going to be there early is going to be Beans. Lost his 2 teammates. Beans simply too much to deal with, and he will drop. Another early setup to LAG. Mounting pressure on Ultra to get in and get some time. Otherwise, what looked like the easiest of 3-0s for a team like Ultra, we might be going a little bit deeper in this series than we expected.
Yeah, you kind of saw there was like a series of tweets from Mark to be. He's saying the boys are locked in. We've been putting in a lot of work in scrims. Results have been better. Just got to trust the process. And this is a great showing today.
It certainly is. It certainly is. Still racking up the time, nearing that 200 mark. Kiz continues to be terrific. Up to 23. Give him another one. Nice little jump shot there, and he's on 5 straight. 24. Teammate looking over him as well, and now, well, this will definitely be the backbreaker. If they get an early break into Rock. Ultra only 59 points.
This should be an ugly one.
Yeah, this might be one of the ugliest we've had on the year. And now for Ultra's like, can you at least make this respectable? Can you start to get something going, or maybe we're going to be discussing servers after this. I don't know.
Shawnee, again, he finds the first 3 to lead to that break. Kiz is still on 6. He's got a Hellstorm now. So if this ends up getting... He's just going to use it now. He's going to use this now and try to just put this away, try to deal with this push.
What do you do if you're in garage right now? Good luck. Like, you're not going to be able to apply pressure. Soars it in, hit Beans, no opening to get in. 15 seconds needed for the W for LAG.
Hello.
Gotta go. They're able to contest for now, but Johnny still battling in the point. They'll clear out the contest.
Done.
And this is over. This is, wow, an ass spanking. His LAG. Okay, I take it back. They deserve the purple. They deserve the purple arrows, Joe. They just lit them up in map 1. And that might be, I mean, that is, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. That is their best map win as an organization on the year.
Yeah, I'll take it.
It's got to be. It's got to be, right?
I mean, it's one of the best of the year period.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Of the year period.
It's got to be. I have no data to support this in front of me, but it's their best map win of the year.
The boys are smiling, and you love to see it.
You do. You do. Finally, something to smile about as they just dismantle Ultra. And now more pressure Ultra because the search hasn't been as good as of late, at least within this stage. Yes, they can win it in any way against even the top teams, but you get put into a little bit of a hole here because you get smoked in what's been your best mode in Qualifier 3. And now you're going to have to bounce back in the search and destroy, but what a performance really from everybody on LAG. They came out guns hot. I mean, they held 3 players below, like basically held the whole team under 2K damage.
Yeah, I mean, Johnny right from the get-go gets them going, then to follow that up was Kiz, but they just played clean, fundamental COD to kick it off. I mean, you get the map flip, you lock down the P2. Everybody was going on sprees, and they just never allowed that chance. I mean, there was the one chance maybe at that second P2 for Ultra to get back into it, but you won it from the front.
No, you absolutely did. Yeah, I think that's when I was like, this is your chance. This is when if they would have got that time, it would have been like what, a 100 to 130 type game if they were able to hold, but they weren't. Actually, they've been turning into LAG, kind of extending the lead. Just dominance from LAG from start to finish, and yeah, where we thought for sure there was some moment Ultra were going to have a spark. Never happens. It's not that they were flatlined; they were a flatline.
They were just dead from the get-go.
Yes, they started dead. No pulse.
We need a server change now.
I would not be surprised. I already spoke that into existence in the map 1. I was like, why did I say that? Because we've casted 4 Ultra matches. You know, we've had a lot of fun with 2 of those as we were hopping all over the place. We'll see if that's the case here, but hopefully we're just going to continue on and keep on fighting. Rewind going to come up next. Yeah, definitely one with what we talked about with Ultra, trying to get that into the mix. I mean, they just have to expand the search map pool after losing 2 of ones they're undefeated in. So we'll see them get to Rewind, and this is one I got to think maybe a chance for LAG to catch them.
No, that's it. Yeah, 100%. I mean, you win that map number 1, you win your map pick on Hacienda. Look, darn good doing it. And yeah, you want to work on your map pool? We get it. You're in a better position than us. Do whatever you want, but this allows you an opening.
Dude, Allie's in there vibing right now with the pick. I thought it was a horrible pick.
Well, she's trusting the process.
Trusting the process right now, and trusting Marky B and the boys to get it figured out. But can they do it in the search and destroy as well? And here's kind of the search and destroy struggles we're talking about. And 1 in 3. It's not like you've got to.
I'll be honest, you should change this from stage 3 to the year, and it'd probably be around the same thing.
What, search?
Yes, S&D woes. That would be a big part of it.
Yeah.
For their year. I mean, how many, like, round 10 or round 11 losses do they have?
No, true. Honestly. I'm going to be honest with you, Joe. Can I submit it?
Yeah.
I thought we were talking about Ultra. Because we've been talking about Ultra's S&D struggles this qualifier, and I saw purple. I saw purple and just thought it was Toronto. Then you started saying the whole year. I was like, what are you talking about? And I looked back at the graphic and was like, oh.
No, we're talking about these 4.
Okay, yeah, that's my bad. Gosh, just it's going to happen multiple times this series.
We got to get you 12 different colors for the teams. Yeah.
Yes, please get me 12 different colors. That'd make things way easier. Holy hell. Well, looks like we're getting right into the map 2.
It's a good sign for us.
Yeah, it is a very good sign for us. But yeah, you've had the S&D woes like you saw there for Gorillas, but not been the best S&D stretch for Ultra either. So not sure what to expect out of this one, but I think a good chance for LAG to take a 2-0 advantage, and heck, maybe they're going to find themselves winning a series.
Yeah, I mean, what, for Ultra, 2 and 4 throughout this stage, and you throw the loss into Boston, But
yeah,
it's just one of those things where, it has been their go-to game mode on the year, but with the map pool changes and they're in a position to try some stuff out, they're going to work on some Rewind.
Into rewind. We'll see what the first look looks like for Ultra. As they start to work up on A and maybe working their way through. Number 1 and Johnny.
Yeah, it's like a two-man game trying to work number 7 in Insight. He's hoping maybe Johnny just sneaks on through. You see Insight looking for it. The rest of the Ultra just going to work towards the A bomb plant sooner or later, but everything should come down to this, and Insight's so weak. Now going to get hunted.
Push it. Yep.
Is someone going to help him? No. It feels like you have to be proactive elsewhere on the map then. And instead, they're stagnant, and they're just going to get picked apart.
Yeah, that looks like LAG prepped for that. I mean, great isolation work onto Inside. Joseph's going to plant this, have to pull off a wondrous 1 versus 3, but best of luck. He's got a sub, and he's got some tough gunfights. That was probably the most winnable one he was going to have, but Johnny will take him down. Retake easy for LAG, but yeah, not able to get to Insight and help him out. And I don't know how long he felt the pressure. Like when we hopped to him, might have been the first time he'd really taken shots. Like that might have been the first game.
I mean, it was right from the get-go. It was a two-man game through Burger. I think he spots it. At least he spots one of them. So maybe.
Yeah, I guess I don't know how long he was like dead to rights. Like that he was like kind of getting pension. I don't know.
Yeah. Felt like it was a long time from my point of view.
It seemed like it, but I guess I feel like there would have been help at some point if that was the case. But there was nothing he could do. Nothing he could do. And Johnny ends up with 3 in this. Okay, so now LAG. Oh, Johnny nearly picked instantly. But it's actually Kleenex that will get the first blood onto Lunar. So numbers now to Ultra. Johnny's streak comes to an end. Inside able to connect from the dumpsters. Kiz, maybe his chance to be the hero. Last up, not going to happen so far. Defense rolling.
And that was just pure aggression through the A bomb site from Ultra, right? The SMGs get going. Insight's watching outer towards dumpster. He's locking that down, but it was really just Kleenex and Joe running through the A bomb, finding that first blood, and then they just use their numbers to collapse on the rest of them.
Beautifully done. Now we'll see if the offensive setup for them looks any different this time.
Yeah, we'll see if that's sort of the default for LAG, like if they want to continue to put pressure on the player on the flank, or if that was just sort of a first round.
Opening look, yeah.
Yeah, keep them on their toes for the rest of the map.
Insight going to be playing from the same position. Setup looks pretty similar for Ultra, at least on the offensive side. And yeah, change now for LAG. So not the deep pressure to the flank. More of a group up trying to stop this plant from actually coming in. Johnny wants to go.
Good nade.
Nade hits him, and he's weak as he goes to Chow. Kismet ready and waiting, though, for the push through the door, and Kleenex out of this. So 3v3 as you swap over to Fellows POV. Take some shots, I think, from Diner, but able to back out. And Joe Deceive swings on 2. Fellow now, good luck. 1 versus 3. Not going to be able to wrap out of this Ultra hold.
Yeah, and Johnny gets a little bit unlucky because the first stun that was thrown in a misses from Joe, but the second one from Beans when we were in that free cam actually hits him. That's why Beans starts to load up that nade. Gets ready for the push, just bounces it right off that wall, and then, yeah, just sort of some openings for Insight. Then Joe was just ready for that next push from the outer side of the map.
Excited to see what Ultra is going to continue to show us just on this map. They need something like a rewind. We see a lot of dealership. They just love to have rewind. Maybe in their bag of tricks as well when you come to the major. Joe Deceives is on 5 straight, but Johnny will see his eyes for now over the A site. Kiz will have bomb and just tucked away for a moment here while his teammates get info.
Yeah, he's got to be careful because he does have the bomb, right? He's just all by his lonesome. Johnny now going to rotate over. It looks like they're just trying to find anything. Not to find anything mid-street or diner. But a much slower round here from LAG.
Joe Deceives just itching to go. Itching to fight, but biding his time, at least for now. RC car called in late. That's going to get blown up, and now with 35 seconds left, you got to try and get out the bomb. Kiz, though, through fire and flame, just trying to stay alive as he's taking damage. Getting through on the cross. Now, with trophy coverage, working the plant.
That timing's so good for Toronto as well. They're just going to work through Gen's side. They're going to catch Kiz right on this bomb. So Inside gets the first one. They know Kiz is weak inside of Gen's. They fly on through. Timing on point from Ultra.
Perfect, yeah. Kiz no chance to get off of that. Second the play is done, or right as he's about to finish, he's already got bodies in his face. Can't get away. That's now 3 straight for Ultra.
Yeah, and outside of the first round, a very good look.
Oh,
so
no.
far.
Honestly, I think I said like LAG looked prepped for this after the first one because they played it really well. And then, yeah, since then they've gotten smoked. Yeah. Well, it's just one of those. We haven't had a ton of looks at it. I mean, especially with these teams, and wasn't really sure what to expect. Look good for a second. And then Joe Deceives just hasn't died since. Neither is Insight. Insight literally died in that first round, has not died since. You have 2 players haven't died in 3 rounds, so probably gonna go pretty well. First blood, though, is going to be Johnny. I think his second one in this. And they could really use a round win, but still got Demon Joe up. And they want to start to work this outer towards B.
Johnny's by himself. It's really just, there's no one there to trade with him, so maybe a missed position there from Johnny. I mean, you earn the first blood, but then it doesn't turn into much. And now it may turn into a round loss. His fellow almost gets picked, but we still have a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, it's just tough. You love, get the first blood, get somewhere where you can at least trade and keep numbers, but just doesn't happen. To be fair, that's a great snap from Joe Deceives. That's an awesome gunfight win. And he keeps it going. He's up to 8 straight, by the way. Just take it over. His form recently has been so awesome to watch.
Him and Kleenex, I mean,
yeah.
Just kind of taking turns, depending on the series.
Yeah. Where's the punch coming from? The left or the right? I don't know. But they're both hitting you. Trying to bring it back to the 3 versus 4. And now they have numbers, and then they smoke them. Even 3 versus 4, it's clean after that. They don't lose a player after that. Perfect from Ultra. 4 straight rounds of dominance. What'd you like out of Ultra there?
I mean, it's tough because I think Johnny, when he's been active in sort of finding the openings, it's led to success. And I think when he's sort of nullified, you can see the team, they're not finding anything. So he finds the first blood, and I think he wants to continue to take more fights. I think that's just a situation there where if you're not going to have help on the slide through, I mean, yes, it's a good shot, but that's also a position they expect you to be in.
Almost like Kiz in the first iteration of the team where he felt like a lot of pressure to make plays in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, it seems that way for him.
Yeah.
Or someone's just got to help him out better from that spot.
Johnny maybe getting away. Yep. Nice little kind of bait and switch there out of LAG. They'll get another first blood, and, well, you get Joe Deceives out of it, which is a big kill based on the map that he has had, but you still just lost when you had 4v3 advantage. This one you desperately need to close out as the wheels have come off of this in the map too.
Yeah, so we saw the same setup last time for LAG. The only problem was the thing that's open right now is Gens. Now, you don't have the timing going to be hit. You see Fellow starting to rotate on over. He's going to spot that. So Kiz actually can't plant yet until Johnny gets in that spot, and there he goes. So nice little rotation there for LAG.
Now they got everything picked up, but working the map is Insight.
And this is what's so tough about it. Like, Kiz is honestly just worried to hop on this bomb, depending on the timing of it.
It's terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. And, well, Insight gets his pick. Now, what's the timing going to be? Last time they caught him perfectly. He goes to plant. They decide to swarm. This time he'll get it, and he'll get out. Ultra trying to pull off the 3 versus 4 in back-to-back rounds. Now clearing and looking to come out swinging.
Insight's watching this. Yeah, Insight's watching this. Great little pickup there. He's able to find one. Doesn't expect a second, though. Johnny's there, but it may not matter. They find the rest of the picks elsewhere. So it's all down to Johnny 1 versus 3.
Down to 2 now. Under 20 to go. Bean shuts him down, and it doesn't matter if Ultra have numbers, don't have numbers. The fact is they're winning rounds. And they're doing it from both sides, too. They could be down a man on offense, down a man on defense. It doesn't seem to matter. They are working as a cohesive unit. And, I mean, maybe the search hasn't been as impressive this qualifier, but, like, the teamwork has clearly been – it's hit another level for this squad. And are showing it right now. I mean, it's just hard to say that after the map 1, but
they're doing a very good job of sort of, all right, when we sort of rotate or shift this way, what is going to be open, right? So we saw it from Beans' point of view. He hops the wall. That gives Insight sort of the, all right, this now they can hit from Gens. He was able to pick it up. It's just good comms, nice teamwork. They've been doing it on offense and defense.
Yeah, I don't know if you could have the first 2 maps be much more lopsided. 250 to 60 or whatever it was, and now maybe an answer back from Ultra in a matter of 5 minutes as they are about to close this out 6-1 potentially. Well, It was a 4v3 for a moment. This time, at least you stay up 3v2 if you are LAG, so you retain advantage. But Joe Deceiv's insight, don't count them out yet. They brought it back so many rounds before, looking to do it one more time. They tried to hit it on the left side, maybe swing out and grab bomb if it did or didn't connect, but eventually he's going to be able to get it now, trying to pull it off 1 versus 3. Well, takes a little shot, position given up, and yeah, now you're dead to rights. So 1 round done. Got to win 4 more straight if you're LAG.
Yeah, nice little read there from LAG. Nice little default setup. They're going to push out, or maybe a quick RV hit. You had multiple members ready for the slide out. That time, yes, Johnny hits the first one, but we were there for the trade and the follow-up.
Yeah, finally. Able to get it down to a 3 versus 2. It seems to be so hard for them to just keep advantage to that point. Johnny, very vocal right now. Seems to be kind of the shot caller. Him and Kids maybe going back and forth a little bit as they get ready for the next round. I thought that was really cool to hear from
Metals.
Metals, by the way. I was saying, like, Super is just coming in with our shot caller. Like, that's, I mean, awesome. It's just insane to think that player just comes in, new guy.
Yeah, how different their search is.
No, it is. It's just cool. I don't think that's always the case. We have 1 new player come in. But there's the shot caller and Surge. We'll have the RC in play. Out of it now, but Kiz maybe in trouble.
Yeah, Joe's right there. It's not going to be Kiz that's in trouble.
Oh! Hold that!
Well, it keeps him alive, and it turns into 2 versus 2.
What an insane little sequence there. Yeah, now the 2v2 for the map. Lunars and Fellow trying to keep their map 2 dreams alive. So we'll slow down here for a second, but they'll get bomb back in hand. They got Beans holding close, just right at the dumpster.
Yeah, it's one of those plays. You are so split if you're Ultra. Now he's got to get out with his life. Well, he at least finds one. No. That is best case scenario.
Absolutely. Kleenex versus Fellow now. Under 30 to go. 1v1 for the map. You know, Fellow's got a great mind for search and destroy, and see if he plays and reads this right. He's doing the whole ring around the rosy. Wrapping the whole way outside A, back over to B, and I'll work to get the plant. Plant in, and now we extend this 1 versus 1 on Kleenex now. You saw Fellow has both weapons to work with. Nice snap. Oh, I thought it was a great snap from Kleenex.
Yeah.
He even goes, what? Like, he thought he like snapped onto him and then kind of snapped off. It felt like.
Then it's sort of the jump.
Yeah.
So the jump up, you see the aim get a little wiggly on those pillars, and Fellow has this sub. That is going to be the advantage in that range.
No, he snaps so well, like center of body, and then, yeah, I think you're right. It's just that little bounce with the jump. Just a little more severe in this title versus others.
Oh, it is.
I've been fried many times as a result of it. I'm just so used to, like, being the bunny hop guy. Like, it's in Warzone or something. Bunny hop. I'm like, okay, I just got destroyed because I can't hit my shots. My stuff's bouncing everywhere, Joe. I don't know what we're talking about at this point.
Happens at that age. It'll just get lower and lower.
Yeah. Joe Steve's on 10, though, and God, he was frying early. Trying to call game on this. I would say Inside exchanging some shots, but
that is an angle.
Yeah, it's an angle for Joe Steve's, and that's like his, what, 3rd first blood, I believe, in this?
You mean Johnny?
Or Johnny, yeah, so Johnny. That's like his 3rd in this. He's going to get another one onto Insight. 4 versus 2.
I'll tell you, he's like the lifeblood of their Surge right now.
Feels that way, 100%. Beans. 1v3. Beans should be dead. Too many targets in front of him. Now, what? 3 in a row from LAG. Once down 5-1. Battling back. And how, you know, I said, map 1 and 2 weren't close at all. Now a little bit different conversation here. Is they're doing what I kind of expected Ultra to do in the hard point. At least make a run for it. LAG, though, on the brink of maybe just stealing this whole map.
Yeah, and you just think if one of those rounds is a little different where they have the first blood, those 4v3s, there. Maybe this round or this map's done.
I'm pretty sure there were. It was at least 3, I think. Yeah. So they had first blood and lost it. And obviously, first blood not always everything, but
it's a lot of time, a lot of it.
Yeah, you know, it is. RC out, and who's going to be the first blood pick this time around? But they're playing pretty slow and passive because they're playing around info from the car from Fellow. Johnny locked in and dialed in, trying to tack on another first blood. Working up for an angle is number 6 and Joe Deceives.
Both teams are in a similar spot. They both had cars out, so like nobody really has a middle of the map presence. So that's why LAG's taking their time, but Ultra's not there. But this has been the issue, is getting this darn bomb down. Fella's like, fine, I'll just do it.
Yeah. He's like, kids, if you're gonna question it, I'll put my body on the line.
Yeah, I will
use my body. Fellow gets the plant, gets out. Now,
flank is wide open.
Retake chance. First blood for Lunars. The Ultra have another 3v4 in them. Well, now things unraveling. Is Fellow able to get the bomb plant in, then get a kill. Insight, though, trying to be quick here. Not quick enough. Fellow's able to attack in a second. Beans left all by himself. We'll see you later, Beans. No, right?
I don't know if that's because I'm not sure who was in the car. Maybe it was Kiz, but Fellow literally takes the bomb and is like, I got this.
Yeah.
And then he wraps all the way back, kills the guy on the flank, wins another one to give them the 4 versus 2.
Because I don't think he started the round with it. He picked it up, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. 4 straight for LAG. And if we thought maybe like the 250 to 60 map maybe broke the back of Ultra, maybe a little 1-5 comeback's gonna hurt a little bit more.
It's got a wow expression on his face. Did not expect this. He was in here 5 rounds ago.
Yeah.
Ready for halftime.
Halftime's coming just a little later than we expected. Johnny, another chance for a first blood. This time, good shoulders and a good win. Joe Deceives able to take him down.
There's no trade again.
Clean X is a second. Now this whole run from LAG maybe just imploded.
Didn't I just talk about their heartbreaks deep S&Ds?
Yeah, you go deep just to get your heart broken. Fellow Nate in hand can't do anything, just gonna get fried. Kismet had an incredible map 1. Why not? 1v4 for the map. If he pulls that off, I'm going streaking.
Be ready. Be ready for this.
He's just got zapped. Oh my God.
We're going to chase him. Joe's here now.
Go, Kiss,
he's elusive.
He's moving, grooving. Another one. Oh! Thought he had the kill. Under 30 to go.
Clint's ready. He's ready to just rip him off. Start streaking.
I'll get fired. I can't actually take my clothes off and run, Joe.
Should he hit the bomb down?
Oh my God.
This is winnable.
Kiz. For the 1v4 and the map.
He's played this so well. He's played this so well.
Joe Deceives and Inside are just hunting. Somebody's on it. Kiz is trying to check it. Sees one, knows he gotta go. Trying to get the angle. Oh, Lord, can't get back down. Inside trades it. Kiz nearly pulls off the unbelievable. That would have me sweating. My shirt was halfway off.
Woo! I just don't think he thought he should stretch it. He's thinking he has an angle on the bomb defuse.
Yeah, you see him like kind of wide peek and just
he saw the bomb drawn and in the back of his mind, he's just like, shit.
I gotta go. Yeah, I have to go. I have to go. Oh my God.
But I mean, I almost do it again. But just some of those early rounds where they had numbers advantage.
That would have been awesome. That would have been awesome.
And then in round 11, it's just sort of that's what Ultra did on their defaults, right? They just took A away. Like, they were so slow to take A. Dude. LAG.
Bro, what is
again?
Beans is one of the best shooters in our league. Dude, that gunfight win from Kiz was absurd.
Bro, I'm telling you, he has moments with an AR this year where I'm just like, bro,
dude,
I literally think he might try to be
jumped out of that
gunfight. He might try to be an AR next year.
Bro, like fried him. Because we had like the simple one before, which was awesome, but that was like a 10-second play, right? Like that just stars collided.
Well,
it all hit.
Cars blew up.
Yeah, yes, that would have been a different beast entirely. Yeah. That would have been awesome. Fact is, it didn't happen though. Almost a cool play. Does end up being one.
Still pretty cool.
Still pretty cool. Das, talk to us about still pretty cool stuff.
Your clothes are still on.
Clothes still on.
Yeah, that was
that's really cool, actually, for all of us. 4 match wins all season for LAG. They were looking on the verge of a number 5. Instead, we're looking split out. I thought you were crazy. They let me down so bad yesterday. I was holding a grudge coming into today's broadcast, but they showed up in the first hard point. But let's turn our focus to this game 2. How do you go up 5-1 and then allow LAG to take you to a round 11? Was this LAG stepping up or Toronto falling apart?
A little bit of both. I know you hit it on the fence, but I will explain. So from the side of Toronto Ultra, they were just used to, like, if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? So they just kept going with kind of the same game flow. The difference is LAG started playing more towards gas, and Toronto weren't really used to that. And for some reason, Fellow, I don't know what he did in that 30 seconds of time, but he went from having a really slow start to this game to not losing a single gunfight. So suddenly, you're getting this momentum shift in LAG, and if Fellow's winning gunfights, that's freeing up a lot of room for Johnny and Kismet to get more activated. And that's why we push all the way to this round 11. It's just unfortunate LAG kind of default again, where it's Johnny and Lunars fighting these double doors towards A, force Kismet into this 1v4. And oh my God, he almost did it.
Yeah.
He almost did it.
I mean, yeah, I like what you said about Fellow in that. I think he had a couple of huge offensive rounds. You obviously have the huge 1v1 against Kleenex where he like re-wraps, gets bombed down, and looks for the fight. And then the very next offensive round that they got to where he ends up just getting the bomb down, finding another huge kill on the pinch. Just some nice adjustments. And we've seen this twice now out of LAG where they just kind of adjust to what the team's giving them. Think about the Boston Hacienda map, right? So they're making some good calls, just not able to close it out here in this game too.
Toronto has taken down the best teams in the league. The one loss so far in this major qualifier, it was to Boston. It was 3-0. They fell apart after falling back-to-back. Now, though, you got some life going into the second half, and you can ignore what happened in this game 1, but show some love to the Gorilla mates. This was the best performances from the franchise this season.
I mean, they were on an 11 hardpoint losing streak. Like, they legitimately could not win that game mode. Didn't matter the roster that they had, and you know, right here, this was just them destroying almost every rotation. You seen Fellow rip people off of headies. The P2 was absolutely disgusting. I mean, everybody played so well, and then Johnny, just felt like early on, like Johnny and Lunars just started off so well, just set the tone for the team.
They have more kills now than they did all of yesterday's match.
It actually looked like the sub duo of Johnny and Kismet were on the same page throughout the entirety of that Hacienda.
It's wild stuff. We're having fun here on the desk.
Kataga's got to be feeling kind of good, right?
Right?
Like,
Vibes are getting higher. I asked, like, could this team somehow make it to champs? If they go on a magical land run.
Nope.
There was many
The
notes
math
in
is
this room off
there,
camera.
says Easy Mac. The math is there. It's really hard, though. Protocol Control, Game 3 is coming up right now. Allie, do you want to switch your vote?
No.
Good, because you're not allowed to.
I'm not, I never do that.
Maven's ready.
10 toes down.
I am. Oh, ow. Okay, my headset wasn't on correct. Now I'm ready. Hi, guys.
Yeah, we're having a good time.
No, we are. Listen, I've been casting now like 12 years or something.
Forever.
Yeah, and there's not. It takes a lot in like an online qualifier match to me be like twisted.
Yeah.
That had me locked.
You were locked in.
That was awesome.
Ready to
It was
run.
almost so awesome.
Almost.
It takes unbelievable plays. That was, whew, I think I saw like the Ultra tweet out. They tweeted like, phew. It was like, dude, they feel like they got away with one there because 99 Kids nearly just did it.
Well,
but,
it's also they blew a 5-1 lead.
Yes, for multiple reasons.
Also with that viewing.
No, but imagine, dude, if it was a 5-1 lead you threw and that play, that would have been wild. I gotta stop talking about that play because it makes me sad it didn't happen. All right, but we're gonna talk a little bit about Kiz and talk about this matchup as we get deeper into it. Get ready now for the control. Kiz, Joe Deceives, control over the last 60 days. Stats looking a whole lot.
Pretty similar. Yeah, and honestly, that's impressive for Kiz because one of the modes that, I mean, they've looked decent in, but you've just been such a struggling team. But the fact is, this guy's ranked 6th in kills per 10 minutes. Props to him.
Yeah, no, that's what we like. I know we both like Kiz a lot as a player. I think it's been tough for us to watch this year because, yeah, as much as I made the joke about how, you know, they were all Hydra's assistants and stuff in the New York team yesterday, like, listen, Hydra's incredible, and that team was awesome. But, like, Kiz does do a lot of the dirty work. I mean, he could be a valuable asset to a lot of, like, good teams.
There's a reason we call him 99 Kiz. He has these moments, dude.
Yes, when he is just the best. But this has been a year of struggles. I'm curious to see. I think when you have a year like this and you're a player like Kiz at this stage of your career, it's like, will he bounce back and be on top ever again? Is this the beginning of the decline and just the teams are going to be worse? I don't know. I hope there's more to his story. I do, because he is one of the best we've watched and had some of the amazing moments. Almost another amazing moment. But control in stage 3, sitting at 1-3. And for Ultra, I mean, the control hasn't been great. The search has been not the best they've had, but okay. It's just their hardpoint has been.
Yeah, it's tough because you've had 2 matches versus Thieves and FaZe where you've lost control, so that's probably your top 2 control teams, but you've won both of those matches. And you see they have 2 round 5 losses, then you just throw in the boss match. So it's one of those things that looks uglier than I think what it is.
No, that's true. That's true. That's good to break down. Again, especially with the difficulty. We talk about your qualifiers, and some are going to be a little easier than others. They've had some tough matchups in this one. Insight ready, though, for the Johnny route. That was Kleenex trying to do some damage on the other side of it. Number 2 and Kiz looking to get active on the spawn for Ultra. They haven't dealt with him yet. Windmills out of Joe Deceives is a no-aim assist to that close, and a little drop shot in from Kiz. And due to Kiz finding multiple kills, they've got them pinned in for now. Kiz is still there. Finally, they'll deal with him, but there's 45 seconds remaining.
And that's a big kill for Lunars, just to slow this down. We know what Ultra want to set up, try to get one player on that A point, another player pass in the house. So they do get top mid control, taking down Lunars. LAG to try to work the routes all the way through the attacking spawn and all the way through theirs, and they're able to find both those kills. Now just pinch towards the point.
I think they had to, they all spawned out. Like, they didn't spawn out A side. They were like, let's just push through and try to make the play. You know, a lot of times your opposite team trying to set that up, kind of with that A-side street pressure, but it wasn't really that. They just spawned out that side and like, okay, let's hit it and push on through. But man, now with how that surge played out, start of this control, this LAG team is playing Ultra very, very tough.
Had one player on it there for a moment, immediately taken off. So this is kind of your last go at it. And both teams are controlling their side of the map. Joe Deceives trying to get active, trying to find anything, and he's able to find the 2. What does this turn into? It's going to be a 3 dead.
Get down.
And now you're going to have to play the objective if you are Toronto, plus Kleenex finds the 4. So it came down to that 4v4. They're able to take it, and now you should have that extension. But a team nade, another nade lands. There's no trophy. They're going to go.
They're going to go, and maybe they're going to find an opening. Oh, no. Oh, no. On it for a second, but it's done. I was just about to say what a great job from Ultra. You were down like 5 lives, seemed like you were out of it, nearly brought it back, almost even the lives, and made the play on the objective. But then, yeah, I'm guessing Joe Deceives has a nade in hand, gets hit, ends up killing a teammate. No trophy there, yeah, exactly. And things fall apart. Because this play right here is what gave them a chance. I thought, if anything, you were getting all right, so let's see here. Yep. Okay, nade in hand. Oh, no, was it? He didn't get hit. That actually was a stick to the back of the head. Oh, that's, I mean, oftentimes we just assume it's a, enemy nade kind of hits while they're cooking one, but that was just
that's a tough one.
Benjamin Bean's noggin a little bit too big.
It's a backwards hat down the way.
Yeah, just caught that, and, well, that's what was the beginning of things unraveling. Kiz is right back to it, by the way. 11-4. He's had a great game 1, great game 2 despite the loss, and right into it game 3. Kiz feeling good.
Yeah, he's playing well.
Yeah, he's playing real well. Can turn into a series win, though. Trying now to lurk up this A-side street, and lurk he does. Gonna switch that right into a capture. He's probably he got to worry about both sides of this because he's got Joe Deceives behind him.
He's doing everything.
Oh, I saw if he got both of those, that would have been brilliant. Just kind of set up how much he has to deal with, and nearly deals with both. But so far, so good for LAG. I mean, you're at least not battling out of your spawn like Toronto was having to do early in it.
Yeah, I mean, for Kiz, the problem is all 3 of your teammates go down at that point, so he's just all alone in that moment. But still, yeah, you don't have any progress on any of the points. Just Fellow is out. Kleenex, he's got a sub, so he's not going to win that one. Beans is pushed up. About to have a 3 dead scenario. Can you do anything with this?
Yeah, you'd like to get something from a tick standpoint. Just something. Otherwise, like, you're almost guaranteed around 5 defense if it goes to that. Okay, there's some progress at least. Kiz, maybe making the play again. Positive 10, second bit of progress in. And where you're worried maybe you get nothing, now you've got the extension. A little bit of a life advantage to work with as well. Kiz has been opening things up, and what do you know? Open him up again, right onto the B point, but he's weak and has no help from top middle, so he's going to get dropped near on instantly.
Yeah, it's tough, too, because if he's able to find that kill, the other 2 players from Ultra across the map working their side, so they would be forced to leave that. Now they can control LAG's part of the map, and you kind of put them in this trap. Nice shots from Looters onto 1. Just playing slow, though. Knows there could be another one. Stun not going to hit Joe as he continues. Just play that corner down low.
Yeah, the timing of this is going to be tough. Yeah, he knows he might get pushed from his left as well.
Hello.
This is not the ideal scenario when you've got 40 seconds on the clock, and these are the type of fights you're having, and they continue to go the way of Ultra.
There's one man that can do it.
It is Kismet, the Bulldog. Ruff, ruff. Okay, I thought he was going to get across that gap, at least pause it for a second, but Kleenex's multi maybe nullifies the setup that they were about to get. And if they're able to trade out Kleenex, probably have numbers at least push forward, make a fight of this, but still maybe a chance. This will be your last chance, though. Got to get a body on this for the pause. Can Kiz be the hero? Well, he's going to slide out right onto a Simtex, unfortunately. Beautiful nade there. Last guy up is going to be Fellow, and he's not going to be able to do it. So can't bring it down to lives. Could get bodies on to make it a little more interesting down the stretch. Ultra able to hold on. But where are we at in ticks? Because is it 3-3?
3-3.
Okay. I blacked out. I couldn't remember how many Ultra got.
Wait, no, because he blew up on the. It was 2-3.
Oh, 2-3. You're right. I did black out. Yeah. 3-2. I was trying to remember how it ended. I'm like, why can't I remember? That was 2 minutes ago. I couldn't remember.
I'm the same way. It's okay.
Dude, sometimes I swear, like, we'll be casting, and I try to remember the previous round, and I start remembering, like, a round from another game of casting. It's happened before. I'm like, why?
But honestly, the story there is just Kleenex. I mean, there were multiple times when you had kids pushed up. He's just trying to make plays, but, like, Kleenex
gets a multi.
Yeah, just did not let them out of the spawn.
Just running over top mid. Let's see if he can get a little better of an offense here from Toronto Ultra. Nice nade to at least maybe keep himself up. Nice shots. Now maybe some pressure applied here. You want to start to work them out, maybe start spawning them over at B and just get a body on A. They'll do exactly that. The opening now for Kleenex, and you pick apart this defensive setup and slowly as progresses with one body on it.
Yeah, it's a much better start, though, for Ultra than what we saw in the previous round. It wasn't until, like, the 30-second mark. I mean, so honestly, less than that when they had to get going. For already 2 takes, you have 2 players on it. You're controlling top middle with the ARs. Joe's right back to the point.
Beautiful.
They have a 4 life advantage, and now 2 minutes to work with.
Yeah, way better than that first round. Okay. Oh, and Joe Deceives still loose as a goose. Oh, now a dead goose. Beans trying to provide. He's just thinking, yeah, thinking he got that kill, thinking about the next one. He's having a rough one. 8 and 14 out of Beans in this. He's just still, dude, he's still traumatized from Kiz zapped him in the map too, I think.
Is that what happened? Nightmare fuel.
Yeah, I think that was the biggest definition.
I mean, he's doing it again.
That's the definition of someone getting nuked that I've ever seen. I swear. I gotta watch it back, but I don't think he got the first like 2 or 3 bullets. I swear he just exploded him.
Pop.
Nice stretch there from LAG. Maybe their chance to pen people in because the only person out is going to be Beans. Well, Beans provides though. From the staircase here, minute left to go. You can't really play just the lives game right now because, well, you're pretty much square, but the fact is you only have under a minute to go.
Yeah, and LAG, for the most part, they're pretty much just saying, go for the point. We're just going to continue to control top middle and then get the angles onto that point if you put a player on it. So they're just winning all of the gunfights. Now maybe an opening. 2 going to go down, the other 2 across the map. So you see all 3 Ultra players flying up.
Flying up and trying to get to good positions here. And while the timing from Kleenex is brilliant, I think right as Johnny looks towards the staircase, Beans picks up the other one. Kiz tries to be the big-time player, able to get 1, but that'll be the last player now dropped in progress for Ultra. They've got, what, 3 bodies on it? Starting to move. First tick done. Second tick looming. Kleenex tucks away. Second tick is there as well. Inside just trying to hold the edge with the pistol. At least get some damage in. They trade out the kill, and that will be the round. No success in the opening offense of the second one. Fantastic from Ultra.
And you're right. It's all that timing with Kleenex, right? Because you have a 2-2 split. 2 players from LAG are off spawn. They're going to play the point. The other 2 are top middle. Just sort of waiting for those guys to get to the objective, get angles on it. But you're hoping for some trades, but that just doesn't happen. So then what happens, once you get 2 dead on the point, you're forced to move from your power spots. And you saw Kleenex just ready for Fellow on that flank. Then they have 3 players on it, round done.
Kleenex, you were highlighting the plays he was going to make on the defensive side. Doing it here, I mean, I don't know. He's just, since the beginning, I feel like he's been just making plays in control. I was still sure all the way back to Cold War, just some of the insane things he'd do on raid. He's got a brain for the mode and doing it here so far. Kiz trying to keep up the heater and maybe get his team to around 5, give him a chance to do it. And the difference if we go to round 5 would be that 1 tick advantage, that 3-2 we talked about earlier. If LAG can do this, they will get defense for that final round.
A better start for them too, off their break. But Joe's going to start to work the pinch. That was the issue last time on offense, was the SMGs just in their base. He's going to back up. 2 ticks is in. Now you have the ARs looking over you. And Lunars, well, it looks like that's going to be done. So
yeah,
pretty much same exact round, same exact start. But they're going to try to transition this a little bit quicker.
Oh my God, if Kiz stays alive there and also gets onto the point.
And guess who? Kleenex again.
Yeah, I mean, he's weak and stuff, but like, he gets there. That's it. Did Johnny's hip fire?
I don't really know what just that was.
I thought that looks so weird. I didn't even think he was shooting at first. I saw the markers pop up.
I know.
Yeah. That looked insane, right?
He's still alive, by the way.
Yeah, okay. He's, continue to move. Continue to groove. Now going to drop, but you still have bodies here. Kismet, inside. Fellow, holding top middle. Trying to stay alive and help. Not going to put his body on the point. Just going to be content with Lunars just frying them as they try to get to it. 1 more tick to go, and they've got the defense for the round 5. This has been
no way he's going to do it again, right?
A battle. Kleenex to be the hero. No, he's not going to do it because, of course, it's Kismet with the not a triple. I thought it was a triple.
Fellow's there. Fellow gets the last one, but he doesn't. He knows they're going to spawn close.
A lot of lives, though, Joe. There's 2 minutes left.
Hey, you never know.
I know. It's like I was getting all hyped over that sequence because it was insane. I looked at the clock. I'm like, oh, they got 10 lives. There's 2 minutes to go. Okay, well, hold up.
So you put a spawn trap. Dude,
hold up.
Toby is just.
Who is Kismet think he is? Okay, he's been insane, but he has dove in and fried a chair.
I mean, Kleenex is up to 32.
Four life advantage. 90 seconds to go. Oh. Not going to find the opening there.
I just run the other way from number 8. There we go. Yeah, ARs deal with it.
Yeah, just get away from Kleenex. Still up 3 lives. Pressure really on Ultra here to close out the map.
This is a tough spot if you're Johnny Chiz. Pretty much, you're just getting ignored. So now do I back up? Do I get on the objective? Do I help my teammates? Always a tough spot. The good thing is his teammates are finding kills. If they don't find kills there, I mean, he just is in no man's land.
Well, I think, yeah, they get some kills. Also, when he gets on the objective, kind of leaves his teammates getting some kills. A couple players turn to maybe deal with him. And we're going round 5. All right. Defensive advantage for LAG, or is it an advantage? I don't know, because they both just won an offense. But map certainly has played a little more 50-50 since the change. We'll see. Will it be Kiz on one side? Will it be Kleenex on the other? This was the double that nearly saved the round. But what? It was Fellow got 2 right after that, right? It was like 4 straight players got like a double.
Doubles?
Yeah. That was so funny because we were losing our minds. I literally looked at it, I'm like, oh God, there's still 2 minutes to play.
I think the difference here, like, can LAG just have a better break on defense? As you look at the last 2 rounds compared to the first 2, and it's just been, you know, the offenses were able to get some mid-map control, work A quickly, have 2 minutes to work with. Can they stop that from happening if you're LAG?
And just some subs. Popping off and Brian. I mean, Kiz's numbers and like Joe and Kleenex both 30+. Taking routes, closing gaps, frustrating the ARs, I'm sure. Here's an example of it. You got Kismet in your face as you're trying to hold multiple angles.
That's a big one by Joe. He's just pausing the clock.
Where did Beans go?
He made some mistakes. But it may not matter if you're down 10 lives in the blink of an eye.
Well, he's one of those. He's one of them. Johnny is on 6 straight now. Nice little finesse. Great movement there. Can't quite get away with his life, but still.
This is exactly what you want for your LIG.
So good. I mean, you've only lost 3 lives in this stretch. You scared Beans so much he fell off the map.
The only good news is that Joe was on B for so long that there was 45 seconds remaining. Right? If not, you're looking at like 20 seconds or so. And maybe you get caught in desperation, but they're able to take their time, work up the map, now get into their setup. They have 2 players on A.
Well, one now. It's Kleenex, of course, just trying to stay alive. Some help comes in from stairs. Kleenex is finally going to drop, though. They're going to clear this. That second tick was so close to being done. Not going to be able to finish it now. And this is a big gunfight because there's not many people up top middle. Fact is, Lunars does a good job staying alive until the help is going to come in. It's from Johnny.
Inside flanks, though. Inside goes underground, pulls out a sub.
Uh-oh. Inside the super sub. 20.8 now. 4 lives up is LAG. Now some time, though, to make this happen. Extra minute is in. Kids maybe just going to think about the spawners. Just wonder where they went. Gets damage into a couple, but not able to finish anything yet. All right, you've already got that tick on B. You've got bodies there. Well, you had a body there. I think it was inside this. Went ahead and pushed up, but he is able to get a kill. Beans gets one with a stun, for God's sake, because Kiz is so weak.
At least have him in map control. Like, they're trying to go. Ultra's trying to go. Like, they've had enough pressure. They're finding enough kills to get them out of their base, so they should have a chance at this. That's going to be 3 dead.
Gotta go. This is it. You just don't have a lot of lives. You got to take advantage of this situation.
They're finding kills.
Inside gets another one. Live differential to 3. Only 1 body on it. Make it 2 bodies on it. And you've got a trophy there for coverage. Make it 3 on it. Make it another trophy for coverage. Here we go. Contest is in. Massive gunfights on the point. Ultra, despite being down in lives, are bringing it back. And this one's done unless Kids can kill everybody, and he cannot. Ultra get it done by taking back-to-back offenses. And this is, for LAG, it's a frustrating couple of maps. Holy hell. I mean, yeah, you were down 5-1 in the surge. Like, you probably shouldn't have brought that back the way you did, but it's just the fact it's so close and it come up short. Then this one just so close, but come up short. It's been the story of the year. It has. But still, just because that map 1 was so impressive and the fight here, like, I don't, just this series alone right now is giving me a little more faith in them to maybe win a match at the major. Maybe not, but like, I believe more than I did yesterday.
No, you're not wrong. As well, I mean, Kleenex slows down and Joe just goes nuclear right there. He goes 39. I don't even know where that came from. He starts to match Kiz, but I just don't really know.
I think Kleenex were kind of toe-to-toe for most of it, honestly.
Yeah, but I just don't know what that last run. It was like 15-9, and I think Toronto just dealt with the players in their base well. They kept one up over towards B, and then it was just like 3 dead. They found 3 kills simultaneously, found the last one off spawn. And then it's just a retake over towards B, which is not easy to do.
Well, I think they had a 3 dead that kind of got them, out of spawn, honestly. And then another one to follow it up. Suddenly, the live differential was gone. You got bodies onto it. This is where Kleenex had a great little timing and set them up for success in their first offensive victory. But Kleenex and Joe Deceives, if we talk about the 1-2 punch ability of them, we're so good here. This sequence was insane. This sequence was insane. People are just flying out like bats. Doubles all over the place. You believed in LAG for a moment, but now belief may be dwindling.
Yeah, it was right around here. So you had one player pushed up. And when Johnny was in their spawn, they must have just dealt with him quickly. And yeah, just this fight over. And then you kind of had a 2-2 split. 2 players went up top, 2 players went through middle, but Ultra, they were just covering all their bases.
Yeah, and if you didn't have a player in like their house window, like Kiz, maybe he pulls off something insane and kills like 2 or 3 there, because he might have found it, but he just got shot in the back. So there was no real chance for the hero play. Just gets one and then gets dropped. But it's been a weird one. And it's a weird one in the sense we didn't expect it to be like this, in the sense the map 1 made not a whole lot of sense based on how good Ultra has been in the hard point.
Not photoshopped.
No, it's not photoshopped. And then the map 2 was, we thought a blowout for Ultra, up 5-1, but they can't close it out. Oh, they do close it out, but it ended up being really, really close. And then this one was amazing. So I don't know what this is going to be on the map 4.
This is entertaining.
Is it going to be, you know, it's, okay, this is, Joe and I came into this like
3-0.
expecting just this is like an Ultra 3-0 and I'm going to like fall asleep, but not actually. You know what I mean? Like this is going to be a 3-0 of all 3-0s. It has been, it's been fun. It honestly has been fun. Kiz and Johnny, what they were able to do in the map 1, we've been talking about Kiz's series because he has been terrific really across all game modes, but Johnny right there up the bat with him. I mean, they just, all of them honestly had solid numbers after the map 1. You usually do when you win by 200 points.
Yeah, right from the get-go. Yeah, Johnny sort of set the pace, then at the P1, then it was Kiz's turn at P2, using the AR, using the sub. But this should be a terrifying duo.
Well, I mean, that's what we hope. Yeah, had maybe the potential to be it. You know, the top of the show kind of talked about like SMG duos and where you're going to rank stuff, and I'm sure that fluctuates every week at times, but it's hard to put them up anywhere because they haven't found any success as a team. But it feels like when you see like 99 Kids and Johnny's potential, yeah, maybe some chances there. Kind of hope this team turns into something, or maybe you get the building blocks for the future. Ultra, though, they're going to be the ones now in the driver's seat looking to take the hard point here. They've been terrific at hard point outside of this series, really. Looking to close it out on Vault.
And they've had some strong Vault hard points recently.
They have. No, I mean, they can be. Listen, usually when we cast them, I swear, you say this every time we cast them on this, it's like, dude, if Ultra like did this one thing differently, they'd be up 200. Like, yeah. You've said that like every time we cast them on Vault because it's like, I don't know, one little hold they mess up or one little thing falls short. It just feels like that was like the blowout moment.
I feel like I say that a lot of Vaults though too.
That's true. That's true. But I swear for Ultra, you say it quite a bit more because they're just like a sliver away from being lights out. Kind of like we saw in the map 1 from LAG. Just put them away early, never give them a chance to breathe.
Yeah, a lot of the times that's just that P2.
Yeah, P2. I mean, it can be. Oh, God, it can be tough. It can. Even with the ideal setup, it can fall apart. Kleenex losing a couple teammates early, but popping, and I thought almost frying, but it takes too long to mantle for that fight win. Nice shots from Insight, though, with the pistol. Just clipping his wig as he tries to get safe.
Well, it just allows their teammates to get back. So it was looking like early time. Fellow Joe's maybe overchalls a bit. Goes for the pre-fire. Insight able to take him down. Then they can reinforce. They have P2 spawns now up to 10 seconds. See how LAG start to move up the map.
Trying to move, look for an opening. It looks like they're finding them. All Kids getting 2 will certainly help. Now, can they flip the map with about 10 seconds remaining? Now, it looks like all the spawns are going to come in safe towards the upcoming P2.
Kids is fast on this. Yeah, Kleenex doesn't even expect the first one.
Where do the spawns come in now? That's me the question. Okay, one's going to be all the way deep out towards Art for Ultra.
Splits.
And it is a split. One's a little closer to mid. They're going to reinforce this pretty quickly. But, oh, man, if you're supposed to be winning the fights with the 2 remaining players here, you might still have a chance to keep this a bit slippery. Just a one-on-one now. Still back spawns, though. Going to be here for Ultra.
I mean, honestly, props to Ultra for kind of containing that. The one player who spawns up close hits the back door, but he gets gunned right away. So then what ends up happening is the player that spawns out reinforces through the back. They get the close spawns. They have one player out towards the front, so great job by Toronto. Just the way they were kind of handling that situation.
Yeah, I mean, they had 2 spawn out. The 2 players had to hold for a while. Able to do it. Now building this lead. I mean, you already have almost as many points as you did in the map 1. Nice. Joe Deceives is.
That's a good point.
He's feeling it right now. He's only 6-4, but I swear, just watch his movement and centering. Like, guy's twisted right now. Twisted. Twisted Johnny's face straight off his head.
That would hurt.
It sure would.
You have to be very strong for that.
I was picturing like Hannibal Lecter.
Okay.
Just cutting it off, wearing it as your own.
My gosh.
All right. Why did they give me a mic? Well, Joe Deceives, though. Told you he was turned. I think he had 1 kill in a row when I said it. Now he's on 6. Absolute demon. As they continue to hold the P3. And one does slip through the cracks against Lunars. That's going to get through, though, towards Art. And the streak for Joe comes to an end.
Yeah, I think if there's not like 1 bullet through the wall there, that's probably another kill. That Spree's alive. You are starting to get some time if you're LAG. Fundamentally, though, Ultra in the spots they want to be in for this P4. CleanX just going to play it safe back all the way up.
Kiz still leading the way for his squad. He's done it throughout most of it. All right, opening now. This is your chance to do it, or is it? Because Joe deceives. I told you, the guy is twisted. He gets 2. Silences maybe the moment you would have broken through. LAG not able to do it. Now it's going to be another rotation. Ultra are ahead on, and yeah, you get a solid hold here. What? Up 100.
Are we gonna have a repeat of map 1?
We might, Joe.
Just flipped?
A little flip revenge game. Nice shots there by CleanX. But the other side's gonna be the fight. CleanX is gonna try and get involved. It's Kiz. Of course it's Kiz. It's maybe finding the opening. Dude, Kiz has been so good in this series. Now up to 12-9.
Yeah, he just plays his timing well, finds the first 2, waits for his teammate's side door, then knows the last player's going to challenge the back. At least we'll split the time, so very much keeps them in this game.
Yeah, instead of being down 100, you're going to be down like 20. That's a massive swing.
We're going to lose the final 10 or so. But you see what this does? So Ultra push up, look at number 2. Kiz actually spawns out, so he's just going to wait. He's going to wait and just kind of take his time. It looks like CleanX has an idea that this is a possibility, and that is just great map awareness, but you still get a kill if you're Kiz.
Yeah, I didn't think there was any chance he got a kill based on looking at the minimap and what CleanX was trying to do, but okay, Insight then follows it up with 3. Okay.
Dude, how Kiz is like always on a spree when he has an AR out. Insight is like always on a spree when he has a sub out.
No, honestly, it feels that way. I swear. You're like, all right, I get to play the different role for a second.
Yeah, both players are probably just like, yeah, this gun's a joke.
No, I'm sure.
The AR's a joke. The SMG's a joke.
Yes, that's the conversation all year round, 100%. Insight, though, he is having one. 18 and 10 out of him. Yeah, sub in hand. You know, we've kind of, it's kind of been a running joke throughout the years. He's been like a statue, right? He hasn't really moved much. But he gets this up in his hand on this title, and he'll get moving. It was Joe, though, back to it, that got 3 late in this hard point, and he's going to help set up the rotation for Ultra. But this does sort of feel similar to that conversation. It is Vault, but like it is just a couple of moments from Ultra being up like 100 plus, right?
Yeah, no, it is. Here's another chance. Maybe they extend that lead, but you're going to have pressure right away. Insight gets cut down with the ARs trying to find anything that they can, but LAG just right through the front. Due to the help of Fellow and Lunars.
Stunned, but somehow still alive. Slide forward, slide backwards, get back to full. Joe Deceive still here and trying to battle. Puts it, I think, some shots from Johnny, and it needed through. They're able to take him out. So LAG, who are trying to make the run and rally. 20 seconds remaining on the hard point. Need this map win to get to a map 5. Communication needs to be pristine. Listen in with LAG.
Back order. There's a lobby already. Hey, lobby, close. 2 lobby. One lobby again. Left side. Pull the left, boys. Absolute. Two lobby again. We'll look for 1. He already went bold, I think. That's one house. He's gone top. I don't know where they're spawning. Look for Johnny, okay? Yeah, 1 spawn old. That's Johnny. He's top goal, bro. Don't catch it. He's got an. He's good. Take your time, Jimmy. We're spawning out. There's 2 in gold. 2 in gold. One's dirt, 1 front gold. I'm ready to kill one close. I'm going to take a roll out. He's front, basically. He's open on me. Let's see him. Wait, open now, we kiss. And then when that close, go down. We go close. Go close, Jimmy. I'm through left, right? You're good. Gonna go con to time, brother, okay? Go kiss. Open up and Johnny. I killed 2. Against him, 1 mid. Johnny. I'm blocking. I'm running. I'm dead. We front gold. There's still dubs, guys. One's plants. Go and credit me. Okay, I heard you. Is that Johnny? Nice, good shit. Fellow and kiss. Can anyone get right cross? Yeah, I get the right. They're gonna play for right. I have the right. I'm not saying I'm vault. No, man, don't worry about it. I have dubs on now. One on me. Put pressure on if you need to. 1 out of home and you, bro. No, 1 plant. Oh, 1 shot. That's plant. We're looking for 1. Let's go. Look for. I'm gonna back up to goal. Get my right cross. I'm in the cross. There's 2 there. He's 1 shot. No worries. Hey, so we can front goal now. I'm just 1 out. Stop me. Look my scaff. I'm looking back. Scaff. What's your really weak, Johnny? Scaff door as well, bro. Hey, Scaff. He's on the Jeep. 2. 109. One right there. One on the right. We have your front door. Scaff on you now. Let's go back door. Back door. Johnny. 2 out, Scaff. 1 more. I don't see the other guy. Don't see him.
I told you it was LAG listening, and I absolutely lied. So since I'm a liar, we're going to give you a little double dip. Here's now the comps from LAG.
Nothing trying on old. One second. It's actually
White break, Phoenix. Phoenix is going to hit left. I'm trying to wrap. I will get left. Okay, I'm going to hold your catch on. No. Okay, I'll get this.
No one has P3 though.
I know. We're on here. No, I have a deep left pool. I have a cat. I hear you. I can cat. Stop single, okay?
To you. One more you.
Nice. Joe is here as well.
You one shot.
Joe single.
Ran away line.
Alright, he shot at Joe. He's still top single. Okay.
I swap P2, one's gonna be gunned.
Top cat. Two of them. Top cat. Money dead. Nice. 2 cat. I got real. He's cat still not trying.
2 top cat, 1's money.
Catch him up. You. No, he's one shot open. Nice. Get out.
Con. One shot. I'm seeing money. One shot. Con. One money. Dead. Clean.
On point. I hear you. 2 next to me.
I'm dead.
I send the left.
Nice, we can bang here.
I'm landing your open. Okay, could be close up. Nice, get up.
Count one. Joey, top cat.
Okay,
not jump off.
I can't
When do you get time, bro? I'm one shot, bro.
Could be close. I'm con.
Okay, one's cat. Money, bro.
Cat.
It's okay.
One ball. Money just holding. I'm trying to get time.
I'm about to hit the left.
Outer mini.
Yeah, I'll play for the guy.
Top cat.
Money still one shot. I'm one shot. I'm making away, bro. He's close on me. He's front.
I have in the pool and top single.
Pull the time, one shot. And they're hitting cat on me. Close cat. Peek two truck.
What's truck cut?
Okay, I agree. Yeah, it could hit our back.
No,
Okay. I've got
I'm about to shot.
I got needed.
Good, you
Help
can
me out of phone. I'm on shot. Once it, when
Short cut.
Yeah, I got stunned. I'm about to
deep
chop
elbow. I got one.
On point dead, one shot cat.
Elbow.
Nice. I got that. Yo, good fucking time.
They're calming and they're making plays to get in. Unfortunately, still down 80. They're going to need a lot more moments like that.
Honestly, though, like comms-wise, from one of the first times we've heard them, just very
solid.
Very, very solid. And that's a big part due to this man, Fellow. What he brings to the team, what he brings to the table. But they're staying in it. The problem is, they just lost, 2 P4s throughout this map. That's where Ultra has been controlling the map. They're right back in this sort of position. Jodeci is going to spawn behind them. He's going to have a free pinch on both.
Yeah, I was looking at the map. I'm like, he just popped right behind them, got a freebie, and now we'll see how things play out. Fellow's trying to cut the gap, get across towards a P4, maybe get better luck, but they got to get to the P4.
There's only a minute as well.
On the play clock, yeah, true. I even noticed that, so good call. Fellow gets in prime position and now disrupting the back line of Toronto Ultra. And he spawns him out, so that's an incredible play from Fellow. There's just still one player here to deal with, but he's flipped the map basically by himself. Well, now the inside's right next to you. His inside make the play to counter this. He's making it for right now, and oh god, everything Fellow did just got evaporated. Or did it? Yes,
the problem is though as well, like they haven't been on the time, right? Like Ultra, they're letting this go a little bit. You're gonna have one more push towards the P4. There's gonna be 3 players here from LAG. They're able to find one, so you at least have some presence. But again, if it's messy, this does not benefit them at all.
Yeah, no, they need like an early setup where Ultra's not touching the point type scenario. And even if they do that, they're still not in the lead. And there's 30 seconds on the play clock. But how clean can this be? They need it desperately. CleanX, though, trying to make it, well, messy enough. You need a CleanX. Shooting some toes. Not finishing it, but the mess has begun. His teammates are in, and every second that Ultra earns, every second that the play clock ticks just makes this more improbable for LAG.
Yeah, it's like you had the players there. The problem was, though, CleanX stayed alive in the back alongside Insight. That duo having a great little map here. Alongside Joe. Beans is just hanging out, and now he's watching the front cross, but they're able to break this P4.
Yeah, on 42. Just another one of those insane maps out of him. I mean, what was he? When we hopped to him, I say he was twisted. I think he was 5-4, by the way. 5-4. Ends on 44. A bomb out of Joe Deceives. A 3-1 victory for Toronto Ultra. Maybe this came out asleep in the map 1. Got to give some props to LAG, though. I mean, they played them tough, really, in the next 2 maps.
They were close to, I mean, 2 round, control round away, S&D round away.
Yeah. I mean, the chance was there, but it's just LAG all year.
One of their better looks.
Yeah, no, I think that's the best they've looked. Yeah, I do. At least like this unit, and well, maybe the rest of the units. They battle them. And yeah, maybe I'm putting too much stock in that map 1 blowout, but It's all about Joe Deceives late.
I think you're allowed to put stock in that. That's impressive.
You know how we were talking about like damage dealers with an SMG in hand
5,000,
earlier?
yeah.
Yeah, if you're hitting 5K, it's got to be an absolute unit of a map. Well, there you go. 4,700, 44 and 26. That is a unit of a map. Joe Deceives, absolute unit. And I mean, on the other side, Kismet, I mean, he had a good series individually, but just couldn't match what was going on.
I mean, you were there, right? It just, the P4s just hurt you, especially that second one. You were within 30, and then it just got ugly. You had 52 points on that second P4, and it's just such a tough hill to climb.
Yeah, big old hill to climb. I felt like they started climbing in this series. They started. We saw some brilliant moments out of LAG. I mean, some of the best moments we've seen. I mean, yeah, absolutely their best map of the year, I think, in that map one. Even if Ultra was slacking a bit, still so impressive. And yeah, opportunities here to win it. It's just tough to put stock in the opportunities to win it because that's what we've just said that 400 times for them this year. We have, but
401.
401, Joe. Hi, Desk.
Hey.
It happens, Al.
Hey. I mean, it was likely.
Oh, yeah. Forgot
It was
about that.
likely.
Super fan.
It's very sad. It's very
was-
heartbreaking. You know
She
what? They
was
got
pretty
one.
excited in the green room for a little bit,
I was
guys.
so excited. I
It was
like,
close.
oh my gosh, it's finally happening. It's okay.
And then it didn't. Toronto Ultra, one of the best teams in the game. We knew
Dang
that
it,
coming
Joey
in.
D.
They walk away
Not
with
that
the
one.
dub. Joe Deceives from ranked
The unbelievable.
to the top ranked SMG on the day.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so far.
Demon.
I mean, yeah, he's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, even in the search and destroy, went on like an 8 streak, just taking over. Yeah, I mean, this is a Toronto team. I said it, early in the search and destroy to Ali. I was like, it just looks like Toronto's kind of playing with their food a little bit. A
little slow.
Challenge. Just gonna have to slow it down and like actually respect their opponent. They started to do that, right? In the protocol, their backs are against the wall. They're down lives in that final round. Rally together, get a stack on the point, find the kills, and then we get to this vault, and this is where you saw the team diff, right? Like in the
100%.
preparation, how their approach to the game, like the prioritization of that P4, just excellently played. If you're Toronto Ultra, still looking good.
As far as I'm concerned, that map 4 was incredible by the side of Toronto Ultra. From the side of LAG, a couple of like obvious point outs is like their pushes were continuously staggered, and the reason being is because for a while Joe and Insight were guaranteed to just about every single life, and every single time LAG tried to make a push and they were on the back foot of Roto, they would lose the opening gunfight. You already would be down numbers, and they just could not get a team break to come through. So tipping my hat to Toronto Ultra, the team chemistry pulls through.
What did we say before the series, Chris?
Toronto's better than.
Well, we said that.
LAG.
But we also said for LAG, it's like evaluation of the players.
Yeah.
They're playing for their future. Somebody's futures feel a little secure.
Are you saying Kismet played really good?
Kismet is him.
Unfortunately for Kiz, the rest of his team wasn't with him. Let's take a look at your scuff point of the game. It belongs to Toronto because this is where you could have stolen the momentum, Gorilla mates. Instead, Joey D and crew taking over. Walk me through this round 5, Al.
Okay, so you see all of the pressure, right? All of mid-map is completely locked. Beans is going to start this cap, same with Joe. And the fact they want to offense is insane. So my biggest question right now is Kismet is looking for this flank, right? But the issue is Johnny and Fellow are already flying in. They've already sent the cavalry. So now Kiz is left on an island to essentially do nothing.
Yeah, the round is lost before that, though. Really, they had like a 6 life lead. Kiz is in their top base, and it's like people are just falling like flies. Like this is where we kind of need to rat it up, take our time, let him get the opening blood, and then put them in the blender. Just not able to do it, and that's what happens when you've had so many roster changes.
Losing is learning, and the man handing out lessons today goes by the name of Jamie. Insight, welcome to the show, my guy. Another dub as you guys finish 4-1 going into Major 3.
Yep.
How we doing?
Yeah, we do. Feeling good, a bit of a dicey series there from us, but we got the job done.
When you say dicey, what was that game one about? Like under 70 points is kind of wild, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess we were just asleep on the pads. I don't know. I don't know. There's not much to say about that when a map like that happens. I mean, yeah, we just got slammed.
Just move on.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine because y'all got your leg back with the overall win. Insight, as we kind of close out these online qualifiers, I want to know, what was Toronto Ultra's biggest focus during this split, and do you feel like you've kind of accomplished that goal as we head into Major 3?
Yeah, I mean, throughout the season, it's always been ups and downs in game modes, and I feel like the last major, our hardpoint was very 50-50, so we've been trying to knuckle down on hardpoint. You know, I feel like S&D and Control and LAN plays a little bit different. But, you know, we've definitely been like focusing on hardpoint to make sure that like our team works on point and comms and stuff like that.
#1 hardpoint team this split. It's working out.
Jamie, we've seen you beat Atlanta. We've seen you beat LA Thieves. And, you know, we asked Miami this question, who they couldn't wait to play, and they said you guys. Is there a team that gives you guys problems or a team that you're looking forward to getting in action with on LAN?
To be honest, not really. I feel like we can beat anyone on our day, but I'd love to play LA Thieves. I'd love to play Sir Scrappy. You know, it's my boy, but I'm going to have to sun him.
Have to sun Sir Scrappy.
That's insane.
We are here for it. Jamie, final thoughts as you guys head down to Boca Raton. What are you looking forward to most in Florida?
I'm looking forward to some sunshine, man. I mean, in Toronto, it's been gloomy all season, so a bit of sun, maybe, you know, just a bit of rays.
I'm starting my sunburn on Monday. I'll see you down there.
See you down there.
All right, that is
Stare
insight.
into the sun.
Toronto is cooked. Don't stare into the sun.
I'm telling you, that's how you get better at combat.
No, it's not.
I've been telling the AMP
I think
community.
you're going to get a lawsuit.
You
Stop saying that when cameras
with sunglasses, okay?
You and Giga can go do that.
Don't pull a Trump. We'll be back with the 4th match of the day. Atlanta FaZe taking on the Vegas Falcons. It's going to get spicy. Preds taking down Draza. I bet you $1.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Can you even believe this place?
Sit your slimy ass down. The sizzle sells itself. Someone give me a 10-gallon hat. I'm going full cowboy on these bastards.
You're not sure you have the right floor?
It is so nice to meet you face to face, Plate.
You don't trust me, fine. But you cannot trust her.
The 2025 Vegas Falcons team pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray to let them know who was here. It was a Falcon. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Started with common sense. They're gonna cry for acknowledgement. I got the team to conglomerate. Give it to Austin, not stopping it. I am the one, they not stopping him. No, that one is a different situation.
work is over. At least that was the thought coming in at the start of the stage for Atlanta FaZe. You're playing against the Vegas Falcons, though, who are starting to find their form. Let's start with Atlanta, who is 1-2 after falling to Toronto and Miami in both 4-game losses. Al, what's happening?
It's been weird with Atlanta, dude. They've had kind of a slip and slide when it comes to their hard points, and even their search is struggling just a little bit. I don't necessarily think it's because of the new maps added to the map pool. They only have 1 rep on that dealership, but as far as hard points concerned, it feels like their map pool has slightly gotten a little 50-50. Skyline, Hacienda, and Vault got handed losses to those during this split, and they've dropped down a couple statistics. They are the worst breaking team in the league right now.
We'll dive into some of the numbers in a moment, but Nameless, big picture here. How close is Atlanta to not starting in a winner's bracket? At 1-2, if you somehow lose today, is there a way you lose to Optic and finish 1-4?
Yeah, there is definitely a way,
world.
for sure. Because when you look at this Atlanta team, like, yes, they're absolutely phenomenal, right? And going in, you're always going to have them as a favorite. But the hard point has fallen off a little bit throughout this split, right? They've been losing a lot of them. A lot of them have been 200 points, 2 to 210 points, and they're still just losing it. They can't hold hills, right? So for them, if they lose today to Vegas through the hard point, then you go up against Optic. Optic could have a tweak game where they just run through you. It is entirely possible. So, winner's bracket on the line.
All right, lock it up for both teams. That is the thought today. Let's take a look at why it is so important, because your major 3 standings have a bunch of teams slumped at the bottom together. Number of teams at 3-1. We'll get to that in a moment. Vegas Falcons, though, in the mix at a 1-2 record of their own. Now, are they the real deal? Arcities and Priesta posted up from pretty solid numbers recently.
The Cell kind of like the story here. So they were already, their strongest game mode was Control, right? And right now they are on a 4 hard point winning streak right now. 4-1, top 2 in the league right now. Search and Destroy has been abysmal, essentially. That's a 7-loss streak. But if you get into the numbers, there's a few maps where they're pushing it to a couple of round 11s, a little round 10 situation. So they have the talent on the Vegas Falcons roster to win a Search and Destroy versus a team like Atlanta FaZe. I don't know.
These are now updated with today's results. You can see Atlanta and Falcons at the 8-9 spot. One of them is sneaking in with the dub into that top 8, almost guaranteed.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if Vegas could come out with an upset, say, listen, it sounds impossible, but they've been showing us something lately, right? Like, it feels like the energy on the side of, like, Predator Exton feels like they can get anything done. And when you look at how RCs and Priest have been playing in hardpoint throughout this split, it's not out of the realm of possibility.
I just got way excited. One of these 2 teams might not make it. They both might make it, one with a 2-3 record. Let's take a look at your maps and modes, because if I'm Clayster, I'm telling the boys, every single one of these maps matters. If it goes to tiebreakers, that map count comes into play.
You get Skyline if you're Vegas Falcons. You are over the moon right now. As map number 1, I don't know how I feel about it. I have talked about this before. I love Skyline for Vegas when it's later in the series, but regardless, you'll take the win where you can get it.
I will also say, dealership, like, I know that they've lost 2 of them, but they have some reps on it, right?
Yes,
so
that was a
some
couple
bot
round
to go
11s.
over. Exactly, Allie. So the start of this series, really, if you're Vegas, is when you have to get going early. And I can tell you, like, how many times have we seen a Skyline kickoff and Priesta just look like the old Priesta? That's like the map where he just loves to take over. So you have a great opportunity here. In my mind, this series depends on the Skyline.
Allie, give me the vibe check.
It's a locked-in vibe check. I don't think it's negative, but I think it's like a good, positive, locked-in vibe check for Vegas Falcons. On the side of Atlanta FaZe, though, they were giggling and smiling. That was pretty positive.
Yeah, Beezy is passing my vibe check today. I am going to be riding with Abe. Atlanta FaZe locked in.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Atlanta FaZe for sure.
Yeah, we sold the dream, but I'm going with Atlanta FaZe.
Game 4?
We sold the dream.
Let's go Game 5.
We're going to Game 5. I agree. Miles, study. Let's do it again.
Let's do it again. Game 5.
Unreal.
Jay, what do you think?
Jay, series
We're not going Game 5, bro. We're not going Game 5. If Vegas don't come out and win map number 1, they're most likely going to get 3-0. Because every single series so far throughout this stage, Atlanta do what they do. I know they've been looking a little shaky in their hardpoint game, but they choose Team B for a reason in the veto process, because they're able to choose their map 2, they're able to guarantee their control, and also have a bread and butter in that map number 5. They just got to lock it on their hardpoint. That is what his desk is right on. They have been lackluster in their HV game.
Well, good test of the HP game against the Vegas Falcons. Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, welcome to the final match of this succulent Saturday. This one's going to be a good test, Jay. Again, if FaZe are a little down, Falcons are a rocking hardpoint team right now. They are on a spree, a historic spree in the organization's short but relatively interesting history. But Arstes has been the man. He really was on their big win. Right back in the league and looking good indeed. Can they do it on Skyline? Ali and the desk were all excited about it, Jay, but how are you feeling?
No, I'm definitely excited that this is their map to start this one off because you got a lot of reps on it with this new Vegas look of a lineup. You've been feeling really good. You've been beating teams by more than 100 points, and obviously your most recent victory got you your first ever victory in the CDL versus Optic. So you're coming out the gate swinging. Atlanta FaZe on every other hard point, though, besides Protocol, is always about that 50-50 chance. The good thing for them, though, is every other map they suck at holding, they suck at breaking. But on Skyline, they're the #1 hold team in the map. So let's figure it out, Atlanta.
Yeah, we're trying, and we've got 3 down. Bread is on the prowl for Abizi, looking for his last man up. Reddit dealt with it. P2 spawns. Good stuff. Vegas Falcons. Hardpoint's yours. Whee! Oh, good stuff. The anti-air from Xnid. Sim doesn't even touch the point.
Doesn't get any better than this. Pred whipping out an extra AR. You have 3 or maybe 4 in the hands of all the Vegas players so far. And they've been able to dominate this P1, not allowing anyone from Atlanta FaZe to slip on by. But a couple kills now are starting to go their way. The break is able to come on in, potentially for the final 15. But Vegas are more focused on just staying alive on this side of the map.
Yeah, right now. Pred's staying alive as well. 5. Then he makes it 6-0 alongside his sub-duo Xnid, who's found himself a 2 spree as well. Off to a fantastic start right now, Vegas Falcons. You handled FaZe brilliantly on P1. It seems to be the difference maker for a lot of teams, Jay. I mean, if you can get a good P1 hold, get a lot of nice time out of that, it makes the pressure on that second point a little bit lighter. But for now, FaZe should have a clean break here. But Xnid says, no, man, thank you. Whoa, nearly gets the 3rd as well. That man is disgusting.
And Xnid finding that double gives his teammates opportunity with the map control that they already had to instantly be into the play. Even with Atlanta FaZe getting a couple players to spawn out towards the back still, but they win every single one-on-one. So the break is clean there for Falcons. Celium off to a slow start. Abizi off to a slow start. You know the way that Vegas still play, though. They're just always in your grip, so you got to be prepared for these fights.
Yeah, being prepared is one thing, man. Actually winning it. Because these boys are pulling out the shenanigans. Individual prowess across the board. Oh, nearly. Priest is picking up a guy in the back door as well, so kills all over the place. FaZe finally got the nice kills, but 5 seconds is all they're going to get. Arstes is going to be here for the kitchen pressure. This doesn't look like he's hitting old, folks, but now Pred in the gym, not just getting a pump on, but trying to slow these players down. Abe, that's a lovely bit of work. Over towards time we go, and Xnid coming in from spawn. Sure, he's getting kills across the map. His teammates are finding the trades as well, and now you're in time.
Yeah, you're in the time, and auto Atlanta FaZe is spawning right in front of you. So how do Atlanta try to set up on this break? You heard Ali say it on the desk. So far in this stage, they are dead last in break percentage. It's actually crazy to say that about a squad like Atlanta. They need to be able to figure out, especially with players like the Tiny Terrors, but so far have not been able to get anything going. Draza falls off the map. You find 2 kills from the front, but the trades from Falcons too strong. They're always going to have the numbers.
On the Dahoom spot, it doesn't work out for him. Xnid, 12-6. Can we get number 13 here? Nearly. Good shots in from Draz. The pieces are there for FaZe. Wow, what a break. Sim with a disgusting 2-piece gives you plenty of time to fight towards new. You don't get a lot of time on the old hard point, though. But right now, Redwood.
Oh, no.
A nice damage and a nice bit of team nade. Priest has got a big 2 kills ahead of him. Can he get them both? D-Dog cannot. Pred there for the trade, and another hard point to the Falcons.
Yeah, and Pred is able to secure that back spawn there for his team, but you have 1 player from Atlanta already roaming through the top side of Plat. Abizi was able to sneak on through, but gets nothing done with it. And right now, Atlanta just seems to be getting individually picked apart. You're going 1 by 1 on your break attempts, and this is not working. We need a team push.
Oh, Pred's going to find another one here, surely. Oh, no, he's pushed out at the slightly inopportune time. It's a 3-man hit through bedroom now. Over the top, though. This is a great read from Pred. Finds himself in the bushes. Gets himself another big spree, mate. It's a 6 for the Thunder. 20 seconds to go on this point, Jay, and the Falcons are kicking ass.
Yeah, Atlanta haven't won a single rotation yet. They have been struggling on their breaking. And this is what the scoreline is currently looking like when none of those stuff are going your way. Again, you're able to break in for only 10 seconds. The same thing you did at P3. But this is allowing Vegas to consistently stay ahead of you in the game plan.
Yeah, game plan's going great, especially Pred, and that's the first 1v1 we've seen him lose in quite some time. 14-9 for Exnid now as we've watched the kills roll up, and Vegas Falcons continuing to be a very, very strong hardpoint team. P-Dog still keeping it positive vibes flowing in the kills department as well. Great moves on wave, shots are there, man over the top, but the pressure on the time is great. Team kill, I'll take it. You've done a fantastic job of breaking the back of FaZe there in the middle of the map, and that's your time, Falcons. Slam.
It's your time. It's your side of the map as well. Over for the P2 rotation. 30 seconds still to fight for here. Atlanta just keep on getting picked one by one. They have not had a good team push going in, but Simp opened up with a double. Celium finds one, and he's off the map, and you already lose the numbers. I don't know what the hell Atlanta are doing right now.
2 members of Atlanta FaZe killed by the Guardians, and now back over towards P2 we go. Good news though, FaZe are the players here first. Bad news, you didn't kill Exnid. You had to kill him! And now the pressure is still there. He is in the corner, spotted out, and another big 1v1 win. Priest sent out from the front line. You got bodies in the point now. Falcons, look at these moves.
Yeah, and Simps here to try to contest. He's going to get deleted by Priest, though. They are just running up the score, up by 100. Vegas, let's go for a listening.
Right, play kills, play your ones. That's one name. There's two, front door. Alright, they're gonna chop front, Go kitch. Yo, he's kitch. Yeah, watch out, Arik, he backed up fireplace. He's behind it, yeah, he's behind it, nice, one down. I'm with the kitchen, I'm hoping kitchen. They might repent on some weird shit. I'm gonna stay in the kitchen, I'm waiting for you, help me kitchen. No one beyond. I'm trying to go. Two couches. Okay, we're good. Nice. Yo, behind us, pot, first, okay? Solid, pot. Where'd he go? He's just running through right, I think. I don't know. He's on the top. I'll move to MC top. Alright, buddy goes in. I can put he's going nowhere. I'm holding top mid, you heard? Yo. One shot, behind top, one top, Sim, two top. I think they go front. Help me front. I'm moving top. Center time. No, outer, two outer. He's aping gym. Get top. He's front of me, help me. Watch out, time, and watch outer left. He's one out, Alright, take your time. That's fine. Trying to get you outer. Deep outer, John. BJ top, watch out. Laying down top, one shot, and one gym. Hit the hill. Alright, yeah, one shot. There's two. John's in front. Nice, shit, watch out. He's absolute. Absolute as well. I want mate, that's one. Alright, there's two that weak. No one. Alright, I'm out front. Shit! Last one. I'm back in. Behind out. Okay, alright, I'm a little bit push. I'm at hold. Two cuts. They can be bottom back, okay? I'm just holding back. I'm gonna get time. I'm at no one's simple. They're all going top, guys. I'll see some. One to road. Play your kills. Oh, that's it. I can see somebody. Nice. I'm doing a crazy play. Stay alive. Make sure you game, guys. Hold this time. This is a fucking game. Nice, good shit. Simp last guy. Back up. You could go on the ground. Top point. I have a little kitchen, you heard? I heard that. They're gonna go P1. They're gonna go a lot better now. Nice. Let me catch one back. Yeah, kitchen the bees. He's going left. No, he's going back. They're gonna hit front. Yeah. Watch my road. Shut up. I have Starn. This is one. You're missing a drop. Try to get out, guys. I'm holding P1. I have P1. Rugs on me. P1. I'm P1. Watch out, bed. 3 in bed. Bed weak. 3 in bed. Nice. Go. I'm going on the ground. I heard you. I'm banging on the ground, guys. Yeah, one gym. Let's get gym. Nice. Get to you, guys. One might spawn behind us. Yeah, spawn behind me. We split.
It's not over yet, Jay. We have not thrown in the towel yet for FaZe, but we're getting close.
Yep. Atlanta fans are getting shit on. You heard it in the comms there. Vegas are doing whatever the hell they want. They're winning every single rotation. They're shutting down their first wave of the break attempts on the side of Atlanta. And they're also getting gunned to shreds. Prez is just doing whatever he wants. Exnid is doing whatever he wants. Just give it a 19 points. Let's move on to map 2.
Yep, sending it into time. Prez there. Lay G in time. Getting it all done. And that is Daddy Alec on the flank. Rear security pulled. Pistol out. Suddenly brings down a PZ as well. Final 10. Here on Skyline, and P-Dog is ripping bullets. The hardpoint is open though, and Celium has decided to get himself involved in a big way, but regardless, It is very much still a long journey back here for FaZe.
Yeah, shout out to MC trying to earn me at least a couple fantasy points. Trying to bring me back here, soaking up some hill time. You know, finally Atlanta are going to win a rotation over towards the money hill. But how easy is this break attack going to come in for Vegas? Because Priest already clears out 2 kills through the map. They're already in your face. It's a 4v4. You got to hold.
Yeah, Vegas have been so lethal on the approach. And another clean and efficient break. aBeZy now to save the map. Can't get it done. Vegas Falcons beat the brakes off of FaZe in map 1.
My God, that was not even close. I think if you're any other teams in the CDL, yeah, every time we play in Vegas Falcons, we are not playing them on Skyline. They have that on lock, dominated off the rotations. First wave attempt, when they need to be fully set up, when they are shutting down that first break attempt on the side of Atlanta FaZe. Nobody was winning gunfights. You're consistently playing from the back foot, and that's just not what you want.
Nope.
Going into a match that's very important, because if you start off 1-3, you might be in losers bracket Atlanta. You got to turn up.
I mean, the Church of Clayster, the sermon is in session. These boys are roaring, Jay. If there's one thing you've picked up from Coach Clay, it's shout dead after every big kill. Do not let that energy go. Keep that adrenaline high. And 35 and 19, just shy of 4k damage, 29 non-traded pred. I think his highest spree was a 9. It was a 7 or a 9. It was huge. It was absolutely huge. He and Excellent roaring. Highlights, folks. A lot of screaming in this one. Obviously, the listening was extremely exciting. I worry though. But, you know, this is only a 5-game series, but hopefully a 3 if you absolutely whooping it. But by the end of this match, we get to the interview with the Vegas Falcons, and it's either Pred or Excellent. It's just gonna be like, hey, we're just really excited, man. The boys playing good. We're putting in the effort, putting in the time. Like, that voice is gonna be shot. That's a lot of screeching. I mean, believe me.
Oh yeah.
We do this all day. You gotta take care of yourself, and these boys are ripping it all match long.
Yeah, passion is dripping. And like you said, when you got a coach like Clayster, who is infamous for his shit talk, you best believe that the energy is always going to be very, very high. But that is a good way to start off the series now if you're Falcons, because if they're struggling recently in Search and Destroy. Just like Atlanta FaZe, though, on the other end, we got to do something about this HP game. When you have this much talent on the lineup, and all season long, you've always been a team early off the rotations. When that's not going your way, and this is how your hardpoint game is going to look, nah, we got a lot of work to do before we get to Major 3. Just not enough time.
Yeah, not a lot of time. But a great time there from the Falcons. Another fantastic hardpoint win goes their way. And smooth sailing. Really smooth sailing through the entire first set. Nearly a perfect pace set by them there. That is exactly what you want for the Vegas Falcons, as these discarded champions have come together to form something quite special. Now, we got to keep that special going, though, Jay, and a very different brand of special here in Search and Destroy on Dealership. What are we looking for here? We're looking for a very, very hot game, like fast flanks. We only see some of the big old gunny. I'm talking grande gunny out of them Falcons, boys, because FaZe know what they're doing in Search.
Yeah, FaZe definitely know what they're doing in Search. Just maybe not on Dealership, because they only have 1 rep on it. They went all the way to around 11. Really couldn't figure out their success on the attacking side. And the same thing could be said on the opposite side for Vegas. You have 2 reps on it. You played against Miami. You go to around 11. You really couldn't find a lot of success on your attacking round. So that's truly going to be the difference to who's going to walk away with this S&D, who's going to be able to win successful post plans, who's going to be able to stop retakes on their defenses, which is going to be easier on both ends. But the offensive strategies are what's going to stand out on both sides.
Well, let's quick look at the standings, folks, before we get into the match. Of course, this is 8th and 9th so far in our standings in the run-up towards Major 3 winners bracket. They can taste it ever so close, and God only knows, FaZe, if it doesn't go their way in this series, and anything is possible. The desk may have predicted a AF across the board, but it is anything but easy right now after the Falcons take map number 1. Still anyone's match. Search and Destroy could be a wild one. But a victory over FaZe for the Falcons, and yes, I am absolutely counting my Falcons before they are hatched, but still a very, very exciting prospect for this squad.
Oh, yeah. You come out and get this W, you stand a pretty damn good chance at making your first ever winners bracket going into Major 3. After this matchup, if you get through Atlanta, you're going to have a square up versus Boston, which obviously Boston have been looking in full form recently ever since they've been able to figure out their control. But just putting yourself at 2-2, throwing yourself in the mix potentially for the last like 3 spots to make it into this winners bracket is what you want to do sooner rather than later.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, good Falcons will be playing Boston tomorrow before they get to the major, so that is unironically going to be a fantastic square-up game, a real big green throwdown. Here we go to Dealership, folks. A very interesting map. Lovely art design. Again, shout out to our pals at Treyarch and actually all the COD studios who contributed to the maps in this game. This one's a fun one indeed. Over towards the Dealership we fly. Bomb looks like it's going towards B, but at this sort of space, I feel like you've got the opportunity to sort of hit over towards AJ at a moment's notice.
Yeah, you definitely have the opportunity to hit that quick rotation if you want. But now that you take so much space and Celium gets a lot of info, there's a lot of pressure through the backside. Let's not waste any time. Let's instantly get the bomb down.
Oh, this is the classic spot. Yeah, behind the seat. Ah, there we go. Supine behind table. Allows the bomb to be planted to be 3v3.
Right, looking for an opening if you are Falcons. Starting to spread on their attempt. Priest are going to work through his spawn. Extant waiting slowly towards the mid window, but time's ticking.
That's a series of 1v1s. And they are working out for the FaZe boys. Beautiful stuff. What a hold there in round one. Jay, one of the things we're going to see throughout this, the life of Dealership, how well you take the fights in that window by the B-bomb. Incredibly important.
Yeah, massive first round there as well from Atlanta. Just to set the tone early on, aggressive as hell over towards B, but then they play it patient once they work in towards that side room. And Celium's getting, his headset is very, very loud. So he's getting a couple sound cues. There's a lot of players approaching the pinch. Let's not waste any time. He's able to set up his teammates to instantly work that objective and before falling, taking down one. And there's 3 angles of approach in towards the site. Everybody clutches up in a one-on-one, and Atlanta open up with an offense.
Yeah, it certainly helps that everyone wins their ones, but hey, Exnid, he wins his this time around. B-bomb site flooded, though, completely overwhelmed. Pred can't get away with his life, so that means there's only 2 remaining members of the Falcons unaccounted for right now by FaZe. At least 1 going to be over by the bomb site. Good luck, have fun, boys. FaZe are running this one together. They line up. Oh, Priester! What damage into the first man and possibly the second. It slows the advance of FaZe massively.
Yeah, but Priester did get picked. Wasn't able to hit the regen there, so now it's Arcides in a 1v2. Forced to reposition. Spots both, but cannot get out. Atlanta with the numbers. Successful on the retake.
Oh, man. And did Alec get put down fast there? I like the sort of off-angle position he was going for prone atop the wagon there. But incredible team fire from FaZe. They crossed that site and they got the kill on him so quickly. Unfortunately, Priester got brought down to the back. That could have been a very, very spicy 2v3.
Yeah, because once Priester turns that corner, gains every single ounce of information that he wants, that all 3 players are roaming together, and also finds a kill. He was just hoping that he could play his life without them being aggressive on him, but just overextends a little bit, gets picked off, and then leaves Arcides in a very tough scenario. Now back to the attack. Atlanta FaZe go, and the aggression has been key. They take mid-map away.
They got full mid-map control. Nice damage, and Abe, his life flashes before his eyes here on the kitchen side of the map. Falcons, oh, look at this push through the middle. I think they're all going to send it. Sim's going to get eyes on the first and a freebie for him. Ian Abizi, the terrorist, working the inside while the bomb gets planted.
Realistically stand no chance in this round unless you win an insane gunfight. Extiv at least a snap onto Simp, but now it's a 1v3. All left up to Arcides. 30 seconds to go. You have him trapped. No one's going to overcommit. Tremendous amount of shoulders getting invested, and Arcides has got to be annoyed at this point.
That's a really great draining round. FaZe do that sort of thing, man. They just don't give him anything. They suck away that hope. Force him to take those fights, force him to reload, sit there alone for so long, just whittle down his endurance as a player. FaZe off to a very good start here on Dealership. Draws yet to die.
Yeah, the best start that they possibly have had, that they wanted, and especially on the offenses. They've been able to set the tone, aggressive push over towards B, completely blind kind of what Vegas are going to do. And at that point, Vegas do more of a spread setup to prepare for both sides, but the aggressive play from Atlanta through the middle of the map just takes the entire map away from them. So now if you're Vegas down 0-3, you need to try to match that energy. Try to match the pacing, and this time it's their turn to take mid-map, but Sip strikes for the first flood.
It's another first. Oh, it's a second as well. Nice trades there from Priest. He gets right into the mix very quickly. Exnit again. Too many problems to deal with, too many angles, and we find ourselves in another lightning fast Atlanta FaZe round. Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless so far.
Yeah, this might be a 5-minute search and destroy. Like, these rounds are going in the blink of an eye. It sort of feels like Skyline a little bit. The way that Atlanta FaZe have came out with the game plan. That time you don't show face in the middle. You give it up to Vegas. But then you get aggressive as hell through B, and Sim strikes for the opening too. That's basically a GG on the round as soon as he's able to get that done individually. And now quickly, this S&D is getting away from you if you're Vegas.
It feels like it started. Not a whole lot of love towards the A-bomb site from anyone, actually, so far. A single round we've seen where it got planted, but for now, it's a deep setup for the Falcons defensively. And Sim's getting ready to rock here by B.
Well, this is 3 different looks on Atlanta FaZe's offenses, so they lose around 11 to Miami. They come back with some adjustments. Now the slow and steady approach is going to play the mind games on the side of Vegas. Still not budging on their setup, though, but you waste a lot of attacks over towards B. Let's rotate over towards A. Those car bombs aren't going to be as felt.
Yeah, I love it. They rotate towards A as soon as they get here, though. I mean, again, Arstes he knows something's up, man. Trevor's in play here. He's throwing shoulders. Here comes the reinforcements. Exton manages to catch one on the other side of the map, so no pinch problem right now. Trades here on the inside of the site. The clock is still ticking, and Falcons are the man advantage.
35 seconds to go. Man up. Just don't give any one-on-one gunfights to Celium. They need to get this objective down. At the same time, Sip's trying to find an opening in the middle, but he's forced to back down. Now the play has to be committed at A.
Yeah, no more time, boys. It looks like Falcons have given this up for a moment, but the slide. Oh, what a shot from Sim. Does he read Pred? He does! What a move! The Phenom. Even with the clock ticking against them, perfect reads. And even better gunning.
This is crazy how like Vegas react to the information that they get. Like you spot Sip to the middle of the map, you back him down from his position, but players now want to assist on a guy that just went ghost. So then that leaves you a little bit weaker on your setup at A. Everyone is forcing on the rotation because no one wants to get individually picked off. But when you give up that space at A and then try to wrap your way back into it, Sim gets aggressive, makes it a 2v2, and then the opposite side, Celium pushes all the way through your spawn because you give up that power spot. And they're able to clutch up on the round. Game point for Atlanta FaZe. Vegas, you might be getting 6-0 here.
You may. Ganastis get himself a kill before the end of this one. Pred takes that one from Exton, keeps this play alive. Actually, we're able to maybe get this bomb down. Good luck with that one, though, mate. Lordy. Pressure from FaZe. Celium in the window. They vacate position and they look for the flank, so it makes it a 3v3. Let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, the fact that Abiz is able to have a one-on-one gunfight and a man down round makes it a lot more manageable here for Atlanta. All make it to 3v3. Celium's going to get caught. Draza there with the trade, and now you just finesse it.
Yeah, a finesse indeed. Now a 1v1. The bomb is very much within grasp. The Pred has no intel whatsoever on Abizi. And Abizi is coming right at him through his peripheral. Oh, God, look! What FOV are you on, AG? The fight continues.
He's going to run right into Abizi. He's ready.
Right into it. Yeah, reads it. Deals with it. 6-0. If you've just joined us, yeah, map 2's done. I know you went to get a quick drink break. Maybe the bathroom took you 5, maybe 6 minutes. Well, the map is honestly finished, folks. 1-1 going into control.
It's a blowout at map number 1. Absolute smacking at map number 2. Atlanta FaZe just a little bit more prepared once they spawn into a map at least once. Showed a lot of different strategies on their offense. Fast towards B, fast in the middle of the map, slow approach on one of them. And it's just way too much for Vegas to account for, to handle. But then some of these rounds where you're finding that early first blood, especially the round where you lost the 2v3, like that is just unacceptable. You have Exton who opens up with the first kill at B. You have your man advantage. They find a kill. You find a trade. You know the play's got to be committed over towards A. Just like we're not in the right spots to contest it. So Vegas have a lot of work to do and everything besides their hardpoint game. But Atlanta FaZe show improvement on their dealership. Potentially going to add that to the map pool.
No problem whatsoever with the dealership. No problem whatsoever with the search and destroy. That's the Falcons' problem that they'll be dealing with, I'm sure, in the day or two they have before we get to the major. Until then, though, Desk, how are we feeling after the first 2 minutes?
Jay, I thought I was going to be a 3-0.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, they got cooked map 1, bro.
What'd I
wasn't
say?
expecting that.
What'd I say?
I told you game 5 written all over it, pal.
Hell no. Hell no.
He also told me the fastest game 5 in the history of DoorDash challenges.
Yeah, we'll get there, but it'll just be fast.
We love you, Jay. Glad to have you here joining us on a Super Saturday. All right, let's jump into what we just witnessed here in our last 2 games because, Allie, it was stomp and then counter stomp. This time it was Atlanta's turn.
Yeah, this was just unreal from Atlanta FaZe. And it's completely different from the dealership that we saw from them previously, right? Because they play up against Miami Heretics on dealership, and I guess the biggest difference was Atlanta FaZe was able to apply the pressure versus answering to it from the side of Miami Heretics, side of Vegas Falcons. They just didn't look very comfortable on this map, and Xned's doing the work for you. He's just not getting a whole lot of support.
Yeah, I mean, I thought FaZe did a way better job like establishing control mid,
Yeah.
Getting your subs up close and personal, making impact plays, and just like taking the fights. Like even there, taking a fight, he dies, but at least you get all the information,
Yeah.
right? So, you know, sometimes that could be the biggest thing that hurts FaZe at times is like trying to play so strategic when you still do have insane gunny and you can take space on the map, which is exactly what they did, which leads to a 6-0.
All right, if you're worried about the Falcons, don't be, because this team is playing kill confirmed. Let's take a look at some of the best moments from game 1 and.
Yeah, I mean, you hear him. Dead! I mean, Pred was.
Oh my God.
Hold on, let's just hear it. I mean, he was so locked. Like, this is the AG that, like, Optic fans thought they were getting coming into the year. It just took a new environment, people to believe in him. And this is what you get.
Xned, dude. Xned went from probably like his calm roster, you know, just trying to get some reps in, and now he's playing alongside a world champion and Pred who's screaming dead in his ear almost every couple of minutes. Unbelievable.
And he's been a great leader for them. I've been watching his stream the last couple of days. He's been playing so many 8s, putting in that extra work, and it is translating. You can see it in game.
The bounce back.
Facts.
Love to see it for Pred. He's got more games to go, though. We got a game 3 coming up. Before we get to that, shout out to all the lady gamers out there. We got something special cooking up, don't you, Al?
Yeah, we do. WX Call of Duty is so back. And if you don't know what that is, Women in Call of Duty is my passion project. It is totally self-funded this season and is where we take the top 12 best teams from the women's scene and put them in a gauntlet for a couple of weeks in a tournament. Minimum $5,000 prizings. Our qualifier just finished actually today to solidify our top 12 teams. We
Okay.
play 2 of them. We take the top 6 from each and put them all together. We give them branding names and whatnot. But streaming is actually going to start every Monday and Tuesday starting May 6th and May 7th on broadcasting. If you want to catch that, check out WX Call of Duty on Twitter as well as the same on Twitch.
So, Allie, I'm going to watch.
Okay.
Check it out. Check you out what you guys are putting together. Who should I be looking out for? Like, who are the top squads, favorites going in?
So the great thing about this is we actually had a lot of roster changes in the past couple of months. So of course we still have our Kelses and our Anarchies, but we have 2 Saudi Arabia teams actually that qualified recently. We opened up to all regions. One of them placed top 3. That's going to be Wanda, Arwa, Heya, Lamia, and Lena. So keep your eyes out on them.
Wow, a lot of fun. That's all going down at May 6th and 7th. My birthday party's going to include some Call of Duty. I'm ready to go back to this one, though. We got Miles and Study, a game number 3 unfolding.
Game number 3, and now at least game number 4. Which, you know what, man? I'm all aboard the game 5 hype train. I'm all aboard it. I'm all aboard it. I mean, is it going to be the fastest of all time?
Maybe.
We'll find out. Maybe. Let's have a look at some stats. We've got some numbers to throw your way before we get ourselves into this one. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's the Control KD. And I know what you're thinking. Wow, all of Boston? Yes, all of Boston. But most importantly, Draza and Abizi. That's the relevant information for this series, folks. Woohoo! Draz! 1.38 HA, not a problem.
Yeah, those guys are a lot to handle. Control, they are one of the best teams at the mode, and when you got guys who are putting up consistent numbers so far throughout the stage, one being an AR and one being an SMG, you were losing track of these guys, so you got to make sure you don't give them that freedom to just roam and slay. But for Vegas, this is going to be a tall task because, like I said, Atlanta choose Team B every single time in the veto process so they can choose what control they're basically going to play. Vegas said, nope, we're not going to square up on Hacienda. We know Atlanta FaZe don't like to play Vault at all since stage 1. So Protocol is their best friend. And realistically, if you're Vegas and you don't keep up with the sling, you're not going to have a good time. Because then if you're not keeping up with the sling, that means you're losing track of players and they're shooting you in the back for free. So it has to be through the kills.
Yeah, and that's what players say when they want to get lost on the map. If you say he's getting lost, it means he's gone unaware by the enemy team. And that's a scary place to be. And a lot of the members of FaZe are exceptionally good at doing that. Selsim and Abizi, all really good at it. I'm sure Draz can get lost if he wanted to as well, but those boys have absolutely made a career out of tearing players to pieces from any which angle. Here we go to the top mid, and it's Xned, who has crossed the 50-yard mark and is hitting the back door. It's smoked. Okay, FaZe man advantage.
Yeah, FaZe man advantage. Read the aggression on both sides of the SMGs, and you know it's all about the break off. You want to make sure you get a good start, and Celium with the SMG finds himself on 2 in a row. But now you're just banking on your teammates who already pushed up to the spawn. How many more kills can they get? Because the Bees is contested.
Yeah, so his whole POV for this entire life has been, yeah, I know these guys are in our base. There's 2 of them here now. I'm doing my best to cover you guys. We keep the capture going. So great objective work. He's fighting his way from spawn. He's got himself out, counting players as best they can, but I think they've lost a lot of the Falcons at this point in time. Not an issue. Second segment at 8, long gone. Sim, his hands are going numb. As Abe, 5 spree. Yep, stop capturing B. This is a whooping.
Okay, yeah, that is all 4 accounted for. And now A is already done. You're at the B point. Double stack is already in. You just got to get one more wave of kills, and this might be a very, very quick round, just like the S&D. First segment gets locked. You're trying to find a trade through the middle of the map. Pred is able to strike for 1, but you're still going to be outnumbered in this play.
No, I love the way you said that, Jay. This is it. All players accounted for now. You know exactly where the Falcons are coming from, and you see what FaZe do. A nice setup. They get their kills, and they get a decent amount of progress there through B. Still want the capture as Abe, or his spree comes to a close. 5 and 1. Okay, 4 down. Shoes on the other foot, and the Falcons are kicking.
And now Atlanta got to work out of their spawn. Take your time, find these trades, and if you can go without dropping anyone, that's even better. First player is accounted for. RCD is aggressive over towards Heli. He finds a kill. Extend Roman on the bottom side of Trips. He finds a kill, and this is all you realistically need to do. Is just clutch up on these one-on-ones and keep on stalling out the game clock.
And look at FaZe. Look at the way they play this. They don't send one man in. They wait for the entire squad to be ready and able to get the trades. Oh, and fight their way forward. That puts the Falcons at a disadvantage now. 2 clean kills go their way in Priester. Oh, the discipline was there, but sadly not enough. Rolling thunder across protocol now. Go FaZe. Exnid, last line of defense. At least gets 1. 2 would be perfect. Draza on the capture for a second longer. No. A minute to play.
Minute to play, and Vegas at least been able to clear out the mid-map. So they can take some map control away. You just cannot afford to play trades in this scenario because you're down by 6 lives. Now 3 go in favor of Atlanta. Already have pressure on the point. You're trying to locate where the last guy is. There he is, and now all of Vegas coming off the respawn.
Yeah, perfect timing again for the stack here from FaZe. This is a rapid capture. Last lives now for the Falcons. This should be the round. Last-ditch attempt to get in there, and it might not pay off. There it is, under Halo gunfire. Pred goes down, and the board lights up for FaZe.
Yeah, and they get it through the segments as well. So now they have a heavy advantage, just in case they go to a round number 5. But it was all about the break off there for Atlanta. The slow approach from Celium to camp towards Trips windows, knowing that I'm most likely going to have a lot of players working on those pinches. Let me just hold down this spot and allow my teammates to roam through their base. With the Beezy having a great start, with them capturing the 8-point, extending time very early on, just gave them so many opportunities to look for one clean situation. And that one clean situation came at the very end. You won it by 10 lives, but you at least get every single segment that you wanted.
All right, Falcons. How will you bounce back against the might of FaZe? That was their attacking round. Their defense, sure to be strong as well. We've seen the trap here on Protocol so many times. The question is, can you find the kills at the right time to wriggle this team in a position? Abizi, second on our KD leaderboards, and for good reason. He opens this round up hot.
And now they're already in your spawn. Last player out, Arcides, he gets taken care of, and Sip and Abizi actually get nothing done of that initial push. So Vegas on their first attempt, able to clear some space out. Still a minute to work with. You're currently down by 2 lives, but it's not going to be easy to approach over towards A. Someone's got to slip on through.
Yeah, the Falcons have got such a strong lock on that left stick forward. They are sending it, but the problem is FaZe have got such good corners and great off angles to play with here. Draza keeping the low map safe for as long as he possibly could, and Priester dancing, doing what he can with that Jackal. But again, too much pressure right now on top mid from the FaZe boys. Pred wins his 1. There's still a man in spawn, and that's going to be Abe. Can you catch him out now as Pred's going to commit? And the timing is good as he keeps the kills going. Time to get on the zone, though, lads. 30 seconds to play.
Yeah, we're still losing track of players, and Abizi finding a double before he's traded is already job well done on the side of FaZe. So now you're up by 5 lives. Basically, the last push coming in for Vegas. You have to work over through Heli, but every single time Atlanta are finding the initial kills, and you're never properly set up for a team push.
Yeah, an ineffective cohesion right now from the Falcons. They are unable to break the hold that FaZe have across top middle, and that's a 10-second warning there on the clock. The whistle was about to blow, and FaZe, it's a nice stoppage. Even nicer, the trophy. The damage in, And RC is going to win this fight, so we're going to continue the capture here. This is best case scenario right now for the Falcons. Here comes the next wave of FaZe players.
And then you got Sim already working behind you. So now you are literally trapped at this point. Thankfully, that second segment does get locked before falling. But that is going to be an easy round there to Atlanta FaZe. Again, outslay them to bits. Starts off with the BZ opening up with the double, draws over the top for the initial 3 dead. And at that point, when you're having such a great start off every single time on your controls, you're every single time after that keeping their push stagnant because you're just always losing track of players if you are Vegas. Clean round there from Atlanta, up 2-0 very, very quickly.
At Celium, we've seen him hit some insane aim shots, all from the air in this map alone. The King Cobra continuing a strike as FaZe. That second round was a good one. One more is all they need, and we can say goodbye to Control. We can say goodbye to Protocol for now. We can roll on through with this series and just get close to that game 5.
Yeah, and if you're Vegas, you're looking for a complete turnaround here. Like, potentially a shutout.
Complete.
Give ourselves a chance and try to get that round 5 defense. But the initial kills already starting off in favor of Sim. He finds the first, draws it with the pistol, finds the second. Instant numbers advantage in their way, but Falcons at least have some map control on the opponent side of the base to not allow them to hop on A.
Oh, wait, who just flew past him? Good stuff, Preset. What a kill. Take that. Pressure now onto A, but he's the only man up at this point trying to capture the zone, but he's got a little bit of coverage from Draza behind him, who has yet to be spotted out. Here comes the crossfire, though. Draza might pick up 2 here. That's a great spot to be in. The Sim, make sure his spawn is all safe. Not much longer, though. Priester with a sub. Winding back the years. Here we go.
Vegas so far have been able to stabilize around this mid-map area. Every time they cross that 50-yard line, they have players working on the pinches to even up the numbers, but now 2 go in favor of FaZe. First segment is going to be guaranteed. You have a long pitch on the horizon here from Exnid, and he's playing it perfect because you know there's at least one player coming off the respawn. Let me wait for that guy first before I make my attempt, and that should stall time for my teammates to get back into the play.
Asti snipes a pair. 40 seconds to go. Falcons are holding this one together very, very nicely. Defense for the final round is nearly impossible with this rate, but they're doing what they can. You slowed FaZe down enough, Jay. Can you actually close it out? 25 to go.
Yeah, you just don't want to give up any first kills in their base. You know, you're at least looking for one player. That's why you have RC's playing super patient on the backside of Grandma's. And he also wins a one-on-one towards the point. But now Celium and Draza off the respawn, still looking to try to clear this out. Sip has not had an opportunity to make something happen.
No, none whatsoever. His teammates getting bodied. Someone's going to have to make a play for the zone, and it will likely be him in a moment. Can't get the second. Oh, but there we go. Contest. Waits for Draz perfectly. Draz now in position with a trophy. This should be at least a segment or 2. 3-man stack. Wait a minute. If you don't deal with this rapidly, Vegas, this could be another minute of play, and it probably is. Wow, FaZe. A massive lifeline. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, the zone cell saves it. A matter of milliseconds, but we've got another minute.
An extra minute added to the tally. Defense secured on the side of Atlanta FaZe, and this is where you don't want to let this situation go if you are Vegas, because 3 kills already in favor of the squad in red. You're all spawning on the backside of tower. You got to iron up and ice up for some gunfights.
Sim, what a 2! What a life! What a spree! And now a stack. Atlanta FaZe. You've gone from a millisecond away from losing the round to potentially winning the map. The stack is there. Top mid, the next wave of attack here from Vegas. Here they come over the top. No lives left. From inside the tower, exit on the slide. Wind up hit. Gonna be red and dealt with. FaZe, what a round. What a map. Control goes their way.
Cannot believe that they were able to pull that off. We're talking about Sim being basically useless for 30 seconds because he was getting no action when he works his way in towards Grandma's. But once he's able to at least see Celium get a kill, he drops out of the window to find the second. He's instantly traded, and then that kill is traded. But then there's a situation where you're just allowing Atlanta to get some segments when you still have a player in the play. Exnid was working on the pinch towards top trips, and instead of committing immediately before that second segment even gets locked, he plays it way too patient, and Atlanta FaZe are able to spot him and extend the time. 2 very, very quick maps. The last 2 for Atlanta FaZe. They go up 2-1 in this series, but now they're not going to something that they're looking forward to, which is a hard point.
Yeah, demonic work. Truly demonic work from Celium there in the kills per round. Number of the beast. Highlights. It's basically all FaZe, and with damn good reason, man. I mean, that was, I mean, they haven't dropped a round in this matchup yet, so we'll keep that going. Respawn, we go back to for another hard point. Obviously, Vegas Falcons look good in the first, but we're starting to feel that momentum shift, Jay. You know, you've sucked the wind right out of the Falcons' wings. I don't know if they've got the uplift to keep themselves rolling here, but we'll see, man, because that was one hell of a control game.
Hey, Hardpoint has been their best friend. We're talking about a squad or an organization who couldn't win a single one before they make a roster change, 28 in a row, but now they find themselves on 5 in a row in the W column. So you're happy as hell to be spawning into a map 4. You have a chance at forcing it to a map number 5. And the way that you did it in map 1 was just dominating on every fundamental aspect of the game. It's a little bit more difficult, though, because you're playing a red card, which is a lot bigger than Skyline. Your ARs need to be more felt than your SMGs. But if you just stick to that game plan, we're the team there early. We're going to be able to find breaks if we need to, and they really suck at breaking. So we should be okay to try to force game 5 as long as we win the rotations.
A couple of red cards to close out the day here, folks. Let's say goodbye to a succulent Saturday, but man, I'm still reeling, Jay. I'm still reeling. That was a very, very impressive game of Control. I thoroughly enjoyed that. But yeah, how are we feeling about this? We sort of still thinking that, you know, the break's going to be there. You know, FaZe should be able to get some holds. We have seen them dominate teams, even when their hard point is quote unquote not that great. We have seen them dominate teams on this map. Stylistically, I feel like it's such a good place for them to be. But with players, I mean, Pred and Priester, this is map 1 alone, 1.84 for Pred. Like, come on, man, get a grip. This team has got the source in hardpoint.
Yeah, you can't do anything about it. And if you keep on playing them on Skyline, these are the stats that both of these young men will be able to put up consistently every single time. A 1.84 Pred is non-tradable. Priest is holding on every angle, securing spawns there for his team. And if these guys have this kind of performance, yeah, we are guaranteed to see a map number 5. And I will be in the words of what the desk told me. Like, no chance we see a map number 5? No. If those guys do that again, we're going game 5.
Yeah, we're going 5 for sure. What happens in that 5 will be up to the COD gods. But a red card would be a nice one to see again. We haven't got too many good looks out of this Falcons roster on this map. And the hardpoint has been so strong, but red card could be a very fickle map, especially against the sort of slightly undisciplined teams. The Falcons, let's face it, their hardpoint has not been outstanding. We've got to see what they've got here. I mean, a game 5, yeah, I believe. I truly believe. Is it a 6-0? Yeah. Probably. Probably. I don't want to totally like ride that one off into the sunset just yet. Yeah. What are FaZe thinking right now? Dude, what are FaZe thinking? They're just like, all right, game plan as per usual. We've talked about this, some slight adjustments. Look for those spawn traps. Look for those, you know, perfect flips as hard points break. That nice P3 holds. I also just watched Pred in the player cam. I'm pretty sure he said these kids are awful, bro. Which we know isn't true, but I love that he said that anyway.
Hey, that's how you keep the confidence on your side.
Exactly.
You know, you don't want anyone to get nervous. You're going up against Atlanta FaZe. And it is excellent first time competing against some of these kind of players this year. But now you still have an opportunity to at least force the game number 5 and completely disregard the last 2 maps because they weren't even close. You just got to stick strong to your HP game. On the opposite side for Atlanta, they are looking for another map to add to their map pool besides Protocol HP. Everything else is about 50-50. But at least their guns are a little bit more warmed up now than they were in map 1. So they should be shooting.
Yeah, that's the thing. We're going to get at least a shootout between these 2 teams. We'll see who plays the map a little better. See who gets those rotations. See who gets the timing on those flips. So far, so good. Time going the way of FaZe here. The opening engagements on P1 are always a good one here on red card. Looks like the Falcons have managed to win a couple more gunfights, so there's a possibility for them to get some more time here. But Sim, he is at war in the first 3 lives already, Jay.
Yeah, he's just flying on in. Like, I want to be the aggressor. Let me set the tone with this SMG. And the entire time, Vegas are holding towards the outskirts at Hedge to make sure they make a job a whole lot easier for that P2. Now soaking up time here at P1. Simp is able to take down Exit, but better positioning from Vegas still allowed him to hold the power spots.
That's that positioning. P2 is going to be all theirs as well as it rips open. They're going to Falcons doing what they can to squeeze every second out of P1 they possibly could. If their players start to drop off, they've still got spawns towards Nu, but Abizi manages to sneak on in. He gets a little bit of time and a little bit of damage, but not really enough to maintain this. So now a war of one front. Draz is going to be the only man on the inside. That is a big win. The potential to cause some serious issues here in the spawns.
Oh yeah, the spawns are already an issue because there was a pinch on your minimap from Pred, and he finds the opening kill at the right time for his teammate to spawn right next to him. So now Vegas in the driver's seat. Have Atlanta FaZe trapped towards the backside. Still a lot of time here at P2. And you can already see Draza hitting a very long route. If you want to get out, they don't want to trap themselves on the backside.
Pred on a route of his own. Lovely.
Oh,
GG.
man.
He gets here, and that's still keeping the lead well in the hands of the Falcons now. Fighting towards new time. Cell's going to be on the way over there, but Pred's still alive on this side of the map and cut down under a hail of gunfire from Draz there. So P2 still good, still cooking. And the hardpoint is open for business in a few seconds. FaZe, they should be all over it.
Yeah, FaZe are going to walk away with that final 10 seconds. They're going to have the rotation as well over towards New, but all these kills going down around the middle of the map is going to allow a couple players from Vegas to spawn on the backside of that new HP. So Atlanta get a little bit too aggressive, and now it's a 2v4 on the opposite side.
Oh, Uncle Study. You calling it, and it happens. 5 spree from Cell. We'll see if that matters too much, because Pred right on the time. Oh, what a snap from the King Cobra himself, baby. Opportunity to pull this one right back now for FaZe. They've got the setup they want, and again, this is a difficult hard point to get your body inside. So hold this one down. FaZe, lead change on its way.
Oh yeah, so 30 seconds to fight for, and Vegas don't want to give up this time. They're going to approach it from the front, but if these kills don't go your way, they're going to start to spawn on the backside of this HP, and then you're forced to make a very, very long route happen and give up a lot of time here. Keep on trading, keep on playing scrappy. Vegas end out on top, but you can already see what it does to the spawns. Atlanta are already out.
Yeah, they managed to escape the parking lot of doom, and now you're going to be spawning in the backside if you drop here. So good stuff out of Priest to fight forward. A couple of kills though. Back and forth we go. And FaZe is going to be out and free. Oh, Mike, split spawns down low, folks. This is lit. Red card. Over towards new time we go. Priester still finding kills all over the place. 10 and 6. Nice stuff from him.
And this is a perfect attempt here for Vegas to try to find this break. It's a 2-2 split. Got 2 players spawn over towards Soccer. You have the pinch on the horizon on the back end, but you just need to clutch up on these fights, and you go 3 for 3. X-Men, last man standing. The pistol, good enough there for Draza to find the kill. And now all the Falcons spawning over towards the Doom side of that parking lot.
Oh man, it's not enough time for the reinforcements to get that close. So Harsty's needed to pull off like 2-3 kills there. Exton from spawn. Back into time again. And Pred has got no idea what to shoot at. There's so many FaZe members around him, and the crossover towards this hard point, again, that no man's land right in the middle, 0 cover. You have to get it done very, very quickly. Cross that space, slide dive, whatever you need to do. Incredibly difficult hold to have, but good stuff there from the Falcons. GG on that point. You got a lot of time out of it. FaZe have won the rotation again, though, and the pinch is on towards New.
Yeah, they lose the initial gunfight, though, from Beezy. So now it's on Selim to try to hold down BS&D over towards the cafe. Exited from the backside of Ticket. He's able to find 2. That's already 3 dead. We're just looking for one more guy. Let me take care of him, and that's clean 4. All of your focus now over towards Eskies, and Exited in a very, very difficult angle to try to take care of him. He's just stalling time.
Oh, he stalls time. His teammates get forward as well. Nice work. Falcons pushing the advantage. 30 seconds to go here on the outside. Freestyle looking for number 14. Gets it. 15 is around the corner. Nice work again. Falcons cross 100 points. Holding this time still. It's back and forth in the kill feed right now as again FaZe trying to wind up for one last decent kill here. But again, P1 is going to be on their mind as well. The final 15 ticking away.
Yeah, you're just not expected to give up this much time at this hill specifically. Ooh. Vegas have been able to grow themselves almost a 40-point lead. Not really allow Atlanta FaZe to get any time off of that P5. So now you got some time to work with. We go into the second set. It's a battle early on for the hedges. You're going to have Pred working on this pinch while Selim is watching it. It's all about that timing for that first kill.
Damn. Abe is shooting. Statistically, FaZe, I mean, they're being outslayed every which way. They're still keeping this one together just through sheer grit and will. Selendraz a couple there. Abizi still holding the hard point as best he can. Sim shots are in from the top spot. And again, oh, wow, what a 2-piece from Pred. Again, individual play from the Falcons. They are winning the gunnies.
Yeah, they're winning the gunnies, but not the important ones, so at least get them off of the time, because Atlanta now make up a little bit of that difference. Only going to be down by about 20. They've been able to dominate the majority of the mid-map control, and now Vegas swanning on the opposite side. You want to fight for your stage control. 2 kills go their way. A lot of ARs on the map as well. This is where Vegas can trap them in towards the backside, but it's all about these fights over towards stage.
Yeah, you haven't got eyes on Sim either. Yeah, that's such a problem. He does get brought down. Thank goodness for that. You get him running amok through the middle of the map, he's going to cause issues for you and your entire team, and the approach towards time is nearly impossible. But Draz now from stage, he doesn't account for the man below him, knows there's another. The instincts were right, just unable to actually execute. And now time back over towards the hands of the Falcons. Do we have a solid enough setup to take these next wave of FaZe players on?
They're just gonna hold on in their tight setup because Extend was at least able to stall them a little bit of time by drawing them over towards stage to play for that trade. So now you can be uncontested in towards P2. 3 kills already going their way. They're more focused on soaking up this hill time before they start to push their way on through. Potentially now, all of Atlanta are gonna start spawning behind you. You gotta back up.
Another Priestess snap. Extend. Oh, he just misses the next man on the way through. Sim now holding the line alone. Can he do so? Absolutely, folks. Another massive win from the Phenom. The rest of his teammates now fighting forward as best they can. The spawns are terrible for the Falcons. Literally the furthest point away from this hard point, except for Osty's. Okay, he's in the back. He's been read and dealt with, though, as have his teammates. Pressure now towards the front. Can FaZe now spin? Yes, indeed. They're on it, and they've got time still.
Yeah, they've been able to hold, and they've been able to block the front spawn. So now all their focus is on the back end. Celium being the cutoff man, only able to get one, has a second player weak. To go 2 for 2 in that fight. Now Vegas are already out.
Vegas out and about. 1 and 2 piece from Sim. 5 spree. Give me the listen in. My God.
Yeah, they might spawn. Block. You're good. Out of me. Out of nice. I get out. Take her out, Tyler. Stairs? You take her out? I think Extend did. I'm trying to. I'm seeing my stairs. Last two there. Exit, one shot. One more on time. I want to go. Okay, I'm trying to play your front. All bust that. I'm on net. That guy's playing behind me. I'm blocking that. There's like 3 from me. I'm blocking that. We're not missing Exit. I'm seeing low right. I'm trying to. They're having close. Hey, low right. Alec, weak. She's further than you, Exit. I watch out. You're low right. Yo, one head. One shot head. One shot going their globe. I'm trying to cross. Weak. I'm dead. Our head. HB kill. South stage. I'm absolutely. I'm top side. I watch out. On time. Last guy time after. One MB. He's on the I flipped you time. He's not. Next it. I just found me then. I don't know. Mid door? No. Their head's first guy. Their head's first guy, Alec. I don't know if he crossed the middle. Hey, I don't know. It's all you, Tyler. It's Alec. Tell me. I'm trying to run a ticket. You ramp even. He could be BSD. I don't have it. He pinched us mid. He's in there. Just hold this net. Yeah. Yes, team. I'm saying out. Yeah, we flipped it. Guarantee one. Yeah, I have a sneaky streak too whenever you need. Yeah. Nothing mid. Hey, take it. BSD. One up there. Hey, laying down. He's laying down. I get L. That office out. Yeah, pitch me. I recamp too. Mid, Alec, dead. Most mid, nothing else. Mid, exit, one shot mid. They came at through low. I'm dead. Ivor jump down. It's an L. I'm blocking for a second. I see him now. Person's gonna be right. I'm going deep right. You can't get MC. Get new.
Dude, there's something about Celium's like spatial awareness, where his player is, how his body sits, wherever he's laying supine. I mean, that man is unbelievable at the game.
Yeah, he's always been like probably the most difficult kill in Call of Duty, and he continues to show it year after year in MVP form every time we watch that young man spawn in on the map. But Vegas, even with Celium doing all that, are still right in this game. They keep it scrappy every single time at P4. That time they don't get a lot of time over the P5 hardpoint the way that they did previous, but you're only down by basically 10 points. You gotta lock in to close out this game.
It's a scrappy one for sure. Couple of big kills now, and FaZe are still soaking away P1. P2 has not been terrible to them either. They have a sneaky streak, to quote Chris Lair on that one. Abe's still on time. This is ideal. Falcons' breaks have been so good so far in this map. You're looking for another one to keep that healthy lead, or at least a fighting chance of getting back into P2 without too much sweat.
Oh, that is massive. kills are coming in from Vegas. They clear out all of their side of the spawn, but at the wrong time, because once that new hill pops, now you're forced to be on your head on a swivel again because it's a 2-2 split. This is where you're going to get the investment out of the missile. How are you going to try to play this? Everything is going to get invested. Thankfully, Exton on the pinch finds the opening kill, and now Atlanta trying to break from the back.
The streak pins in all those players. It keeps them trapped, and now Priester trying to make his way forward. He has some coverage. Contest on time. Pred's in. He gets at least one. The dance is now on as he gets Draza as well. Can he get the kill? Yeah. Where are his teammates? Over towards time. Open hard point. Abizi on the dive. Brought down again. Pred on a sweet turn, but Simp with the shots from stage. You're looking at the lead change once again for the Falcons.
And Atlanta FaZe can now no longer win it here, so you don't want to die at the wrong time and then spawn at that old HP. But the route might be good enough from RCDs to potentially spawn them behind them. But no, the trade there from Abizi still allows those stage spawns to come on in. So Vegas take the lead, but you got to haul ass all the way across the map.
And Priest has made it in from behind. Selling unaware. Oh, 2 players. He got spotted out, nearly gets the kill as well. Arsty spawns in the back. Sim there with the stun checks. Trying to make sure that no one can make their way through. There is a war on 2 fronts taking place. Now all towards the back line. Draza can't spot out enough players. The trade battle continuing on the inside. Falcons, can they get the break? Selim and Abizi on the in. That should be game. Surely, the last fight now. A break. The trades. It's not over yet.
It's all about the fights, and now you go 3 for 1 if you're Atlanta. Just got to get someone in.
And that's it. That was the last break you needed. And Vegas Falcons. X did wait. He slid in. Draza Cell get their kills. And it comes down to a matter of seconds. A frustrated Falcons as they fall in hard point to FaZe, who just pull out the goods when you need them.
Oh, man, that was such a chaotic red card. We're talking about split spawns galore every single time at the P2s through all the way up the P4s. But Atlanta FaZe through the chaos, able to stabilize in the moment. And it was a big play, actually, in the 3rd set when you're going over towards the P2. Because if you're Vegas, you're thinking, okay, we got every single kill. But the new hill hasn't popped yet. So now once that new hill pops, there's only 2 players from Atlanta that's on the backside of P2. The other 2 are unaccounted for. But then when Exton wins his one-on-one, he's thinking, all right, everybody else has to be on the opposite side. You just didn't account for the guy who actually invested the streak in Simp. Because even though he doesn't get anything with it, him in that position to find that freebie on the pinch, to now secure the stage spawns for his team and allowing his squad to trap Vegas towards the backside and not gift them the rotation over towards new. Just gave them a little bit more breathing room, even when the spawns started to get a little bit scattered, to stabilize in a moment and close out the hard point. Another very close one. Nail biters every single time Atlanta FaZe play this mode, but they get it done in 4.
That was a heavyweight hard point for sure, folks. Well, FaZe, no game 5. They don't drop a single round. With their Skyline hardpoint, they had the absolute brakes beaten off them in that map number 1. But all good for FaZe. 3 straight. And we don't see the red card S&D. Pray for the best, right? Pray for the best. But GG's FaZe feeling great about that one indeed. Again, they've got a little bit of work still to do in those hard points, but when they turn it on, it is electrifying. Start. Well, we don't get a game 5, but we do get the desk.
If only Vegas did this at the start of Major 2 and not the start of Major 3, they'd have a chance at champs. Instead, it's the top dogs continuing to impress after dropping a game 1 by 120 points. The team comes back and doesn't drop anything in the second half. Game 4 got a little mixy towards the end.
It got insanely mixy. I just couldn't believe it. Pred was literally killing everything on the map that had any sliver of movement. I mean, this is probably one of the most high engagement maps we've seen so far during this season, and it comes weirdly enough to a Draza v Pred, 40 and 30 for the win.
Yeah, this was an awesome map. Super back and forth. You saw Vegas come out to an early lead. Atlanta FaZe rally back into it. And yeah, like you said, Ali, there were some heroic efforts by him. Yeah. I mean, just surviving on that P2 at the end, like FaZe kind of had them in a bad spot. Pred finds like a nice 3 kills. And then we'll see it in a bit, but down at the very end, there's just some tough decisions that you have to make on rotations on this map because it can be so punishing. And you saw Priesta just like terrible timing. He leaves Celium and then just chows a gunfight AR sub up close, loses it. Either way, I think if you're a Vegas fan, in terms of hardpoint, you're feeling pretty good about your team. If you're Atlanta, I don't think this really answers any of the questions. You're still worried about their hardpoint going forward. And, you know, you're just hoping that it falls into place when you get to land.
I don't feel great. I don't feel great about Atlanta in that Optic Texas matchup after this. I feel like they got pushed to the limit a little bit. Their S&Ds, though, definitely saves them. The 6-0, unbelievable. Control, unbelievable. Hardpoint, though, like Ant said, clearly some work needing to be done there, which is ironic because Atlanta FaZe, when they find the most success in hardpoint, is typically when they lean into their breaking and lean into their aggression. And in this split, they've been leaning into their fundamentals, and they have not been finding success. So stop rotating. Focus on the breaks because you guys are way better at that.
We got Abeezy joining us live.
Oh, okay.
He just heard all of that out. Oh, my goodness. Abeezy, congrats on the win. Another 3-1 victory over the Falcons. Even the new lineup taking a map off you. Why'd you guys come out slow?
I don't know. I mean, they just came out hot, I think. So, I mean, honestly, I felt good, though, getting the win in the end, winning the next 3. So.
That 2.5 in Surge kind of helped you guys get back on track. Well done.
Oh, 100%.
Abe, as we are now nearing the end of the online qualifiers, you guys came into this unreal across all game modes. What was kind of your focus during this split, and did you guys kind of achieve that goal?
I mean, I think our focus is our hard point. Honestly, we've been working a lot on it over this split, and I think by the time the major comes around, it'll be clicking. So,
for sure.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, I know you guys, rigorous, practice schedule, always watching VOD, and trying to think outside the box. For you in particular, you've had a rough split, Abe, in hardpoint. What do you attribute that to? What's been going on?
I just think I needed to dial it back a little bit. I feel like there's moments where I'm just sprinting and, not being gun up. So I think that's a big reason why.
Love that. Still back to back to back, though. So
yes, sir.
Do you think we can convince the rest of the team to sprint with you?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like they're all insane. So. Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
You're right. It seems to be working. You guys have 3 straight championships. A 4th major is around the corner. Before we get there, sorry, a 3rd major is around the corner. How do you feel about your matchup against Optic? Are you guys already thinking forward to Boca Raton, or are you guys practicing for that matchup?
Oh, I mean, we're obviously going to be going hard in that match, no matter what. I'm going to try to come out and get the dub.
All right, man. We're looking forward to the potential 4-peat in just a week.
Oh, yeah.
That is Atlanta FaZe, and that is our final win on the night. Congratulations to the crew and Abeezy's team. They also earned your scuff play of the game. You want to see it, Al?
Yeah, I guess
it's pretty fast. It was 6 rounds.
You'll miss it.
We put them all together in one single montage. It was that swift of a game, too.
Insane. Yep, that is absolutely unreal. Dealership was a map that they needed to add to their map pool. We say goodbye to Skyline and Vault. Atlanta FaZe is one of those teams that, because it's so one-dimensional, they found a lot of success, and it's good to see they also are now able to translate that to Dealership, because it's looking scary for a minute there after that loss to Miami.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like one of the maps that is going to be auto-vetoed up against Atlanta.
Yeah.
I mean, just the way that they play it.
They're like, we can be aggressive on this map. We can just push a lane.
And their situation awareness of the SMGs is obviously second to none, so it's going to be difficult to play them on Dealership.
At the start of the day, we ranked our SMG duos. Atlanta FaZe was at the very top of that tier list. Abe showing you why in that game 4. Let's take a look, though, at the rest of the day, because it started with another top 4 squad taking the distance by Cloud9. We thought New York sucked. Sib was trying to hard carry this when 0-4 gets the final lap, though.
Dude, he was doing his absolute best. But from the side of Vancouver Surge, I mean, everybody put it on today. I think 0-4 and Neptune had a great series up against Cloud9. And it's one of those things where it's like, I think Vancouver Surge needed Cloud9 to be playing at their best as we head into the major, because for Vancouver Surge, they're a team that they don't want to get complacent, because we saw what happened at the last LAN. They make it all the way up to grand final and they fall incredibly short. So they want to make sure that they're staying on that high level.
And what is a better opportunity to score points? To make the same roster coming into Major 3, or to bring in someone new last minute like Optic tried with Skies?
Or if you're talking for C9, I think you make a roster change, yeah. I think
this week.
Yeah, the player performances, it's pretty apparent, right? Like when you have a team that's struggling, sometimes you don't know really who you can drop. It's pretty apparent that either Attach or Mac need to go, and potentially both. But whoever you can find a better suitor for is who you make that change.
This guy ain't going nowhere, dropping the most kills on his squad, 0-4, 107. That's a 1.27 KD, second best in the lobby.
What are we calling him now? The Pitbull?
Yeah, he said he'd be a Pitbull. Yeah. I was like, if you were any dog, what would you be?
Yeah, he's the Pitbull.
More Rottweiler. Fierce, ferocious young man.
He's aggressive. He gets better than Land.
All right, so do Miami Heretics, at least when they're playing in front of a Spanish crowd, and they will have a home crowd on their side, guaranteed twice. Miami is able to finish with the win over Minnesota, a 4-1, puts them guaranteed top 4 seed.
Yeah, and this is huge when it comes to the race of the 8th, right? Miami's going up against the Minnesota Rocker, and it's tough because you look at this spread, right? And it's like Minnesota Rocker on the cusp of being a good team that can get a couple of wins under their belts, but they're not able to close out. And then you look at the teams kind of around Miami Heretics. You look at Boston Breach, they're getting better and getting some wins. You adopt to Texas, they're falling short. So we're starting to see this disparity, and it's kind of just a battle between Minnesota and Cloud9 right now, who kind of like pushes past that cusp to try and lock up their spot.
It's going to come down to DreamHack. It is what it is.
Yeah.
And it's electric.
The duo of D's. David.
What?
You guys don't know their first names? And Daniel, come on, I'm talking Rancor and Super, the double D duo, because I can read, I'll learn to do it. Take a look at 75 and 56 from Rancor, 70 and 55 from Super. What's right above those numbers, Al?
Yeah, it's their names, Diego and David. I see it now, I see it now. Didn't see it.
My bad, I said Daniel.
They are unreal, though. 1.29 and 1.27.
Diego, I will get that right by Miami. Let's take a look, though, at Insight in Toronto.
Pra não chorar. Você for conta no Instagram dele, ele até se denomina como missionário, né? E ele já foi em um podcast e ele falou que ele nasceu sem as cordas vocais, lá na hora que eu deixo técnica, até com isso, já isso não tem. Ele e a família dele mudavam muito em tal, toda ele prega em igreja, ele começou por um fica os exames dela, mas imagina filhos,
Joe has got to be one of the hardest kills in the league right now. Like, I'm gonna start asking people because this guy is putting up numbers like this consistently, 35 and 29.
Retirou as
And he's
minhas
doing it in
cordas
the
vocais e
surges too.
retirou
I
meus
feel like he feels
tímpanos. Ela
Toronto
se
ultra out
isso
of
que
a
eu não
lot of
falava,
unfavorable
por isso que eu não
situations and
ouvia.
really just
E o
release a lot of
diagnóstico da
pressure for
medicina
this
foi
squad.
que
They're
seria
looking like a favorite heading into
ele pode pedir esse diagnóstico, né?
de 2000.
Player of the match, taking a look at some of his numbers here, and this guy is still so young in his career. He is going to be the next attack.
Mas antes, para você que quer ter a chance de poder faturar R$300 no Pix agora, faz o seguinte, clica no primeiro link da descrição desse vídeo aqui, você vai vir diretamente pro meu WhatsApp, e no meu WhatsApp particular eu vou te explicar como que você vai poder ter a chance de faturar R$300 no Pix agora. E além da chance de você poder faturar R$300 no Pix agora, você vai ficar sabendo como que você vai aplicar o meu método de ganhar dinheiro de casa aí no seu sofá. Imagina, você poder ter uma mega chance de faturar R$300 no Pix agora e ainda ter acesso ao método que está mudando a vida de muita gente. E o meu método são para pessoas de todas as idades. Um exemplo é a dona Fátima, de 47 anos. Ela tá...
He's the only one right now that I'm like, oh, he's a guaranteed lock for gentlemen.
I mean, those guys should just be on a team together.
Wait, you think they should play together and they can find success?
I mean, what happened when they teamed together? They were great.
They were great.
They were phenomenal. They're both insane. Somebody's got to figure it out.
What jersey do you
Talk
want
to
to
each other orgs.
Hard.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter,
Doesn't
man.
matter.
Either one. Figure it out.
Either one? Any other one? Anybody?
Make it work.
All right.
Figure it out.
We'll have another good team.
Production's telling me something, but I can't hear him. So let's just take a look at it, shall we? Thanks, Mike. We got our standings updated. It's Vancouver Surge 4-1, Heretics 4-1, and Ultra 4-1. Right behind them, though, we still have Breach and Thieves with a game to go, Al.
Yeah, we talk about that bubble. This is going to be a huge matchup for the side of Boston Breach, and Atlanta FaZe sitting at 2-2, not what we expected. But that could cause a lot of upsets for the teams on the bubbles should they have that pool round number 1.
We're likely, we might have a 5-way tie at 4-1. Who's going to get the number 1 seed?
It's going to come down to map count. Toronto's throw against Boston might come back to haunt them. Let's take a look at the matches, because tomorrow Boston has the Falcons. You have to think the Falcons still an opportunity to sneak in.
E ela tá faturando R$4.000 por mês. O Anderson, que era pedreiro, tem 42 anos, tá aplicando o meu método da casa dele e hoje ele já fatura mais de R$10.000 por mês. Hoje ele tá com dieta na garagem, tem tempo pra poder curtir a família dele, já adquiriu a casa nova dele, isso tudo aplicando meu método de consulta da casa dele. E já o Carlos Ferreira é um rapaz novo que acabou de entrar na faculdade, nem tá no mercado de trabalho ainda, tá aplicando meu método e já tá faturando mais de 6 mil reais por mês, também trabalhando no conforto da casa dele. Ou seja, o meu método é para todas as pessoas que querem prosperar na vida. Então, se você quer prosperar na vida e quer ter a chance de poder faturar 300 reais no Pix agora, já clica agora no primeiro link da descrição. É só você descer um pouquinho o vídeo no seu celular, clica no link, você vai me chamar no meu WhatsApp, e no meu WhatsApp eu vou te explicar como que tudo funciona. E pode ficar tranquilo que você não vai perder dinheiro, não é joguinho, não é pirâmide, não é aposta, não é nada disso. É um método validado e seguro que muitas pessoas já estão mudando de vida. Então clica agora no primeiro link da descrição e vem falar comigo no meu WhatsApp.
Eu rasgo o câncer.
Ó.
Eu filtro o teu sangue. E eu curo a leucemia.
Pronto, é milagre. É milagre isso aqui, não é não?
Porque o exame, eu tô entendendo, o exame ia dar em definitivo, você tá entendendo, moça de azul? Você tá entendendo? Pra aquela sala 9, leito 4, ela ia voltar, mas tem um anjo baixando na tua frente dizendo, eu tô quebrando a marca agora. Eu tô toda arrepiada aqui, meu Deus do céu! E Deus tá dizendo assim, corre!
Olha como que tá a mulher. Eu acredito, né, que ela não esteja mentindo, que realmente ela tem um câncer, né? Você imagina a cabeça da pessoa totalmente fragilizada, né? E aí acaba de escutar que está curada. É óbvio, né, que a pessoa, ela vai acreditar, porque ela quer muito aquilo. Ela quer ficar curada para ela poder estar com a família, curtir a vida dela.
Abraça ela, porque eu tô vendo em cima dela, cura! Quando você abraçar, tem cura pra você, vai lá!
Olha isso, cara.
O câncer não vai voltar! A leucemia não vai voltar!
Esse garoto, né, aqui no Brasil não tem como punir ele, ele tem 14 anos, né, provavelmente não teria como ter uma punição pra ele, porque a gente sabe como é que funcionam as coisas aqui no Brasil. Mas o pastor, os pais que estão autorizando ele fazer isso, deviam pagar, deviam responder na justiça.
Meu Deus, a pneumonia não vai voltar! Eu só desço no dia 24 de novembro! Eu quebro isso agora! Quem pode levantar a voz?
14 anos, cara, ele tá fazendo isso. Você imagina com 34 anos, com 44 anos.
Diga glória a Deus.
Agora, olha em outra igreja que aconteceu a mesma coisa, né? O pastor foi lá e falou que a pessoa que estava com câncer estava curada. Olha só o que aconteceu.
Chamado Bentley Santos, com câncer, em estágio terminal, costumava frequentar a igreja de Flor de Lis, sendo que, em um dos cultos, o preletor era Agenor Duque, que, diante dos presentes, disse que Deus havia curado o rapaz, que, emocionado, chorou copiosamente.
Quando eu virei aquela bacia de água em cima de você, você me disse que o Deus que purificou Naamã e que curou a Simone, Ele curou você hoje. Aonde Deus mandar você ir dar o testemunho dele, você vai dar.
Você imagina a cabeça da pessoa que tá com essa doença ali, como que ela tá sofrendo, a fragilidade que ela tá passando, dela escutar de uma pessoa que ela confia, né? Porque ela tá confiando, né? Na pessoa que ela tá curada, velho.
Eu não sei o que vai acontecer, mas Deus vai soprar o nome desse jovem no Brasil.
Entretanto, parece que algo deu errado. O milagre não aconteceu, porque no dia 21 de fevereiro de 2016, a tia de Bentley, Camila Leonardo Cruz, postou uma nota de luto em seu perfil no Facebook, se despedindo de seu sobrinho querido.
Parece que essas pessoas esquecem que a nossa vida aqui, ela é muito rápida. Ela é muito rápida. Hoje eu já tô com 37 anos, parece que foi ontem que eu tinha 17, eu tinha 14 anos. Passou assim. Você acha que não vai passar assim também? 40, 50 anos? E essas pessoas também não vão estar aqui, já vão estar em outro plano. Elas acham o quê? Elas acham que vão ser poderosas, vão enganar as pessoas para sempre, vai enganar Deus quando passar desse plano aqui. Olha, o castigo vai ser grande, hein? Agora, o jovenzinho de 14 anos, o pastor Mirim, né? O profeta, ele diz que você não tem que ter Deus como o seu pastor. Você tem que ter um pastor de carne e osso.
Só ser fiel ao meu altar. E se você levantar a mão e me glorificar agora, a tua história e a história do primeiro que abriu a boca para dar glória bem alto. Diga glória a Deus. Meus irmãos, que visita ilustre. Eu estou recebendo aqui agora o meu pastor presidente. E ele está de branco. tô recebendo o meu pastor presidente. Olhe pra cá, eu tenho pastor, amém? Amém. Tira da tua ideia, o Senhor é o meu pastor e nada me faltará. Você tem que ter pastor, irmão. Meu pastor é Jesus, tá amarrado.
Tô me segurando aqui pra poder falar algumas coisas que a gente sabe, né? É um jovem de 14 anos, mas, cara, olha, tá difícil.
Você tem que ter pastor, autoridade na terra. Diga glória a Deus. E eu tenho meu pastor. E com ele tá o nosso irmão Danilo. Danilo é o dono de uma grande empresa, Robot. Ele limpa nome. Fala, tá com o nome sujo? Tá? É, agora. Se você conhece alguém de dura, faz assim com o dedo. Tá com o nome sujo. Aí, ó. Vendo? Serasa. Onde que é os demônios que atuam? Serasa.
Tem uns que estão até na igreja agora. Estão atuando até na igreja mesmo.
SPC Boa Vista. É os 3 devoradores do crente. Esse homem te tira dessa garra maligna. Ele limpa teu nome. Diga glória a Deus.
E o mais impressionante é a capacidade desse jovem em falar merda, em falar bizarrice. Olha só, ele vai potencializando, ele vai falando mais merda ainda. Olha só.
Eu tô sentindo que o Deus do acabou de entrar aqui dentro. A Bíblia diz: pecar contra o Pai tem perdão, pecar contra o Filho tem perdão. Mas aquele que pecar contra o Espírito Santo de Deus, esse já não tem mais perdão.
Cuidado, hein? Cuidado.
Então, hoje em dia, as coisas de Deus estão virando banais. As pessoas estão brincando muito com o altar, brincando muito com profecia, língua estranha.
Isso é verdade, tem muita gente brincando no altar.
Zamanívia, Nauechomianá, Zamanúvia, Ganazio, Terebicante, Anauatebidá, Pacatoque, Teque, Toca, Tacatá, Icatata, Toque, Pacatoque, Icatata, Pacatoque, Paqueté, Icatata, Manzauê, Teres, Vai, Vai, Camila, Vazatá, Abavotama, Voteque, Avotada, eu até Zaué, também Avotá, Roque até, eu papai, eu até, isso me revolta, isso me causa raiva, porque o altar é santo, Deus é santo, e também quem professa o nome de Deus, não posso falar que é santo, mas pelo menos tem que parecer santo. Tem que se santificar cada dia mais. Porque quem tá sujo se suja mais, quem tá santo se santifica mais. É Bíblia.
Agora, olha ele imitando esse outro pastor aqui. É incrível, né? Vai um imitando o outro, é uma maravilha.
Fire, kiss my. A América tá na minha mão e eu abro a fronteira a hora que eu quero. Decalaia!
Eu falo na linguagem do país, vocês vão pisar. Of the king, the power, the man, the bastard, the king, the fairy, the smile. Porque a bandeira da América rola sobre vocês. Of the king, the power, the man, the bastard, the king, the fairy, the smile. Eu tô insistindo. A Bíblia diz: aquele que pode você não faz, até o que ele quer será tomado. E eu não prego ameaça, mas nunca diga não ao Espírito Santo de Deus. Nunca diga não ao Espírito Santo de Deus. Eu poderia fazer o que eu faço. Cadê essa pessoa? Vou chamar pela última vez. Essa pessoa de R$1.000.
Eu acho que se eu chegasse aqui nesse vídeo, falasse tudo que eu falei e não mostrasse os vídeos, eu acho que nem você acreditaria, né? Você iria pensar assim: não é possível que um garoto de 14 anos seria capaz de fazer isso. E ele foi além. Ele fala que ele é Deus. Olha só, um garoto de 14 anos.
Vem até aqui o altar, minha filha. Aqui pra
Como que leva a sério uma pessoa dessa, gente?
Da glória! Que eu sou Deus do ano de 2002, marcha.
E ele vai nas igrejas, nas congregações, ele não vai de graça não, ele cobra R$3.000. Não sei se está cobrando R$3.000 ainda, talvez já tenha até aumentado o valor dele. Mas ele cobrava R$3.000 para poder ir em outras igrejas e fazer isso aqui. Isso aqui que você acabou de ver. Muitas pessoas estão distorcendo a fé, estão mudando o contexto da palavra de Deus para que elas possam ser muito prósperas, viver a prosperidade dos homens, de muito dinheiro, através da falência da pessoa que está escutando ele. Muitos pastores hoje fazem isso. Dê tudo que você tem, dê seu carro, dê sua casa, me dá aqui, ó, que não é para mim, é para Deus, né? É porque a gente está construindo. E aí a pessoa debilitada, acreditando, né, fragilizada, a pessoa acaba dando, achando realmente que, sei lá, tá comprando um lugar no céu, não sei o que passa, né, na cabeça de muitas pessoas. Eu conheci uma senhora, né, que era amiga da minha mãe, ela frequentava uma igreja dessas, né, que fazia esses pedidos assim absurdos mesmo. E essa senhora, ela morava num lugar muito longe, então a única coisa que ela tinha de transporte para poder ir para a igreja era a bicicleta dela. Ela conseguia ir de bicicleta para a igreja, mas só que eram muitos quilômetros e era o único meio de transporte que ela tinha, porque ela não ganhava muito para poder pegar ônibus e era por isso mesmo que ela sabia andar de bicicleta e ia para a igreja. A igreja conseguiu tomar a bicicleta dela. A mulher passou a ir a pé para a igreja, andar vários e vários quilômetros para poder chegar na igreja. E a igreja, não contente com aquilo, ela continuou pedindo dinheiro para ela. E aí esse pastor, astuto que só, né, que nem esse rapazinho aqui, chegou para ela, tava chegando no final de ano, então ele sabia, né, que muitas pessoas iriam receber o seu 13º. E ele falou assim, mais ou menos em outubro, novembro, ele falou assim, olha, Deus vai abençoar você e vai te dar um salário dobrado esse ano. Ele sabia que muita gente era ignorante, muita gente sem conhecimento, né? E que as pessoas iriam receber o 13º. O que aconteceu? Chegou em dezembro, ele falou assim, esse salário dobrado que você ganhou é para a igreja, é para Deus, não é para você não, porque isso foi a bênção que você recebeu. E aí essa amiga, ela chegou para minha mãe e falou, viu? Eu fui abençoada, eu ganhei mais um salário no final do ano e eu dei para a igreja, porque foi uma bênção. O pastor, ele profetizou em novembro, outubro, que eu ia receber dobrado. Olha, a pessoa, ela é tão humilde, ela é tão simples, que ela não sabia que o 13º era um direito dela. Ela achou que ela tinha ganhado dobrado, dobrado entre aspas, porque ela trabalhou para poder ganhar aquilo, porque era Deus que estava dando para ela para poder dar para a igreja. E aí o cara, muito esperto, ele sabia disso, ele sabia que estava falando com pessoas humildes, pessoas que não sabiam dos seus direitos, e ele fez com que elas acreditassem nisso. Para você ver como que essas pessoas manipulam muitas pessoas simples e humildes para poder ganhar dinheiro. É por isso que eu falei, essas pessoas, elas vivem na riqueza através da falência das pessoas que acreditam nela. Já que essas pessoas falam tanto que são a voz de Deus aqui na Terra, por que eles não vivem como Deus? Se for para a igreja estar de pé, com luz, com ar-condicionado, tá direitinho, tudo bem, a pessoa dá uma ajuda. Mas agora, por que eles não vivem, né, uma vida simples, como Deus, como Jesus Cristo viveu aqui na Terra, para poder abençoar as pessoas, para poder ensinar as pessoas a palavra de Deus? Não, eles não querem isso. Eles querem viver a prosperidade através da falência do outro. Como eu falei, não tem nada demais você ser próspero na vida, você ter dinheiro. Mas agora, a partir do momento que você vive a sua prosperidade através da falência da pessoa que acredita em você, aí, meu filho, aí o bicho pega. E você pode ter certeza que essas pessoas que dizem falar em nome de Deus, elas não falam em nome de Deus, não. E vocês sabem em nome de quem que elas estão falando. Aquela pessoa que adora mentira, adora sacanagem, adora uma putaria, adora sacanear as pessoas, humilhar as pessoas e diminuir as pessoas. E vocês sabem de quem que eu tô falando. Como eu falei, eu acho que ainda é tempo de muitos se arrependerem, pedirem desculpa, admitirem o erro e voltarem atrás e estarem no caminho certo. Mas, se não quiserem, é aquele negócio. Deus deu livre-arbítrio para todo mundo fazer o que quiser. Só que as contas chegam. E elas chegam bem rápido. Como eu falei, a vida aqui, a vida terrena, passa assim. E aí, o que será que essas pessoas vão escolher? Elas vão escolher uma vida de prosperidade bem curtinha para depois viver no inferno? Bom, aí é com cada um, né? Tire suas conclusões através desse vídeo, comenta aqui embaixo que eu quero saber a sua opinião a respeito disso. Comente aí se você tem um amigo que infelizmente já foi manipulado, enganado por essas pessoas. Comenta aqui a história pra gente poder saber, quem sabe eu não trago em outros vídeos. Peço pra você compartilhar esse vídeo exaustivamente para que mais pessoas saibam o que estão